Chapter 1. A Rejection of Reality. Zalin sat empty on the worn-out couch of his dimly lit apartment, his thoughts feeling so far away from him, yet consuming his every faculty. He stared at the ceiling fan lazily rotating above him with a dissociated focus. Tracking a single blade with his eyes, he found his mind stuck in rote loops, repeating questions that permeated through his numb thoughts. Why was he such a pathetic son? Every revolution of the fan made him think the same things, trapped in the endless loop. "Zalin, open up!" Slowly sinking back into reality, Zalin recognized the voice of his cousin, Asher. He barely registered the visitor, not knowing how long he had been there. The persistent knocking echoed through the apartment, and the distorted silhouette of his cousin pressed against the frosted glass window, with his features obscured by the fading light. The outline of Asher's hands could easily be seen as his face went as close as it could to the window. Zalin hoped the dark home was enough to hide him. "I see you, Zalin! Open the door, come on!" Asher rapped against the window. Mechanically, almost without thinking, Zalin rolled himself off the couch. His phone slid off his stomach, thudding against the floor. He had been scrolling for hours before it ran out of battery. Quickly, he stored it in his pocket. Finding his way to the front door, Zalin opened it a crack. The light of the outside world caused him to squint. "Ash," Zalin acknowledged monotonously, looking him up and down. Asher had a Tupperware of food in one hand, a bottle of pills in the other, and a series of worry lines on his face. He quickly evaluated Zalin, his eyes zipping with increasing intensity. Zalin could only assume what his cousin was seeing. He had plenty to assess, from the deep bags under Zalin's red eyes to his wrinkly, grease-stained clothes and matted, dirty hair. Asher sighed, closing his eyes and reopening them quickly. "Zalin, are you okay? Calls aren't going through. What's going on?" Asher asked, throwing the door open and allowing himself inside. Zalin shrugged and closed the door behind him, dragging his feet to catch up. Asher looked him over for another few seconds before Zalin realized he'd been asked a question. "Not really in the mood to talk," Zalin said, tapping his pants pocket that held his phone. He deliberately placed it on Do Not Disturb, but still kept it close, as the feeling of it in his pocket provided him some comfort. "Doesn't mean you can ignore everyone," Asher said pointedly, looking around the apartment. The residence was shrouded in darkness. The setting sun cast long shadows in the rooms, none of which had any lights on. Asher kicked lightly at the small pile of pizza boxes at the foot of the kitchen counter and made a face before forcing a smile and looking up at Zalin. The floor was littered with crumbs from various chips and their bags haphazardly thrown around the home. Candy wrappers and popcorn kernels gave the white kitchen floor an extra splash of color. Asher began to pick up the smaller trash immediately as Zalin watched impassively. "You drinking any water?" Asher asked. "I guess," Zalin shrugged. "That's not really an answer," Asher replied, frowning. Zalin offered nothing more. Asher continued to pick up wrappers, biting his lip nervously. "We're worried about you, man," Asher finally said, dumping a small pile of trash in the overflowing trash can. Zalin said, his eyes and mind beginning to drift away from the conversation. "I'm serious. We haven't seen you in days. Can't get you on the phone? Have you at least gone to visit her?" Asher asked. Zalin's eyes narrowed as he brought himself back, trying to piece together the puzzle of the question. "Visit? You mean Mom?" Zalin asked, his stomach lurching. "Yeah, who else?" Asher asked. "Why would I?" Zalin trailed, deciding not to complete the thought. "It'll be good for you," Asher assured him. Zalin's lip twitched, and he turned away from Asher, lumbering back to sit on his indented spot on the couch. Asher pulled out the trash bag in the kitchen's bin and replaced it. He took the trash bag and leaned it against the front door before going to join Zalin in the living room in a seat across from his cousin. He flipped on the light, and Zalin turned away with his eyes closed, pained by the second uninvited guest in his home. He clicked his tongue in irritation. "So, you're going to go visit her?" Asher pressed. Zalin sighed and lay down across the couch, placing a hand over his eyes to block out the light. "Zalin?" "What?" Zalin snapped, annoyed. "You're gonna visit her," Asher said with finality. He was no longer asking. "Why?" "You'll do it because I'll drag you there. We're gonna get you out of the apartment and help you. Not like you're even pretending you have anything better to do," Asher said, looking around the mess of Zalin's home. Zalin laid silently as Asher leaned forward in his chair, awaiting a response. He then breathed slowly, giving no indication he was still a part of the conversation. "Zalin?" Asher ventured. "Yes, fine, I'll go. Just please stop talking, Ash, and turn off the light." Asher opened his mouth to say something more, but decided to shrug and accept the small victory. He placed the Tupperware on a coffee table next to Zalin, and the bottle of pills next to that. "Eat something," Ash said. "It's barbecue chicken and carrots." Zalin shifted the hand away from his eye, peeking at the container of food. His stomach groaned. He sighed and rolled himself up, pulling off the plastic cover and pointedly avoiding the gaze of Asher's satisfied smirk as Zalin took a big bite of chicken. "And take one of these," Asher knocked on the closed bottle of pills. "What is it?" Zalin asked, his mouth full. "Sleeping pill. You'll feel better," Asher promised. Zalin grumbled in disappointment, snapping a carrot loudly and rolling his eyes. Asher watched intently, making sure Zalin took a decent fill of food before bringing him a cup of water and opening the bottle of pills. Asher spilled out a single purple and black pill and placed it next to the cup. Zalin studied the pill. Its color was nothing like he'd seen on any medicine before. Rather than a simple two-toned pill, the two colors morphed together like a watercolor streak, making it look somewhat ominous and alien. "What is this again? This doesn't look normal," Zalin attempted. "Drink it," Asher asserted. Zalin made a face and drank down the pill, waiting for something either magic or tragic to happen, but instead felt nothing at all, which was about the feeling he'd had for days now. He shrugged and finished the cup of water, hydrating his body for the first time in a day or two. He pushed the empty Tupperware and cup forward toward Asher. "Happy now?" Zalin asked. "Very," Asher said, finally turning the lights back off. "I'm going to take you to visit her first thing in the morning." "Whatever," Zalin said, laying himself back down on the couch. "Don't you want to at least go to sleep in your bed?" Asher asked. Zalin didn't reply. Asher went back to the kitchen and began the job of tossing the pizza boxes, trash, and cleaning the dishes for his cousin, while Zalin stared at the slowly rotating ceiling fan. It spun endlessly, but wasn't moving fast enough to cool down the room. Although it was useless at this speed, Zalin felt comforted by it in a perverse way, like it was a kindred spirit drifting instead of moving with any deliberate direction. Something devoid of emotion, incapable of shedding tears. Zalin allowed his eyes to scan the walls to pass the time until his cousin would leave his home. He fixated on his college graduation picture. The image had been long neglected. A screen of dust settled upon it. There he stood with his mom, proudly holding his degree for the camera. Bachelor of Science in Physics, with a minor in Computer Sciences. The image looked nothing like him. Every time he had seen himself in the mirror, a smile was the furthest expression. His mom's smile was radiant, something he wished he could have seen any of the past few days. Graduating at 21, he felt his whole life was ahead of him. Less than a year later, his life felt like it was already over. Zalin was soon breathing steadily, sleep oozing itself over his mind to take its hold over him. He enjoyed sleep, as it was his only escape from the typical feelings of his life. Ironically, it sometimes made him feel more alive to be in a dream. Like the many fitful sleeps in prior days, Zalin lost consciousness with dry eyes and a frown on his face. Suddenly, his body heaved as if he was dropped into a void. At first, Zalin believed he was simply experiencing the falling sensation that sometimes occurs on the brink of sleep. But as he opened his eyes, he realized he was at least 3 feet above the ground. He screamed and covered his face as he crashed into the ground. His heart thumped recklessly as he slid a few feet across the dirt before coming to an abrupt halt. Coughing, he threw his head up, witnessing a hulking creature towering over him. The creature felt colossal over Zalin, at least 2 times his size. Its standing, wolf-like form was composed of gray ash, forming ponderous legs and nimble arms. Flames licked up its limbs, climbing as far as its back and casting a bright glow, reminiscent of a signal fire. The brightness made it difficult for Zalin to look directly at it. The gray, sand-like texture of its skin shimmered, forming pine-like leaves along its back, a silver, glimmering shell that seemed poised to explode like gunpowder. Its arms and legs were accented with crimson-red claws, as though permanently stained in blood.
Deep, red eyes fixated on Zalin, with tiny, fire-like wisps flickering over the pupils, making them dance with bloodlust. Grinning widely, it revealed its jagged brown teeth. Zalin shuddered and slowly backed away as the nightmarish creature raised an arm toward him. A thin, orange stream light emitted from the creature's claw, resembling a laser pointer, and snaked its way to Zalin. Startled, Zalin yelped and scrambled away on all fours, terrified by the demonic vision approaching him with its wide, soulless grin. The orange light halted once it reached the point where Zalin had been hunched over just moments before. Suddenly, the ground swelled and erupted in fire and dirt, temporarily blinding Zalin with its intense flame. Zalin screamed in fear and continued to scramble as fast as he could in his unseeing state, eventually regaining vision and discerning shapes once more. Zalin's vision was still madly disoriented. He noted the sun's height. It was too high for this time of day. It should have gone down right as he was falling asleep. His eyebrows drew together as he suddenly realized he was nowhere near home, stranded in vast plains with sparse flora. In the distance, an old wooden town stood with an ocean beyond it. The climate was arid and warm, and the horizon appeared empty on all sides. He couldn't see his apartment complex anywhere. Everything seemed dreamlike, yet he felt entirely awake. Something shifted behind him. As his heart sank in his stomach, he remembered a monstrous creature had been next to him just a moment ago. He twisted his neck around rapidly and gasped. The creature had raised its arm again, and the thin orange light traced across the ground, landing immediately in front of Zalin's feet. Zalin looked up at the creature and then back down in horror as the orange light burrowed into the earth. The ground shifted beneath him, and he could sense the impending blast, swelling in anticipation of obliteration.
Chapter 2. A Fiery Friend. Zalin shut his eyes in fear, all but certain his life would end right now, not knowing anything about what was transpiring. Suddenly he heard something thud in front of him. He opened his eyes and saw a young man with short black hair, dressed in a fading red tunic, his arms planted down on the swelling earth just as it erupted. Rather than exploding, the flame was directed out to the side, like a pot emitting steam from only one end. It arced sideways, blasting Zalon with the heat of the flames, enough to leave his face a hot pink and burn his eyebrows clean off. Zalon was fine with the slight damage he sustained, as long as he could still breathe. With wide eyes, he watched the explosion dissipate, then looked toward his savior. "You certainly should not be alone at a time like this," the stranger said nervously. Without looking away from the creature, the stranger grasped Zalon and pulled him to his feet as he stood up. "Who are you?" Zalon asked, both ecstatic and stunned. "That is a flame striker. I suspect you are not nearly at a high enough level to take it on. Make sure you do not let its explosive light touch you," the young man explained. He looked to be about Zalon's age, and he twitched and fidgeted as he watched the monster move. "I asked who you were," Zalon mumbled, looking past his new ally and keeping focused on the flame striker before it raised a claw again. "Right, sorry, my name is Rep," the ally replied, with a cringe-induced grimace. "We need to rush around the flame striker." "Rush around it?" Zalon asked, concerned. The beast slowly began raising its arm, its eyes locked on the two of them. "Its pointing explosion is rather slow. If we wait for it to get close to us, we can split and run at it. I will unsheath my sword to draw its attention toward me and strike. That should give us time to get to Oriton." Rep gestured to the town on the other side of the creature. "I don't know what's going on."
"Are you sure?" "I am not, but we have to move," Rep said as the orange light raced toward them, preparing to explode. Zalon waited for Rep's signal while sweat rolled down his neck. "Now!" Rep pulled a sword from a sheath at his hip and dashed to one side, while Zalon stared, frozen in fear. The light continued to slide gradually toward him. Zalon grunted in frustration as he forced himself to rush the other way, making a wide berth around the flame striker. The area where Zalon and Rep had stood moments earlier shook violently as the explosion erupted raucously. Zalon looked away from the blinding light and glanced up at the flame striker, which was quickly advancing toward him, seemingly ignoring Rep on the other side. Rep's eyes went wide in trepidation, and he ran straight for the flame striker. "You said it would follow you!" Zalon screamed in fear as each of the flame striker's shuffling steps closed the gap between him and the creature. "Keep running!" Rep shouted, straining to catch up. Zalon had no plans to do otherwise and carried himself as fast as his legs would allow. He was stunned to see how swiftly he could move, considering he had felt so awful only moments ago, but didn't have time to dwell on it. He chanced a glance backward and saw the flame striker's ghastly, wide smile growing even wider with each earth-shaking step, bringing it closer to Zalon. "Hurry!" Zalon shouted, keeping his eyes fixed on the town ahead. He wasn't sure how much of a difference it would make to hide in the town with a monster of this size behind him, but at this point he was willing to try anything to get away. "Turn around! Get away from there!" Rep shouted in a panic. Zalon had no idea what he was referring to until he saw the orange light ahead of him, cutting off his path. He shouted in fear and frustration, then twisted himself mid-step to run parallel to the city as the ground he was approaching shattered, flinging flames and dirt in all directions. The flame striker emitted a low growl of glee while it scraped the soil with its clawed feet, taking longer strides to catch up to Zalon. At this rate, it was only a few steps away from him, despite Zalon's frantic pace. "Do something!" Zalon begged. Rep yelled as he charged and sliced at the back of the creature's foot, causing it to stumble and fall to one knee.
Zalan tripped and collapsed, having exerted too much energy sprinting for so long. He glanced back at Rep, who circled around to the front of the flame striker. Putting his full body weight behind the swing of the sword, Rep aimed at the creature, but the flame striker groaned and threw a flaming arm up, smacking the sword clean out of Rep's hands. After staring at his empty hands, Rep looked up, finding the creature's face mere inches away. Shouting in a mix of fear and power, Rep struck the creature's face with his bare hands, knocking its chin straight upward. The flame striker recoiled, growling in pain. "Run! Run! 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 Run!" Rep screamed repeatedly in panic, waving for Zalan to get up to his feet and run back toward the city. Rep began running at full speed toward Oriton. The flame striker roared in anger as it brought itself back to its full, considerable height. Zalan was barely able to start running again when he heard the monumental movement of the flame striker. Its wolfish face howled in anticipation as it began bounding on all fours instead of walking. Zalan thought he had seconds, but he only had heartbeats. It ran toward Zalan, ignoring Rep. Rep shouted more instructions. "Head down! Get down!" Zalan allowed his exhaustion to take over and collapsed on the ground, hardly able to keep his face from striking the ground. He felt both the searing heat and the wind of the claws swing above his head. Clenching his body tightly in fear, Zalan watched as the flame striker bounded forward, its momentum carrying it farther than the two allies. "Rep, what do I do?" Zalan picked up his head, watching the flame striker turn itself around and slowly grinning at him. "Rep!" Zalan looked back to see Rep running away without him, sprinting toward the town. Zalan picked himself back up just as the flame striker took passing notice of Rep and then focused on Zalan. Zalan squatted down and fumbled until he picked up a sizable rock and threw it with all his might at the monster. The flame striker didn't even react to the rock cracking against its leg and began to rush forward. Zalan ducked down at the last second, hardly having the chance to do anything else. But this time, the flame striker didn't rush beyond him with unintended momentum. It stopped, remaining just above Zalan. It looked down upon him and grinned. Zalan yelped. Without thinking, he jumped up with his fist in the air and collided with the beast's face just as Rep did earlier. Except, instead of doing any damage and sending its face skyward, all Zalan heard was the crack of his own hand. "Ah!" Zalan looked down to see his hand bleeding profusely from the knuckles. Pain shot up his arm, and he trembled involuntarily. The flame striker found the display wildly amusing and laughed a low, fear-inducing chuckle, each chortle causing the flames of its arms and legs to increase ever so slightly in its mirth. Zalan's other hand began to search desperately for another rock on the ground, but instead found a handful of dirt that he threw straight into the monster's eyes. It roared in anger as Zalan scampered away, his chest heaving from the most exertion he'd ever experienced in his life. He could only use one hand, while the other hung bleeding and useless at his side. Forcing himself upright proved to be too challenging without the use of both hands. He twisted his ankle, hurting himself in the process, and barely managed to move away from the monster. The flame striker wiped the mess of dirt from its face and fixed its red eyes on Zalan before pointing toward the slowly advancing explosive light. The deadly beam was catching up quickly to Zalan, who was barely able to keep himself upright, much less run at full speed. The town felt light years away from him. Just as the orange light neared, a flame erupted beneath the flame striker, burning its face. Zalan had been so focused on fleeing that he didn't notice Rep's return. Suddenly reappearing under the monster's feet, fire streamed from Rep's fist. In his other hand, he tightly gripped his retrieved sword. "Get out of here! Run!" Rep demanded. He dodged away from a claw coming down on him. Zalin nodded numbly and continued to stumble toward the short walls surrounding the town, each breath painful as his fist burned and his ankle throbbed. Keeping his eyes on Rep and the flame striker behind him, Zalin noticed a small trail of blood drops forming from the wound in his fist as he ran. Rep dodged another strike and swung his blade with full force at the creature, only for it to be seized, then cleaved in two by the flame striker's other arm. Rep stared in horror. The creature kicked him several feet away with full force before bounding toward Zalin. Snarling, the flame striker pursued its weakened, bleeding prey. "Keep going!" Rep coughed. The flame striker's mouth went from a grin to a gaping maw as it decided to forego flame-based attacks and consume directly from Zalin's flesh. "You are almost there," Rep promised. Zalin realized he was nowhere near the city wall, let alone close enough to reach any of the gates before the creature could attack him. His fastest speed felt like no more than a casual walk, with the city still about 100 feet away. The flame striker would be on top of him in seconds. Nonetheless, he continued shuffling, desperate to escape the grisly fate he felt chasing him. He disregarded all the pain he could, but his heart pounded as the flame striker's teeth reached out to take Zalin's neck. Chapter 3. Oraton. Zawin ducked, hoping to evade the flame striker's swinging, flaming claws, but it became evident he hadn't moved far enough. Zalin winced as the last thump of the creature's legs struck the earth. With incredible speed and snarl, the flame striker lunged at him with full force. Zalin flinched at the sound of another thump. The beast's guttural growl faded into a gurgle. Zalin cracked open an eye and screamed. The mouth of the flame striker hung less than an inch away from his face. As he scrambled away on all fours, he noticed the creature didn't pursue him, and its fading red eyes no longer stared into his soul with malevolent intent. "Do not take on creatures you are not leveled for," a voice reprimanded from above. It took a full 5 seconds for Zalin to realize there was a spear lodged into the flame striker's body. He blinked, dumbfounded, and traced the spear's angle back to its origin at the top of the town wall a few dozen feet behind him. There stood a guard, identifiable by the light armor on his chest. The guard held another spear, prepared to throw it should the flame striker show any sign of surviving the initial blow. "Did you do that?" Zalin asked dumbly, raising his mangled, bloodied hand to point at the flame striker, who slumped further into the ground. "Indeed," the guard nodded, then continued his short lecture. "Do not attack flame strikers if you do not have an element to take them on, or a good weapon to—" The guard's face went sour in bafflement. "Are you unarmed?" Zalin looked down at himself numbly, only then realizing he had somehow been wearing a long brown tunic with yellow accents at the sleeves of his wrists. He looked down at his pants and saw they, too, were nothing he recognized, faded brown pantaloons. He patted at them absently, looking for his phone, and noticing his pockets were empty. Zalin replied, his brain not having caught up with the guard. "Do you have a death wish? How foolish can you be?" the guard shouted. "You are okay." Rep appeared limping with a beaming smile from behind the dead flame striker, with the broken hilt of his sword in one hand. He looked at the spear in the creature, then up to the wall with a thankful smile. "I am grateful for your vigilant nature over the walls, Sir Killisle. He may have perished otherwise." The guard's derision softened at the flattery, and he simply nodded once to Rep. "Is he with you, Rep? Why is he unarmed?" the guard asked. Rep looked down at Zalin, who shrugged in reply.
That is something I wish to ask him once we are inside Oriton, Rep said, his slow speech betraying the fact he was making up an excuse. Sir Killisle regarded the two of them with narrow eyes and pursed lips. Very well, but do not go back outside if you are unprepared, he snapped. Thank you. Rep rushed to Zallen to help him stand. Zallen accepted Rep's hand and was pulled shakily to his feet. Then he placed his weight on Rep's shoulder to take pressure off his bad ankle. A small door opened at the base of the wall, and Rep led the two inside as he nodded and offered grateful platitudes in the direction of anyone that looked tangentially involved in guarding the walls. They waved the two off, and Zallen finally felt his heart come down to a speed where he could breathe normally. Where am I? Zallen asked. Oriton, Rep answered, readjusting himself under Zallen's weight. Where is that? Zallen asked, confused. He studied the buildings, all of them wooden, and very few with words written in English, instead opting to have symbols to represent what type of business was housed in the building. Well, Oriton is a port town, so it borders the sea on... No. Where are we? Is Oriton far from Merced? Zallen asked. Merced? Rep repeated hesitantly. California, Zallen said. California, Rep trailed, quickly feeling out of his element. Where am I? Zallen snapped. Oriton, Rep insisted. We are in Oriton, near the sea.
But where is that? What state? Zallen asked. I do not... State? You must mean Grieve. Well, we call it the land, but I think you understand it as... What? That's not a state. Where am I? Where's Ash? Who are you? Zallen suddenly withdrew his weight from Rep and began to limp on his own, as though it was a form of punishing him. I am Rep. I am here to assist you. I was... inspired to come to your aid when you arrived in this world. You might be confused, but do not be afraid. It is normal to... This world? Zallen cut in. Please, allow me to... What do you mean, this world? Rep cleared his throat self-consciously. You are not in the world you were born in, Rep explained. Yeah, right. This isn't a new world, Zallen spat with confidence. Just tell me where I am, and... Rep's eyes widened in annoyance, and he displayed his hand in front of him with such force that Zallen stopped mid-sentence. They stared at each other for an awkward moment. Then out of the palm of Rep's hand sprouted a small flame the size of a baseball. Zallen stared in astonishment as the flame danced in Rep's hand with no sign that Rep was in pain. Rep let the flame sit for a few seconds more as Zallen slowly twisted his neck in confusion before Rep closed his hand, snuffing out the flame. Zallen swallowed in embarrassment, trying to think of something to say as he watched the small wisp of smoke dissipate above Rep's hand. He was too stubborn to admit he was seeing anything otherworldly. You are in a new world, Rep offered. I am here to assist you. You're a magician, Zallen said with a snide smile, pointing with his good hand as soon as he came to the conclusion. Dear Lord, Rep whispered, closing his eyes to keep his composure. The flame striker was not enough of a shock in this new world? Not if you're a magician, Zallen replied confidently, though in his heart he knew that even that sounded outlandish. Depp grunted in exasperation, crossing his arms and looking to the ground in consternation. He snapped up when a new idea came to mind. Very well. Try and recall what you were doing before you were here. What was your previous day like? Well, I was hanging out at my place. Just, hanging out. And my cousin Asher came by, and I was going to go visit my mom. Zallen trailed at the mention of his mother, his thoughts immediately clouding. A hollow sensation ate his stomach, and the memory twisted a knife in his mind.
Rep waited for him to continue for a few moments, then continued when Zalin offered nothing more. I do not know what to tell you. Your mother is not around, Zalin, Rep said. Don't say that, Zalin snapped angrily. Rep put up his hands in a gesture of peace. I apologize. I only want to be clear that you are in a new world. Do me a favor and continue to walk so we may reach the guild faster, Rep said, taking a step forward, but Zalin remained immobile. I don't know why I should listen to you. You won't even tell me where I am, Zalin said, his eyes revealing more confusion than defiance. Rep's face turned from urgent annoyance to soft and comforting. I see you are scared of your new surroundings. This may help you understand. Tap your fingers like this, Rep said, tapping his index finger against his thumb 3 times. What is this? The next part in your magician act where you… What the… A black spot appeared on the lower end of his arm. He flipped his arm up and stared in shock at his wrist, which was now populating itself with text written in ink, as though an invisible calligrapher was writing onto the canvas of his upper arm. Level 1. Strength 1. Wisdom 1. Experience 9. Element none. Zalin stared in disbelief at the text for a second, then spent the next moment trying to wipe it away with his free hand. After a few seconds, he was relieved to see it disappear on its own. He continued to look at his now clear wrist, then looked back up to Rep. What just happened? Zalin asked. You checked your abilities, Rep answered matter-of-factly. Zalin tapped his fingers together again and saw the information appear once more. He shook his head. What did you do to me? Zalin asked, curious. Rep paused, seeming to pivot his words mid-thought. I am only trying to get you to understand where you are. Oraton, Rep explained calmly. That's it. I'm not getting anywhere with you. Zalin threw his hands up and looked around, Rep waiting with an increasing feeling of annoyance. I'll ask someone smarter than you. Very well, Rep shrugged. Zalin scoffed and looked for someone, but was quickly distracted by the town that surrounded him. The town itself was of modest size, surrounded by walls on all sides, except for the portion on the far end that neighbored the sea. Every building he could see looked to be made of wood, either set together or molded in strange shapes, as if a few beams grew spontaneously into buildings. The streets were made of stone laid together, and everything seemed to be covered in dirt. He looked up and down different roads, teeming with the life of the city. Dozens of people traveled between shops, bargaining, and, in general, brought life to the area. Zalin realized that they all wore odd clothes, like they were in a medieval fair, and had weapons to match. Most walked around with swords at their hips, no one taking note of Zalin analyzing each one of them as they passed. Some stray animals scrounged for scraps, scampering between stalls that would shoo them away. Zalin discovered that street signs were hand-carved, most having images of things like meat and weapons, with the rare addition of something in English to supplement the symbol. He looked past Rep, who began folding his arms, and pointed to a passing old man with a bag of fruits slung over his back. Hey, you! Zalin demanded. What city is this? The man looked up, nonplussed. You do not know where you are? The man asked. Just answer the question, Zalin said. You're in Oraton, the man replied. And where is that? At the edge of the sea, a few hours' journey from the Cliffs of Shadow, and… No, what state is this? What country? Grieve, the man said, stunned at Zalin's words. He turned to Rep. Is he related to Captain McKittrick? Perhaps he has had a few too many visits with the mind of madness. Or is he with you? He is with me, Rep nodded apologetically. Zalin opened his mouth to say something more, but couldn't come up with anything. The confused man walked away, chuckling to himself. "Zalin, please," Rep pleaded. "How do you know my name?" Zalin asked. "I understand you are confused right now, but please listen. You are in a new world, currently in the town of Oriton. This realm is nothing like your previous world. The reason I know your name is that I am to be your guide. Just try and humor the idea for a moment. You are in a new world," Rep repeated. Zalin opened his mouth to counter, but rolled his eyes and decided to at least try. The sun looked the same, as did the people, albeit in strange clothes. But only now did he realize that he felt very different. His eyes weren't dry. His stomach wasn't perpetually upset. The physical exertion of his run and the creature he witnessed certainly wouldn't have existed in his own world. Most importantly, the pain that was in his heart before he went to sleep was somewhere buried deep, not taking over his every thought and movement. Perhaps this new world was a dream of some sort? He pinched himself, but the attempt to wake himself felt so tiny compared to the pain flaring from his twisted ankle and bloody hand. The dream world was potent, and he couldn't just will himself awake. "All right, say that I believe that I'm in a new world, hypothetically. How did I get here?" Zalin asked.
"I cannot say," Rep admitted, his voice low.
"Great. As soon as I start believing you, you run out of answers," Zalin said, annoyed. "Do you know how I can get back home?" he asked. "Perhaps there is an artifact that may send you back, but which artifact I would not know." Then Rep smiled. "But I do know someone much more knowledgeable than myself who may be able to assist us." He immediately led the way as Zalin followed. Zalin looked down at the wound on his knuckles, the open flesh stinging when in contact with the wind. It hurt in a way that felt like he wasn't in a dream world. But that was absurd. This would go away as soon as he woke up and was back home. He took a deep breath, ignoring the pain in his arm and leg, and decided to focus on moving forward instead. He would do whatever it took to wake up and get out. But to try and distract himself from the injuries, he tapped his index finger to his thumb and brought up the abilities on his forearm once more.
Chapter 4. Get in line.
"So, why isn't there a stat like health on my abilities list?" Zalin asked, raising his wrist to get a better look at the lost skin scabbing over on the knuckles of his right hand. "An interesting question. Do you have a health stat in your world?" Rep asked. "No, we don't have any stats where I'm from," Zalin replied. "So why are you expecting to see it here?" Rep asked, pointing to Zalin's wrist as the abilities faded away. "I just guess I've seen a more robust system in games I've played," Zalin admitted. "Games?" Rep inquired. "What about this elemental ability? What is that?" "Ah, that I can answer for you," Rep said, tapping his index finger to his thumb and revealing his own stats. He was level 3, and his elemental stat read as fire. He then snapped his fingers and sprouted a tiny flame on his thumb. You can approach an elemental creature and accept their challenge in order to gain their power. Then you can emit whatever power it grants. "You mean I can have a fire power?" Zalin asked, interested. "Not just fire. There are many elemental powers to be found in the world. Fire, wind, water, earth, plant, shadow, and more that are either rare or we are yet to discover." "Can I get multiple powers?" Zalin asked. "Well, you certainly can achieve multiple powers, but the challenges placed forth by the elementals are normally fairly difficult, and you might find yourself satisfied after having achieved just one. And as you called yourself my guide, what does that mean in this world?" Rep took the next few steps in silence. Rep, Zallen prodded. It is not a title in this realm. It is what I have decided to call myself, Rep answered quickly. Why? Because I am willing to guide you back to your home. Well, as my guide, will you take me to get one of these powers if I ask you to? Zallen asked. Rep smiled, happy to see Zallen taking the world more seriously. It is difficult to search for elementals, but I will do my best to find one for you to have your own power, Rep promised. Zallen smiled at the thought, then remembered this might all be some strange dream, as much as he felt he was awake. What would be the point of a power that would disappear when he woke up? If only he could figure out how to wake up. He thought back to his plans to visit his mom, and a wave of cold guilt washed over his heart. He ran a hand lightly through his hair. I'd actually rather just go home, to be honest, Zallen admitted. Very well. The first step requires you to go in there. Rep nodded his head to a building standing before them. Zallen looked up at the sign hanging above the door and saw no words, only an intricate insignia of a tornado emitting flames, a pillar of light, and lightning. Just in there? Zallen asked, looking back at Rep. You want me to go alone? Oh, I suppose I could lead you in. I was going to follow after you, but leading is fine. Rep walked in step with Zallen and opened the door for him. Zallen took a hesitant step forward and looked over the bunks set up around the large room, a table seated in the center, and another room leading into a hall on the other side of the room. The wooden walls were bare, and the only light was that which bled in through windows and the open door. Zallen looked around for anyone inside the place, then back to Rep. Where's the person who's supposed to get me out of here? Zallen asked. What? Rep looked confused for a moment, then blinked in recognition. Oh, no, this is the guild. You need to sleep and rest to heal your arm and leg. Why? Rep looked down at Zallen's bleeding fist with concern, then back up to him with a queasy grin. Why not? Rep asked. None of this will matter once I wake up back in my own world, right? Neither of us know the answer to that, Rep said, shifting uncomfortably as another drop of blood fled Zallen's fingers. Fine. How about we cover it up with some bandages real quick and then head back out, Zallen offered. No, absolutely not, Rep said, disturbed. Just go lie down and rest. I'm not even tired. This is not about being tired. It is about resting to heal yourself, Rep said. That'll take way too long. This won't even matter when I'm gone, Zallen protested. Lie down, or I will not tell you how to get to Madam. To the person of interest, Rep quickly corrected himself. Zallen rolled his eyes, frowning, but ultimately decided to listen to Rep and lie down on a cot. It was a thin bed and rather uncomfortable to lie down on. Despite this, Zallen found himself dozing in the moments after he was laid flat, as though the exhaustion of the earlier battle caught up to him all at once and swept him with their collective fatigue. Zallen started to wonder what the implications were of falling asleep if he was already slumbering in a dream world, but quickly felt his mind drifting before he had the chance to think the idea to its completion. As was the case for many days now, he fell asleep with a frown on his face. Zallen's eyes shot open what felt like a moment later, and he sat up in the bed, ducking under the bunk above him. Rep was sitting at the table in the center of the room, playing idly with a tiny flame he was struggling to maintain at the tip of what was left of the sword that had been broken by the flame striker. Zallen noticed that Rep looked fine, like he wasn't kicked by a giant flaming wolf less than an hour ago. Zallen looked down at his own fingers and saw they were completely healed, devoid of any wounds or scabs. He rolled his ankles slowly and determined it was also fully healed. He was fully refreshed. "What the?" Zalin murmured. "Feeling better?" Rep asked, looking up from his sword and snuffing out the flame while sheathing the weapon. "I told you that all you needed was to rest. I got myself some rest as well." "How long have I been asleep?" Zalin asked, standing up and appreciating how he could stretch without pain. 3 minutes, perhaps 4, Rep shrugged, moving to the doorway. "You're messing with me, right?" Zalin said, quickly catching up. 3 minutes? "I see, you are disturbed. Is it faster in your world?" Rep asked. "No, it would have taken me, I don't know, like weeks or months before the scabs on my hand would have fully healed. I just sleep here and I'm all healed up?" Zalin asked, pointing to the beds as Rep opened the door outside. "Correct. You experienced something called the healing rest. A short slumber will be enough to heal all external wounds, so long as you rest in a safe place. It is different from regular sleep, dedicated only to healing oneself. You can treat this guild as your residence from now on. It is called the Journey House, named as such because we are a nomadic guild. Many in the guild are often out on a quest of some variety." "Cool," Zalin said, looking over his hands in the sunlight that was miraculously still overhead after he had slept. "What now? Take me to where I can go home?" "Indeed, we are not far from finding someone with a solution." Rep nodded his head forward, indicating to the small building with a line heading out the door, people patiently waiting on the far side of the road a few blocks away. A shadow passed over them as a man interrupted their line of sight. "Rep, is this someone looking to learn about artifacts from you? Or is this a new member of the guild?" The man stopped the two as they were emerging from the guild. "Perhaps not officially a member, but he is my guest in the guild. Zalin, this is Instructor Nold," Rep motioned to the man. Instructor Nold was a tall man wearing billowing robes. His deep brown eyes scanned Zalin curiously. He wore gloves over his hands that made it look like his knuckles were all incredibly swollen. Zalin saw that while the man was a bit older, he held himself like he had the full energy of youth within him. He was scrutinizing Zalin like he was a prized cow. It seemed like Nold wanted to poke at his bones and get a good look at him. There was an odd hunger in his eyes and smile that put Zalin off, and he almost wanted to take a step behind Rep to be out of his gaze. "Pleasure to meet you, Zalin." Nold held out his hand and grinned widely. "Sure," Zalin accepted the handshake, wincing slightly as Nold's hand squeezed like a vice grip. "Where do you come from?" Nold released his impressive grip, and Zalin resisted the urge to massage his hand. "Not from around here," Rep answered politely on his behalf. "Any good elementals around you? Any we haven't heard of, perhaps?" Nold asked, the hunger in his eyes almost ravenous. "Surely you have a power of your own if you've made an acquaintance to a member of Journey House." Zalin didn't know which question to answer. "I don't have any powers, and I don't know how to get any." "Oh," Nold said, his lips adjusting from a manic smile to a flat line. "I see. Have a good day, Zorlan." Nold quickly left, disinterested in continuing the conversation. Zalin looked at Rep for an explanation, and Rep shrugged. "Nold is a renowned instructor, but he does not wish to affiliate himself with any guild or institution. He operates on his own terms. He only wishes to train those who are powerful and have elemental powers of their own," Rep said. "Really wants to make a name for himself?" Zalin asked, watching as Nold's robes danced in a wind that Zalin didn't feel as he walked away. "I think he already has. Anyone he has instructed has gone on to travel the world, no longer needing to have a quiet life in their hometown. They go off and experience grand adventures, never to come back to our smaller town of slow life," Rep said, as he began leading the way to the building he indicated earlier, with the long line of people. How do you know they don't just die when they leave, and that's why they're never heard of again? Zallen asked. Because they are far too powerful to disappear without a trace, Rep shrugged. Seems a little eager to find people with elemental power, Zallen noted. It is unsurprising. I suspect he is looking for a protégé to train for an upcoming tournament, Rep explained. Sure, whatever, Zallen said, ultimately deciding he didn't actually care that much about this man when he just wanted to get out of the dream world. Rep and Zallen made their way to the modest building, Zallen continuing to marvel at the fact he could put his full weight on both of his legs so soon. Rep and Zallen stood at the back of the line, Zallen craning his neck to count the dozens of people ahead of them. Is it always like this? He asked, annoyed. No, actually, Rep noted, taking in the scene himself. She does not usually have more than 10 or so at a time. She's got a constant stream of people to see her, and all she does is give advice, Zallen asked, surprised. You make it sound like such an insignificant thing. People have come from the edges of the land and beyond just to have an audience with her. Some people travel months only to confirm something they heard that she said second-hand, Rep explained. Yeah, well, I'm not some people, Zallen murmured. Then be grateful that you are already in the same town. Zallen was going to say that it wasn't like he had a choice in the matter, but decided to shrug it off, and instead took further note of the types of people in line. Some were farmers, others new parents with infant children, and a few were armed warriors.
In the group he saw exiting the building looked greatly satisfied, quickly discussing what advice they received and how to best utilize it. Is this all it takes to get a chance to speak with her? Just stand in line? Zallen asked. Certainly. There is an optional fee, which we will be paying, but one only needs to wait patiently in order to see her, Rep said, pulling out a bronze coin and flipping it in the air. A group of merchants stood in place behind Rep and Zallen, followed by a group of teens behind them, extending the line further. Have you any idea why the line to Madame Hikmah is rather long today? A merchant asked. His mouth was engulfed by his mustache. I do not, Rep replied. She will be off soon is why. The skinny man in front of Rep and Zallen turned back when he heard the conversation begin. She is going to attend the Elemental Rage tournament to judge and offer the prizes. Her travels are to begin in the coming week, and we are not certain how long we will be missing our well of knowledge. Ah, the tournament is that soon, is it? Rep said eagerly, nodding his thanks to the man. If you had any elemental power, I would recommend you participate in it yourself, Rep said confidently to Zallen. Zallen smiled weakly. His pleasant smile made it obvious to Zallen that Rep was the one that was enthused about the tournament more than he cared for Zallen to participate. No thanks. I can't say I care too much about the ongoings of this place, Zallen admitted as politely as he could. Rep closed his eyes in acceptance, trying to keep himself patient. I was only trying to give you the context of the conversation. What would you rather we speak about while waiting in this line? Rep asked as they took a step forward. Zallen suddenly felt ashamed, but quickly recovered. What was with the fire striker thing? And how were you able to stop the explosion from exploding under me? The flame striker, Rep corrected, was probably prowling the outskirts of Oriton, looking for something to hunt as a plaything. They are often found closer to volcanoes, but occasionally will come out this far when not stimulated enough in their own homes. The explosion redirection was a work of my elemental ability. I have been working on changing the direction of the flame for a while, but I am only level 3, so I was mostly unsuccessful. Seemed pretty successful to me, seeing as you saved my life, Zallen said sheepishly. Except that you lost your eyebrows, Rep smiled.
Zalin immediately went to feel above his eyes and was pleased to feel they were still there, just like he left them. Then they drew together in confusion. "I didn't?" Zalin asked, puzzled. "You did. They grew back when you rested in the guild," Rep answered. Zalin raised his eyebrows in surprise, which amused Rep. They stood for a few seconds of silence, taking in the musings and gossip of those in line around them. But before Zalin could catch a thread of conversation enough to follow it, Rep cleared his throat and tilted his head at Zalin. "What? What else do you wish to talk about while in line?" Rep asked. How do you know my name?" Zalin asked. "Miraculous means." "Do you want to elaborate on that?" "Not particularly." Rep's eyes turned away from Zalin. "Okay, then I guess I don't really have anything I want to talk about," Zalin said. "Not an option," Rep replied. "Yeah, why not?" Zalin challenged. "I do not react well when left to dwell with nothing but my thoughts," Rep answered simply. Zalin's eyebrows furrowed. Rep looked perfectly normal to him, standing tall and able to speak to those around him without much anxiety. He wondered whether there was actually any truth to what he was saying.
He had an inkling of a feeling that Rep was actually describing Zalin being in a state where being left alone with his thoughts was dangerous. Maybe Rep wanted to be polite and pretend that the issue was his alone. Zalin had no idea why Rep would know something of that nature and decided to drop the thought, knowing it was way too much of a leap in logic. He decided instead to just ask a question so that Rep wouldn't try and keep getting a conversation out of him. "All right, fine. So, what's this lady's name?" Zalin asked, putting his hands in his pockets. He was uncomfortable with the fact they were empty, missing his phone. He then remembered and was made even more unpleasant by the idea that he didn't know how he got into the clothes he was wearing. "Her name is Madame Hikma, and we should address her as such," Rep replied. "Because she requires us to?" "No. She was never one for honorifics. But the people refer to her as such as a token of respect. It is not a particularly lofty name, so I hope you will not oppose referring to her as such." "Sure, I was just curious. What kind of problems do people normally go to see her with?" Zalin asked. "All manner of things." Rep displayed his palms as if to present the world. "But what kind of things specifically?" Zalin asked. Rep hesitated, his open palms slowly clenching in embarrassment. You could ask several people yourself," Rep suggested, after being unable to think of any examples offhand. He tilted his head to the men behind them in line. Zalin raised an eyebrow, aware that Rep was too nervous to ask the question himself. "Hey, you," Zalin nodded to the man with the mustache, whose hair bristled by the curtness with which Zalin got his attention. "What are you going to ask her?" "I have come to ask what kind of wares to sell in the next town over," he answered. "Wares? You're going to ask her about economics? She doesn't just stick to general life advice?" Zalin asked him. "I think it is very imperative life advice," the merchant shrugged. "Is she a merchant herself?" Zalin asked, taking a step forward in line. "No, what makes you say that?" the merchant asked, curious. "Then how would she even know about wares to sell? What idea does she have on economics?" Zalin challenged. "See for yourself." The merchant's mustache shook with the force at which he said the phrase. Zalin turned to look at the length of the line as he continued. "She deals with many different people across the land every day. She listens, and she makes deductions. Without telling me what the problems the people have, she will tell me about what wares would be best to better their lives. And that which will better their lives will be something they will be willing to pay good money. She is a very knowledgeable woman in many fields." "I don't get it. How does listening to people's problems make her a good person to ask about sales?" Zalin further inquired.
Say the days are getting longer, and people come to ask how they can increase their strength throughout the day. She might tell them that because the days are longer, they should be consuming more water to remain strong. She would tell me that there might be more demand for water skins in my area, the merchant explained. So it's like a grift? This is how she makes money, by selling information like that to others? Zalin asked, raising a skeptical eyebrow to representative. If you knew just how foolish that statement was, you never would have dared to say it. Madam Hikmah does everything for free, but she keeps her eye on the best way to keep her people healthy. Do you see how my asking for advice is possible now? The merchant asked. Zalin continued to look at the line as the group at the front entered, gaining a new appreciation for the power that this line had. He found it incredible. A community that this one woman had built around her, and seemingly as a free excursion for those just looking for answers. It reminded him of the generosity of his mother. She worked in medicine. She would often work to heal those that couldn't afford normal doctors. The thought put a pang through his heart and caused a frown to form where he was amazed only a moment before. Zalin, Rep said, bringing him back with a nudge of his shoulder. He asked you a question. Zalin pushed his thoughts away and looked back to the merchant. Right, yeah, thank you, Zalin said, hoping it was an appropriate answer to the question he'd already forgotten. What are you going to ask her? The merchant asked. I'm going to ask her how to get to a faraway land, Rep cut in, stammering. Zalin realized that it would be strange to say he did not know how to get home, but didn't think that would be an important point when this was all a dreamland anyway. He shrugged it off. She's familiar with all corners of the world. I am certain she will help, the merchant nodded, unconcerned by Rep answering on Zalin's behalf. They took another step forward in line, drawing closer to the answers Zalin anxiously sought to get home. Rep kept him at ease by keeping him and those around them entertained as he tried to keep a flame lit on the tip of his sword. At some point, Zalin grew bored of simply watching the flame Rep struggled to maintain and began fanning at it to put it out. Rep welcomed the additional challenge, and Zalin and others in line enjoyed the game for a few minutes. Rep wasn't very good at keeping the flame lit, but the ones around them in line were much more interested in why Rep's sword was broken. Subsequently, Zalin had to replay every detail of the Flame Striker battle and how he and Rep made it out alive, even though they were both severely underleveled. Soon they found themselves at the front of the line. Zalin looked back and noticed the line behind them was just as long as it had been when they entered it, constantly maintaining its length. Then, the door opened.
Madam Hikmah will see you now,
A small girl said, smiling at the two of them. Rep led the way, and Zalin took a deep breath and followed closely behind into the small building. Chapter 5. A Woman of Wisdom. The modest room they were led inside of had a long wooden table covered on all sides by varying stacks of books. Bookshelves covered the back wall, books scattered in all directions, presumably because they were often rearranged or grabbed for snippets of information. There was a set of seats on one end of the table to hold about 10 guests at a time, and on the other side sat an old woman, sitting with her back straight and a bowl of soup in front of her. Her eyes were two different colors, one green and the other a light blue. They somehow both looked natural on her face, but seemed to glitter with extraordinary intelligence. She dipped a spoon in and brought the broth to her lips, sipping silently and seeming to enjoy every drop. She looked as though she hadn't even noticed Rep and Zalin enter the room. Zalin looked over to Rep, who was gazing politely at the woman with an aura of respect. Zalin cleared his throat and decided to be the first to speak. Madam Hikmah, Zalin asked, both as a way of announcing himself and to confirm they were in the right place. Madam Hikmah looked up from her soup and nodded. She daintily placed the spoon back into the bowl and gently pushed the soup away from her. Zalin noticed it was half full and had a sinking feeling in his stomach that she had been trying to eat this same meal all day. The broth lacked any steam coming off the top and looked like it could be cold. She looked totally at ease, despite his suspicions, and glanced attentively between Rep and Zalin. "I have brought something as a token of gratitude for you seeing us." Rep took a step forward and placed it atop a small pile of growing coins on one end. Zalin blinked as he noticed it. When he walked in, everything just looked like books, including the pile of money. He wondered how much money had accrued in this one day between the gold, silver, and bronze coins in the pile. Zalin imagined it must have been a small fortune. She didn't even look at it. "I am honored." Madame Hikmah smiled at Rep with such sincerity that Zalin secretly wished he had received the kind word instead. "Please, sit. Excuse me one moment, as there is a matter I must attend to momentarily," she said to the two young men, sounding genuinely apologetic. "It's fine," Zalin said immediately, feeling embarrassed to have to impose on this woman. "Thank you." Madame Hikmah looked past them and called out for someone. "Sholu, would you be a dear and come here?" The little girl that led the two associates inside rushed to Madame Hikmah's side as Rep and Zalin sat down across from her. "Take these funds and purchase a few days' worth of meals for the Taldana family. Little Radad was just born, and they will be happy not to be inundated with menial things like preparing a meal when the little one will want to take so much of their time. And give them the rest of the money as a gift, from the people of Oriton. Try not to tell them it is from me," Madame Hikmah instructed the girl. "Of course, madam," Sholu nodded, immediately going to dump the pile of coins in a bag she slung over her shoulder. "And keep a gold coin for yourself," Madame Hikmah decided. "Thank you, madam," Sholu said, smiling as she pocketed one coin and moved to the doorway. She stopped just shy of heading out. "Is there anything else I can do for you before I leave?" "No, thank you, dear. You have been wonderful," Madame Hikmah smiled. Sholu smiled wider than she did when she received payment, then ran out the door. "Thank you for your patience." Madame Hikmah looked at Zalin, and he instinctively looked away from her maternal affection. "Thank you for seeing us," Rep said. "How are you feeling?" "Much older than I should be," Madame Hikmah tilted her head to one side playfully. "Did you ever discover the nature of the artifact you asked me about, Rep?" Rep's body went tight, his eyes immediately targeting the legs of his chair.
He bit the inside of his lip lightly. Zalin looked at Rep with interest, wondering what she was asking about that made him so nervous. "Very well. No need to dwell on the topic. What have you come for?" Madame Hikmah said sweetly. Rep sighed in relief, and Zalin's lip twitched in disappointment. "We are hoping you can aid us with some of your wisdom." "I will assist if I am able," she said modestly. Rep looked bashful, suddenly too embarrassed to ask any further questions, and instead looked to Zalin. Zalin shook his head slightly and mouthed at Rep to continue. Rep's eyes widened as he shook his head. They both felt like they were wasting Madame Hikmah's time, despite her graciousness. "Rep, if I may ask your friend's name, perhaps," Madame Hikmah said with patience, breaking the tension and easing the conversation forward. Rep coughed, his voice caught in his throat. "I'm Zalin," Zalin followed. "Zalin, you are not from around here." Madame Hikmah was looking deep into his eyes. "I'm not," Zalin agreed, shrinking into his seat. "That's actually why I'm here. I'm trying to find a way home." "Your home is not of this world," Madame Hikmah nodded to herself, turning to pull a seemingly random book from a shelf behind her. She flipped it open and read quickly, then looked back up at Zalin, who sat stunned. "You can tell?" Zalin said, wondering what made it so obvious. Madame Hikmah simply shrugged, as if to suggest that she had stumbled on the answer as a guess more than anything.
Zalin felt more encouraged by Madame Hikmah and scooted further ahead in his seat. "Do you know how I got here?" Zalin asked. Madame Hikmah scrutinized his face to the point that Zalin felt she was reading something in his soul. She closed her eyes and breathed in deeply. "You seem to be in a very difficult situation," she said. "Yeah, I'm trying to find a way home," Zalin said, then gestured to Rep. "We have no idea where to begin."
I see." Madame Hikmah found herself reading the book in front of her for answers. She flipped through 5 pages, quickly absorbing information on the page before each turn. Then she snapped the book shut and added it to a stack ahead of her. "Your solution is clear. You must accept." Zalin looked to Rep, who looked back and shrugged with a confused frown. "What?" Zalin said. "I told you this would be very difficult," Madame Hikmah said sagely. "What are you saying? Like I should accept this new world? I'm not going to live here. I'm not even sure this world is real. I have something I need to do back home," Zalin said. "That is the solution," Madame Hikmah assured him. "Well, it doesn't mean anything. It's not a good solution. Give me another one," Zalin snapped. "Zalin," Rep warned, "there is another way. You may decide to overcome the 5 monsters of the mindscape," Madame Hikmah said. "That sounds rather difficult," Rep said, unsure. "Who are they?" Zalin asked. "The 5 are not for me to say. It is best for you to discover yourself and overcome them in your own way," Madame Hikmah replied. Zalin's earlier abashedness had fled, rushed away by his mounting frustration. He groaned, rocking his chair back and forth. How could she have the answers but not want to give them to him? "People line up to get non-answers from you?" Zalin cracked flippantly. "Do not speak to her like that," Rep said, standing from his chair suddenly. "I apologize I could not be of more assistance," Madame Hikmah said sorrowfully, lowering her head. Zalin's frustration was overwhelmed by his shame. He slouched back in his chair, the fire having left his speech. Madame Hikmah looked genuinely upset that she couldn't be of service. "Sorry, I didn't mean that," Zalin sighed. Rep watched him and sat back down, then turned to Madame Hikmah. "Is there anything that we can search for, perhaps? Maybe we are asking the wrong questions." "Is there an artifact that would assist in getting someone home?" Rep ventured. Madame Hikmah looked back up. "An artifact to get you home?" she asked, a wonder creeping into her voice. "Yes, indeed. I know of such an artifact. The Homeseeker. A golden cube artifact with black corners. All who touch it while it is active are sent to their homes. Though the one that activated the Homeseeker will be the one to retain it after use." "Okay, perfect. Something practical. Where is the Homeseeker?" Zalin asked, sitting straight with excitement. "It lies at the top of the castle of Dokran that was once brimming with life. It is now prowling with creatures of all forms, some monsters, some mind manipulators, and there are rumors of a full-grown dragon having taken residence within," Madame Hikmah said with caution. "Great!" Zalin said excitedly. Rep raised a hand to try and pull back Zalin's enthusiasm. "Perhaps there is something easier for us to pursue. Zalin is only at level 1, and I am not much higher myself." Zalin scoffed, not thinking much of the levels of this world, especially if it was all some dreamlike state. He considered that with enough willpower, he might be able to overcome anything here. Maybe activate some lucid dreaming and just get past whatever blocked their way until he made his way out. "I'm satisfied with the Homeseeker thing. I don't need other ideas if that's my way out," Zalin said. "Be forewarned that dragons cannot be easily defeated by any physical means, unless also attacked by elemental powers. If you want the Homeseeker, then you must gain an elemental power," Madame Hikmah said.
Or I could just have Rep do all the fighting for me, Zalin said wryly. I am not fighting a dragon alone, Rep answered immediately. Fine, we'll go get me an elemental power. How do I do that? Zalin said, turning back to Madame Hikma. You must find an elemental and accept its challenge.
Succeed, and it will grant you its power, Madame Hikma explained. Can we just go to the one you got your power from? Zalin asked Rep. Indeed, Rep nodded. It was only a 6-month journey each way. Zalin stared at him for a few silent seconds, then shifted back to Madame Hikma. What about you? Are you familiar with any closer elementals I can challenge? Zalin asked desperately. I do not know, Madame Hikma shook her head. But you are welcome to read the elemental portions of my library to find anything of interest. She pointed across the room to a bookshelf filled to the brim with books of all sizes and quality. There were dozens, maybe 100. Zalin looked at the bookshelf and sighed. He figured even if he had to read every single book, it would be faster than a year-long journey if he could find a much closer elemental creature. Do we have to stay here to finish reading? Zalin asked. You are welcome to borrow them all. I just ask that you bring them back, Madame Hikma said. Zalin nodded in appreciation. We thank you for your generosity, Madame Hikma, but I do not think these will be of any assistance, Rep answered sadly. What? Why not? Zalin asked. I had a whole month to learn reading, but I have not gotten past simple memorization of the letters and a handful of words. I may be able to sound things out, but it will be much faster to go to the fire elemental atop the volcano than to read so much. And I doubt Zalin had the privilege to learn how to read, Rep said, directing the answer to Madame Hikma rather than Zalin. What? Rep, I can read fine, Zalin answered. Oh. Rep looked at the bookshelf, then to Zalin, back to the bookshelf, then at the floor in embarrassment. We thank you for your generosity, Madame Hikma. And your time, Zalin added. Thank you for the kind words, Zalin and Rep, Madame Hikma said, nodding to them both. Do let me know if you find anything of interest.
Those books are years old, and I wonder if they contain anything worthwhile in them anymore.
Chapter 6. Elementals Rep and Zalin splayed out the books on the table in the center of Journey House, having been asked to leave Madame Hikma's place as most people asking for advice went looking for privacy. It took a few trips, but Zalin and Rep were able to gather all the books on the table in the guild and sat across from one another looking down at the books with mild disdain. Neither made the first move to crack one open. We could always simply go to the volcano, Rep murmured. I'm not running around for 6 months if there's anything that can get me out of here in weeks. Plus, what if it isn't even there? Do elementals never move? Zalin asked. They move occasionally, and always cause a large disaster when they do. The volcano would have certainly erupted had the elemental migrated elsewhere, Rep explained, then continued to try and convince Zalin. The challenge is simple. You need only climb the volcano, and I have already done it once before. And fire is an excellent element. Absolutely essential if you want to start a fire while on a journey. Look, we can knock all these books out in 2 weeks if we spend all our time reading them. If we don't get anything out of them, then we go to the volcano. A 6-month journey, Zalin shuddered. Rep looked back down at all the books and bit the inside of his lip. Very well, Rep sighed and slouched in his seat. Zalin leaned forward and grabbed the first book, Rep reluctantly grabbing the thinnest book in the pile. As Zalin skimmed over the information, he was quickly interrupted by Rep, who loudly had to sound out words in order to define them. Zalin looked up at Rep and saw the concentration he put into the page, his face straining as he pieced together words and said full sentences once he was able to put it together. Zalin was originally going to say something about how Rep was distracting, but realized just how grateful he should be to Rep for assisting him
when it was clearly so difficult.
Rob was guiding him for what seemed like absolutely no reason, and was putting so much effort in helping him get home. Zalin did his best to ignore Rep, and traced a finger over the page to help himself better concentrate on the words in his own book. Elementals were apparently ghost-like creatures. In the few illustrations available, they were always floating above humans, wearing robes of fire, sand, or clouds, depending on their elemental nature. They were very mysterious, and rarely, if ever, lived in places easy for humans to reach. Most of them would simply issue a challenge, and then leave the challenger to try to achieve it. Challenges could be something like swimming across a raging river or withstanding a tornado. Other challenges required months or years of waiting for the right opportunity, like starting a fire during a total eclipse. Rep informed Zalin that the elemental he received his power from appeared at the foot of the volcano, issued the challenge, then disappeared until he reached the top. Elementals were also stingy when it came to granting any powers to anyone that already had a power within them. The determination of someone's worthiness was not the same between someone with no powers and someone with one power. The challenge they would offer became exponentially more difficult for every elemental power the individual had already earned. The example given in the text Zalin was reading said that a man with 3 elemental powers was once asked by a water elemental to empty out an entire lake of water using nothing but a bucket. When Zalin asked Rep for any further examples, Rep said that he heard of the fire elemental he earned his power from changed the circumstances of the challenge when someone with an earth power accepted its challenge. They still had to climb the volcano, but it erupted on their way up. Elemental powers were poorly documented. Rek explained that it wasn't uncommon to find people in the world with elemental powers, but it was so rare for any of them to sit down and document their specific abilities. Literacy was not a priority for most in the world, so most information was passed orally. There were easy ones like fire elementals, which could manipulate fire, and water elementals, which could manipulate water of many sizes depending on their level. But then there were mentions of bright elementals, with no indication of the kind of power they imbued others with. Fire was the most common by far, all books mentioning the elemental that Rep said resided at the volcano. It seemed to have not moved from its place for years, and anyone in search of their first elemental power often went to get fire for the simplicity of its whereabouts and challenge. Zalin began organizing the books, depending on whether they mentioned anything to do with the elemental's location. But every time he asked Rep about a certain place, he would find the journey would take months at the least. Rep sighed loudly as he set down the first book. It was only about 50 pages long, but it had taken him hours. Zalin had spent so much time skimming and organizing the books that he barely finished 3 books in that time. He felt woefully unsuccessful and could see Rep share his thoughts. "You already read all of that?" Rep balked at the 3 books next to Zalin. "Yeah, they weren't very long," Zalin shrugged. "What have you found?" Rep tapped his fingers on the table, dreading the idea of opening another book to read at his slow pace. "Not much," Zalin admitted, rubbing his eyes. "Fire elementals are the most common out there, but there are some that have been seen that have yet to give powers like the bright elemental. That one sounds amazing. It's lodged in my brain as something I really want to see." Air elementals also sound pretty cool. Do you think they would give me the ability to fly? I think we have an air elemental-powered individual in this very guild, but he is a lower level, so I do not think his elemental power would be too strong. Last I saw him, he was nowhere near the ability of flight, Rep replied. I also read something about becoming an ascended being. If you get 5 different elemental powers, you become ascended and can interact with elementals. Any idea what that's about? Zalin asked. Likely something of legends. Anyone can interact with elementals and receive challenges.
and I think it is impossible to have 5 different powers. The challenges become more difficult with every one acquired. I do not think even the most powerful individuals have more than 3 at once. What did you find? Zalan asked, nodding to the small book. This is just the tale of an elemental bringing a storm to the once large city of Zargon. The storm it brought was so intense that it drove out all of the residents, and those that remained were never heard from again. The story is quite sickening. The elemental came from the sky suddenly and said it thirsted for blood, then immediately set the storm upon them. Wind, rain, and lightning of never-before-seen extremes terrified the people and killed many. Quite the harrowing tale, but otherwise provided nothing of interest, Rep explained. Wow, I didn't realize they could single-handedly clear out a city. Can people not fight elementals? Zalan asked. I do not believe so. I have never heard of someone dealing damage to an elemental, Rep replied. What a legend. How long ago was this? Zalan asked. Not too much of a legend. This was 30 years ago, according to the manuscript. Rep tapped the book. That's all? And where's the city? Zalan asked. About a 2 days' journey in the desert. It would be much faster if we could afford a horse. It is in the middle of nowhere.
There are no paths leading to or away from the city, as they were left to fade away after the elemental incident. Travelers know well to avoid Zagon, venturing around it rather than through it, Rep answered.
Oh, awesome! Can you take me there? Zalan asked. Rep sat up sharply, confusion on his face. Why? Couldn't the elemental still be there? Zalan asked. The bloodthirsty one? The one that destroyed an entire civilization on a whim? Rep reminded. Yeah, it drove people away. But you said it yourself that elementals don't tend to drift from place to place. It probably settled into its new home by driving out the old residents, Zalan offered. Not just driving out, Rep said urgently. It killed many. The storm was deadly. Is there always a storm going on in Zagon? What if the storm settled down and it's safe now? Zalan asked. That does not matter when you are trying to confront the one that can conjure another storm, Rep countered. You said it's a 2-day trip. What if we just go check out the outskirts for a storm? If it's bad, then we'll come right back. Otherwise, we can go inside the city and investigate, and maybe take on a challenge, Zalan said. Rep regarded Zalan, biting the inside of his lip nervously. What if the challenge is too difficult? You are only at the first level, Rep said. Then we come back home. You said yourself that the elementals normally don't have a time limit to their challenges, Zalan said. I suppose you are confident you can withstand whatever cruel challenge the elemental can come up with. What if it is beyond your abilities? Rep asked. I think we'll be able to work it out. Besides, do you want to just go check out the city to investigate? Or would you rather spend the next week reading more things about elementals? Zalan said, with a coy smile. Rep looked at the pile of books in disgust and sighed. He continued to nibble on his lip, then breathed loudly and stood up. Fine, Rep intoned.
But you must listen to me closely once we are outside of the walls.
Of course, Zalan said, beaming as he stood. There can be any manner of monster out there, and I do not wish to repeat the disastrous fight that we had with the Flame Striker, Rep said. Yeah, I already agreed with you, Rep, Zalan said. And we must be smart about how we travel, Rep added. Yeah, okay, I got it, Zalan snapped. Can we get out there already? What? Rep asked, walking to the door and opening it wide. Zalan blinked as he noticed for the first time that it was night. They had been reading for a while, but he didn't notice the passage of time with the lanterns glowing consistently within the guild. He also wasn't sure if the days acted the same in the dream world as they did in reality. He looked out at the city walls
and saw the guards patrolling from the top with added numbers. "Are we not allowed to be outside the walls at night?" Zalan asked. "Not unless we are prepared," Rep nodded, taking a step outside the guild. "Right. Then where are we going?" Zalan asked, following Rep outside. "Look at you! You want to go outside the walls like that?" Rep indicated to Zalan's outfit. "What? Is it not the right fighting tunic or something?" Zalan asked, looking down at himself. "Ha!" Rep laughed. "Fighting tunic? No, not that. You still do not realize what you are missing? I need one myself." Rep was greatly amused by this line of questioning. Zalan was trying to get to the bottom of the puzzle, knowing he was missing something or Rep wouldn't have mentioned it. Zalan felt his pockets and again felt like he was missing his phone. That definitely wasn't the answer. He looked up and shrugged. "We are going to get you a sword," Rep grinned, pulling his broken blade from his sheath.
Chapter 7. A Tireless Swordsmith. Zalan absorbed the town as they walked by, surprised by the amount of people on the streets at sundown. There were lanterns and torches on every corner, keeping the city alight and bustling as people grabbed last-minute items or meals for home. People seemed to be in good spirits, which made Zalan wonder whether that was an intended look of the dream world, or if there were autonomous parts to it like the townspeople. They passed many butchers and equipment shops, and stopped in front of a building with a sword etched above the door. Inside, there was a continuous song of metal against metal. "Be sure to take your time and find a sword that feels right. The balance should make it feel like an extension of you more than just a simple weapon," Rep said, before they entered. "Take my time. Isn't it a little late?" Zalan pointed out. "Yes, but not when someone does not get tired," Rep said, stepping forward and opening the door for them. Zalan immediately felt the brisk air of the evening escape as he was enveloped by the warmth of the forge. A tall, large person sat in front of a pool of water they shielded their face from as they dipped a blazing hot sword within to cool off. Rep waited patiently while the swordsmith raised the sword and examined its continuity before looking up. "Welcome. Do you have something on order?" The voice was a woman's, and she approached the stone counter as she pulled the covering off her face. She waved her hand behind her, and all the flames in the shop went dead to Zalan's surprise. She stood tall, almost 2 heads taller than Zalan and Rep, and bore a bright smile and dark red cheeks accustomed to the heat of the forge. She looked like she could handle a sword, or perhaps single-handedly take on a flame striker. She wore a necklace of a rock that glowed bright red. "Nothing ordered, Junil, but we are looking for 2 swords," Rep said, placing— "I remember this blade. I made this special for you, Rep." "What did you do? Let a wagon ride over it?" Junil asked. Her face was scrunched, disappointed as she picked up the sword by the blade and inspected it. "No," Rep answered, embarrassed. "We got in a fight with a flame striker." "You and him?" Junil asked, regarding Zalan with a nod. "Yes," Rep answered. "Did you win?" Junil continued. Rep shrugged, not certain how to answer that. "It's dead," Zalan thought would be a good answer. "Well done," she said, her face exchanging the accusatory wrinkles for a smile. "Glad to see my equipment helping. What are you, level 6? She asked Zalan. Zalan shook his head and tapped his fingers to reveal his stats. Not even level 2. Defeating a flame striker is certainly something to be proud of in that case. Though, by the looks of your experience, I can see you did not do much in the battle, she said. Are you the one in need of the second sword? Yeah, Try this one. Junil thrust a hilt in his direction with such force that Zalan gasped and stepped back. He picked it up with care, and she frowned at him.
Have you never held a sword before?
I don't think so, Zalin shrugged.
She snatched the sword from him by the blade, to Zalin's surprise. Before he could say anything, she had another pointed at his chest, hilt first. How is this? I don't know. Zalin lifted it in the air to get a feel for the weight. In the meantime, Junil practically threw a sword at Rep, who yelped as he caught it. Do you have anything a mite heavier? Rep asked, holding his sword out to be pulled away as Junil ran to the back of the building and plucked two off the wall. Zalin tested the swing of the sword and had no idea if he was handling anything properly. Try these two, Junil said, passing the two to Rep, then running back to the wall again and grabbing a few more. Zalin shrugged to himself regarding his own sword, and Rep swung each sword with care and a trained stance. Zalin blinked as his sword was pulled away from him and exchanged with another in a moment. Zalin was amazed how Junil kept herself running around the room. She wasn't even panting, despite the unbearable warmth of the building. Hold that one straight up, Junil said, taking a step back to watch Zalin. Zalin was having a hard time keeping up with how many swords she had passed through his hands. He began extending his arm, but wasn't even halfway when Junil traded his sword for another. He stared at the new sword, keeping it held at the same height, and Junil pulled his arm up for him by the blade of the sword to fully extend his arm. Zalin stood tensely frozen, uncertain if any sudden move would cut this reckless swordmaster. How do you like this one? Good price. Fireproof, too. Junil blasted a stream of elemental flame at the sword, causing Zalin to startle and drop it. She caught it before it hit the floor and passed it back to him with a wink. You like it? I don't know, Zalin said, stunned. Sounds a lot better than a no. What say you, Rep? She looked over to him. I will have this one, Rep said, holding up a sword and allowing Junil to take the others and run around her shop to hang them on various walls. Again, Zalin couldn't help but notice how much energy she had to rush around like this, not showing any signs of slowing down. Are you happy with yours? Rep asked him, pulling out coins from his pocket. I guess so, Zalin weighed it in hand, feeling very unqualified. I told you to take your time. Do not mind the speed at which she works. She will work with you until you are satisfied with the blade, Rep assured him. I don't know what a good sword feels like, Zalin reminded him. Right, Rep considered, then shrugged and placed all the coins on the table. Junil ran over and scooped the bronze and silver coins into a box under the counter and smiled at them. She ran to another corner and tossed a sheath to Zalin. He fumbled, but caught it before it hit the floor. Come again if you need anything, but do not break my weapons so flagrantly next time. We will try, Rep said, with uncertainty, as he sheathed his blade. He waved goodbye and walked out. Thanks, Zalin said, struggling to sheath his weapon and follow. Come back soon, she said, immediately rushing to begin on her next weapon. As soon as the door closed behind them, Zalin turned to Rep. What time does she begin her work? Did she just start? Zalin asked. No, she has been here all day, Rep answered. Are you sure? How does she have so much energy? Zalin asked. The indefatigable iron, Rep replied immediately. Zalin waited for him to continue, but evidently it was a complete thought. What's that? Zalin prodded. It is an artifact that she wears upon her neck. It allows her to feel as though she has full energy, no matter how long she has been awake, Rep explained. That's amazing. Can I get one of those? Zalin asked, enthused. The image of him laying down and staring at a ceiling fan flashed through his mind. If he wasn't so tired, he could avoid such a sight ever again, even in this dream world. It is very dangerous, Rep shook his head. The benefit of being awake
is overshadowed by the sleep that you must take. As soon as you take the artifact off, you will be overtaken by all the fatigue of the day and have an uninterruptible sleep. Nothing will rouse you until you are back to full strength." "How long does that normally take?" Zalin asked. "At least 8 or 9 hours, sometimes more." "That just sounds like a good amount of sleep," Zalin shrugged. "No. Think about what it means to have a sleep that cannot be interrupted. If there is a fire, you would sleep through it.
If there is a thief, they will take the clothes off your back as you sleep in them. If there is any danger, you allow it to take you without a fight," Rep said. Oh. Zalin started to see the issues with the artifact. "You said it only happens when you take it off. What if you just leave it on?" "The human body cannot sustain being at full energy for very long. Wear it too long, and you will simply collapse dead," Rep replied. "Oh," Zalin said again. "Then why does she use it?" "Junil claims she enjoys being able to work at full capacity, but my suspicion is that she feels the need to overcompensate to compete with her father. Another swordsmith who gets most patrons in this city," Rep guessed. "Seems to have worked, if she was the first smith you took me to see." Rep smiled to himself, then turned away from Zalin quickly. He turned back to him, any hint of a smile wiped away. "Perhaps. I believe she is a master at her craft, but I fear she overworks herself and may injure herself in the long term." An odd tone in his voice indicated to Zalin that Rep had more thoughts he didn't want to share. As Zalin considered this, they turned sharply toward a shop. Rep rushed in, collecting foods that he wanted and making his way to the counter. Zalin caught up as Rep swiftly placed a small pile of meat and fruits in front of the owner. "Going outside the walls?" the shop owner asked. "First thing in the morning. Need enough for 4 days," Rep nodded, placing coins on the counter. You got enough coin for half of the items," the shop owner said. "That is all I have," Rep answered, embarrassed. "Then this is all you get," the owner said, placing his arm in the middle of the items and dragging about half of them away. Rep sighed and looked at Zalin with a wincing shrug. "This is all the money you have?" Zalin asked, and it suddenly occurred to him that Rep might not have something like a bank to store more money. "I can get easy jobs when we get back and gather more funds," Rep replied.
"Sure, but you're okay spending all the money you have on me?" Zalin asked, feeling very self-conscious. "It is hardly enough," Rep indicated to the food they'd get. Zalin couldn't tell if he was deliberately ignoring the main point of the question. "Will you be fine rationing food in a desert?" Rep asked. "Yeah, whatever gets me the elemental," Zalin said, deciding that taking money from Rep wouldn't matter in the long run. It was just a dream world. "You know of an elemental whose challenge involves food? Where is it? I can offer plenty of food." The shop owner leaned over the counter excitedly. Zalin and Rep replied with blank stares. "No elemental is requesting food?" the shop owner asked, somehow full of hope. "No," Zalin replied uncomfortably. "Challenges change all the time," the owner said. "Perhaps one in the future would like a supply of rations." Again, the man was met with blank stares. "Thank you for the food," Rep said awkwardly, gathering it all and leaving, Zalin close behind. "Let me know if you find a hungry elemental. I want a power of my own," the shop owner called a little too desperately as the door closed behind the two companions. "All right," Rep passed a piece of dry meat to Zalin. "All that remains is to sleep, and we can go beyond the walls at the crack of dawn." "What's this for?" Zalin asked, looking down at the food, wondering how it involved elemental powers. "Are you not hungry?" Rep asked, taking a bite of another piece of dry meat. "We have not eaten all day." "Oh, right," Zalin said, his stomach painfully making its emptiness known. Zalin tore off a huge bite. Somehow, he was disappointed that he still got hungry in his dream world. They returned back to Journey House and placed all the gear on the table in the center of the room to leave as soon as they awoke. Zalin made his way into bed, and despite its lack of comfort, felt sleepy immediately. He tried to retrace the day he had just blurred through. It all somehow started with a flame striker. No, even before then, it started with Ash visiting his apartment. It felt so long ago, so far away. Like Mom. He wished he could see her smile once more. She used to hug him tightly whenever he went to visit, but now he was so far away from visiting. Before he could dwell on that fact for too long, he quickly found himself overwhelmed by sleep, a frown on his face. Zalin woke up from a dreamless night. He wondered if he only slept for a few minutes like the first time he slept in the guild. The light that was bleeding through a crack in the front door to the guild made it clear that the sun was just rising, and he had taken a full night's sleep. So there was a definite difference between sleep and what Rep called a healing rest. Rep was up seconds later and nodded to Zalin in acknowledgement, ready to leave. "How come our sleep was so short the first time, but now I slept all night?" Zalin asked. "You need your sleep," Rep said, first confused. "Oh, you mean the healing rest. When you need to heal wounds, you sleep for a short period of time. But you will still grow tired. You need to sleep in order to feel awake and replenished for the day." "Sure," Zalin accepted. As planned, they immediately made their way to the gates of the town to be let out by an overnight guard. "You understand that once you are outside, there is no longer a guarantee of protection from the guards on the wall," the guard yawned. "Yes," Rep said, then nudged Zalin to agree as well. Zalin nodded. The gate opened, and they left the safety of the city to find the elemental, days away in the desert.
Chapter 8. Roaches. Zalin looked in wonder at the world beyond the walls, now that he had a time to appreciate it. The immediate area was sparsely populated by trees and bushes, mounds of sand in the distance, and perhaps even an oasis if he peered far enough. He couldn't see any animals in the immediate area, but there was plenty of evidence of things living just beyond the walls. Tiny prints and trails in all directions on the well-worn path they followed. Zalin suddenly looked back and realized that the flame striker's body had been cleared overnight. He began looking around at the mounds to see if there were any more flame strikers ready to begin hunting them. "Hey, Rep," Zalin asked, wary of his surroundings as they made their way across the hot plains. "Is level 3 a high level?" "Not at all. It is a rather low level." Rep shook his head. "Then was it easy to get an elemental? You said it was a 6-month journey. You were able to survive outside the walls for a while," Zalin pointed out. "Well, I did it much like you are," Rep explained. "What do you mean?" "I went with someone more experienced, Sir Kalile, back when he was still a part of the guild. He guided me and another, and taught me much of what I know today. I learned much of what I do about artifacts by asking him many questions about them. But I certainly would have died if I was alone during my journey to see the elemental. I was only level 2 at the time," Rep said. "Oh, that makes a lot of sense," Zalin said. "What do you mean?" Rep said, curious by Zalin's tone. "Well," Zalin tried to measure his words, "I don't exactly remember you having an easy time with the flame striker." "That is hardly fair," Rep said a little too quickly. "As if you had a much easier time." "Hey, I've never been in a fight before," Zalin noted, gesturing to himself innocently.
I'm just saying you haven't exactly made the strongest impression.
Yes, indeed. Well, flame strikers are not exactly simple creatures to face. We were both out of our element.
Sure, this definitely wasn't a case of you being weak, Zalin said sarcastically. I am serious, Rep insisted. I totally understand. Ah! Zalin jumped backward. He frantically slapped his arm at his side to pull out his sword erratically. What? What? Rep pulled his own sword out and ignited a flame in his other hand. What is it, Zalin? Those things! Zalin pointed further with his sword, taking a step back. Rep turned and took a closer look. Not far from them, less than 50 feet away, a small swarm of large insectoid creatures were gathered above a small hole in the ground. They looked like giant cockroaches, the size of large dogs. Zalin shuddered at them as they crawled over one another, their tall antennae twitching wildly. They had small, hairy legs and a lightly armored hide, as well as orange eyes and mandibles that were snapping frantically. The sickly orange eyes seemed mindless, searching in all directions. To Zalin's relief, none of them seemed to take notice of Rep or Zalin. "Excellent catch," Rep said excitedly. "Those are roaches." Oh God, Zalin swallowed nauseously. I hate cockroaches so much. These are so big. Burn them all. Not cockroaches, roaches, and I will not burn them. This is an excellent opportunity to fight your first creature with your sword, Rep said. I'm not touching those things, Zalin said firmly. You will not have to touch them. You only need to strike them with your sword. They are defeated quite easily. Zalin just stared at the roaches skitter over one another, inching away from them and trying to ignore all the little noises their hairy little feet made against the sand. Every little sound drove a shiver through his nerves. Zalin? Rep asked. Just burn them. I hate them so much, just looking at them. Zalin shuddered once more. Zalin, no, I think this is a good opportunity, Rep began. Rep, shoot fire at them, Zalin demanded. Very well, Rep said, smiling. Rep let out a tiny wisp of flame that licked the antennae of the roach closest to them. It snapped in their direction and began skittering in short bursts toward them, taking breaks every few feet. Zalin jumped away. Rep, you didn't kill it! Rep, Zalin said, flailing his sword in front of him as the roach closed the gap in its quick runs. Take aim, Zalin, Rep said, excited. Swing with full force, and it will die as soon as you strike it. Rep, kill it, Zalin shrieked. The roach was right in front of Zalin, in perfect distance for him to strike with his sword. The roach began to move, and Zalin roared in disgust and frustration and swung his sword straight down. He missed the roach's torso he was aiming for, but was able to strike at the leg, tearing it clean off. The roach let out a tiny, high-pitched squeal. Ah, Rep, I hate it! I hate the noise it makes and ah! The roach sprung forward in retaliation, only to be split in two by a decisive strike by Rep. Zalin was breathing hard, stepping away from the roach. Rep, Zalin snapped. This was good. Imagine if it had been a more dangerous beast. Now we know you are completely devoid of any talent with the sword, Rep said energetically, an encouraging smile on his face. That was awful, Zalin countered. Hardly, Rep waved away Zalin's complaint. You must learn to concentrate even when you are in a panicked state. Zalin understood the rationality, despite his heart running rampant against his chest. He breathed deeply and grit his teeth. Are there any other creatures we could practice on? Zalin asked uneasily. None, Rep assured him. These are the simplest.
You must have full control when fighting others. Imagine we have to face down another wandering flame striker. We are too far from the walls to be able to get help this time.
Zalin looked back at the nest of roaches. He shivered. I hate this. Fine. I hate it so much, Zalin murmured quickly. Don't let them touch me, but send them over. I'll learn how to destroy these things. Obliterate them. I don't think I'll ever be able to keep my composure around these things. That is fine by me, Rep said, sending out another small stream of flame to attract 2 roaches this time. That's too many, Zalin said immediately. Rep! Try and kill one on your own this time, Rep coached. The 2 roaches began to flank Zalin. He screamed and swung his sword wildly, splitting one of the creatures clean with a bilious crunch. Zalin recoiled at the sound, feeling sick. I got one! Ah, no! Zalin yelped, as the other one bit into his leg. The mandibles burned against his body, the roach aggressively gnawing at him. He screamed in disgust and kicked it away, then ran forward in anger and slashed shallowly at its torso. The cut wasn't deep enough to kill it, and Rep finished it off with a flame while it squealed at Zalin in protest. It got me, Zalin moaned, rolling up his pant leg. It's over, Rep. It got me good. Rep looked over with amusement. There wasn't even blood drawn by the bite. Hardly a mark was left by the roach. Zalin rubbed sand on the wound as if to disinfect the bite, rubbing until his skin went pink. Zalin, you are fine, Rep said, smiling. I hate them, Zalin grumbled. But you can kill one now, Rep encouraged. Yeah, I guess I can. Zalin stood straight with a hint of pride. He looked up and flinched when he saw the remaining roaches all turned toward him. What are they doing? You screamed considerably loudly when the roach bit you. I believe they have taken notice of us now, Rep said. Roll your pants back down. They will draw blood if they are able to strike skin directly. The remaining 10 roaches all began to move as one, each one skittering toward Rep and Zalin. Zalin quickly rolled his pants out and took a step away, fully disgusted. Can you burn them now? This is way too many, Zalin pleaded, struggling not to look away from the scene of the skittering feet racing toward them. We will be fine. Kick them away if they get too close, Rep said. I don't want to touch them. Then kill them with your sword first. Zalin glared at Rep, but only for a moment before he brought his full attention back to the roaches. They were upon the 2 of them now, and Rep kicked one toward Zalin, trying to get his companion to take on the entire nest of roaches. Zalin stabbed downward and was able to kill one immediately. He swung again and was able to slice another clean through, slashing the creature in 2. Breathing hard with raging glee as it became immobile, Zalin began moving faster. Every swing of his sword began to feel like an extension of his arm. He missed a few swings, but Rep continued to encourage him no matter how badly he missed. But just as he was feeling confident in his abilities, he was bitten on both shins and fell backward, his sword dropping away from his grasp. Zalin, Rep called, concerned. Rep, burn them all. Burn me. Get them off. Zalin was flailing, each swing of his arms or legs bashing another creature that brought him such visceral disgust. I cannot burn them. They are too close to you, Rep said urgently. Then do something. Zalin saw the hair of a roach's legs stomp down right in front of his head. He turned with wide eyes to see mandibles snap once in anticipation. Then the roach lurched forward. Zalin screamed as the creature bit into his forehead. Chapter 9. Desert Travel. Zalin flailed and managed to strike the roach's leg as it came down, throwing it off balance. The creature still managed to make glancing contact, and Zalin felt the appendages drag away skin, burning his face with unbearable pain. His eyes could only see the sickly orange eyes of the roach, as well as the antennae twitching with glee. Zalin punched powerfully into the abdomen of the creature, and it took a step back as it bore the pain, then stepped forward in order to get another bite. Rep smashed down with a flaming fist, destroying the roach with a frustrated grunt. "Sorry, I did not mean for you to—" Rep started apologizing. "Just help me up!" Zalin threw his hand up and was pulled to full height by Rep. Rep threw out a small wall of flame, sending the 7 remaining roaches skittering backward enough for Zalin to locate and retrieve his sword. Zalin looked at the small monsters with a vengeful bloodlust and ran toward them, sword held high. He stomped hard on the first one, a satisfying crunch under his feet as he swept the legs of the other 2 closest with his blade, removing their legs and watching them recoil in pain. Zalin continued his rampage until he had killed every remaining roach without any additional assistance from Rep. He breathed hard, kneeling down and trying to regain some energy after the battle. "Well done," Rep said meekly. Zalin didn't reply, only glanced up to Rep with an inscrutable look on his face. "I apologize, Zalin. They are normally not much of a threat. I did not believe they would do you any injury," Rep said. "How bad is it?" Zalin asked, gesturing to his forehead where the roach gnawed on his face. "It has drawn a small line of blood, but otherwise nothing that will be lasting," Rep assured him. Zalin lightly touched his forehead in skepticism. It felt a lot worse than it was. It was a very thin line, something like a thick paper cut.
"Like, if I sleep, this'll go away?" Zalin asked, hopeful. "When you sleep in the guild," Rep nodded. "In the guild? What about just sleeping out here?" Zalin looked around at the desert, the sun still high overhead. "You cannot. Physically, I mean. Healing rest does not work in wildlands. If the body is outside a safe area, you will not be able to restore yourself with the healing rest." "But it only takes 3 minutes," Zalin protested. "Only when you are in a place of safety can you fall asleep so quickly and remain asleep for such a short period of time. Try, if you must, but you will not be able to restore yourself with rest out here," Rep said apologetically. Zalin scoffed and took a few steps away from the slain roaches in order to lay down on soft, clean sand. As soon as he lay down, he knew Rep was right. He felt it inside him that the restful sleep he experienced yesterday was nowhere to be found out here. He sat up and looked at Rep, who nodded solemnly. "This might have been good to know before we came outside the walls," Zalin groaned, standing and wiping his forehead. He looked at his arm and assessed the small red streak of blood as not a serious concern. "I thought it would be obvious," Rep shrugged. "What part of any of this would have been obvious?" Zalin balked. "You forget. I do not know the inner workings of your world. Safe sleeping is taught to us as children long before I studied artifacts and combat in the guild. I thought everyone would know this," Rep suggested. "And how again did you learn that I was from another world?" Zalin followed up. "I was inspired." "That really doesn't answer the question." "Perhaps not to you, but it is the truth." Zalin sputtered, disappointed, and gestured forward for Rep to continue to lead the way to the lost city of Zagon. Rep instead began searching the dead roaches for something, kicking over their bodies and peering into open wounds. Zalin felt nauseous at the sight, wanting to avert his eyes. "What are you doing?" Zalin questioned. "I am searching for artifacts," Rep answered. "These things make artifacts inside them?" Zalin asked, appalled. In that moment, he decided he didn't want any artifacts, even the Homeseeker. "No," Rep chuckled, amused. "But it is common for roaches to eat artifacts they find, and I only wish to make sure we do not miss any within this nest." "When you say artifacts, do you mean like the iron necklace that Junil wears?" Zalin asked, suddenly curious. "Indeed,"
Artifacts like the indefatigable iron. Inside of creatures is one of the more rare places to locate an artifact, but it does occasionally happen, Rep said confidently.
How many kinds of artifacts are there? Zalin asked. Rep looked up, not having found anything of interest, and tilted his head for Zalin to follow as he led the way once more. Very many artifacts. There are too many for me to have catalogued them all, but my time in Journey House was spent learning about many of the existing artifacts of the world. Some can only be used once, but others have effects that can be used multiple times, Rep explained. It doesn't matter to me if the Homeseeker can be used more than once, Zalin said. But what if you have an artifact that would take you across the desert, at a distance like to the lost city of Zagon from Oraton? That would be nice to be able to use twice to go there and back, Rep mused. Is there an artifact like that? Zalin asked. Indeed. The Belt of Bolt. It can only be used by a single user, so the two of us would need to own one, Rep said. And you could just teleport around? Essentially. It is not unlimited, but I believe it can be done 20 times before the artifact wears off. Zalin breathed out, amazed. He decided that even if this was a dream world, he would like to try out an artifact before he went back to waking up in his own world.
How much experience did you gain? Rep asked.
Zalin made a face. I mean, I guess I am more experienced with the sword now. I kinda get how to use it now, but I never want to see a roach again, Zalin replied. No, your experience. Your stats and abilities on your forearm. How much did you gain? Rep tapped his fingers together 3 times, signaling Zalin to do the same. Zalin had completely forgotten about his stats and tapped his fingers together to assess any changes. Looking at his forearm, he saw all his stats remained the same, except that experience was now at 27. I gained... Zalin took a second to do some math and recall. 18 experience. Where did the first 9 experience come from? I imagine you gained the experience after facing the Flame Striker. You attacked it, correct? Rep asked. I guess you could call it that. The punch hurt me more than it hurt it. But this doesn't make sense. A punch that barely did anything was worth 9 experience. But killing a bunch of roaches is worth 18? Indeed. Flame Strikers are worth significantly more experience than roaches, especially to low-level fighters, Rep explained. Okay, I guess. Is 27 a good amount of experience? Very good, Rep smiled. You are well on your way to level 2, which you will achieve once you gain 100 experience. Then your experience will reset to 0 and your strength will increase. But you will find that experience becomes much more difficult to acquire when you are at higher levels. My strength will increase in what way? Zalin asked. Remember when you struck the roach with your fist earlier? You were unable to kill it with one blow. I am only level 3, but with my fist and a little additional assistance from my elemental power, I could kill it in a single strike. I may even be able to do it without any elemental assistance, but I did not want to risk it while it was attacking you.
Zalin raised a thoughtful eyebrow, somewhat excited at the prospect of growing tangibly stronger.
He liked the idea of being so much stronger than roaches that they wouldn't even be considered a threat to him when he was bare-handed. Then he shuddered, preferring never to have to touch one again. Or see one. They continued their travels, partaking in a small meal while walking through the desert. Zalin found it amazing how much energy he had, even when crossing a desert, but Rep said it was normal for anyone in this world to withstand many kinds of climates without too many adverse effects if they had enough food and rest. They were able to remain in motion for the full day, Zalin's arms and legs aching by the exertion of a single day's travel. He began to wonder if he would have the strength for another 3 days of this, especially if the elemental challenged him to something that would exhaust him. Rep seemed completely at ease out here, much unlike the way he acted when having to interact with people in town or when fighting the Flame Striker. Zalin imagined this was because Rep was much happier traveling rather than having to socialize or fight. He wondered if that was an odd personality or one common with a lot of people in this world. After hours of travel, they made camp. Rep able to immediately start a fire with dry desert plants they cut and dragged into a pile between them. As they ate their evening meal, Zalin began to mull over a question. "Hey, Rep, why did you come save me from the Flame Striker?" Zalin asked. Rep frowned and clearly thought through the answer before speaking. "I saw someone in danger and thought you needed help," Rep said. "You saw me?" Zalin asked skeptically. "I could barely see the town when I first got here. I thought you said that you were told to come help me as soon as I came into this world." Rep sighed ambivalently. "I was not told to help you. I was inspired to assist you," Rep answered.
Zalin's eyebrow lowered, making sure this wasn't a joke before continuing.
Rep didn't look amused at all. "Can you elaborate on what you mean?" Zalin asked. I was sitting in the guild and I simply had an image in my head. Not an image, an idea, an inspiration. That someone outside the walls needed my help. They were alone and in desperate need of someone else there with them," Rep said in a small voice. "It just popped into your head?" Zalin asked. Rep began biting the inside of his lip and shrugged affirmatively. "Why you? I mean, no offense, but you didn't exactly make the problem go away," Zalin said. Rep continued to bite his lip, shrinking into himself. "Well, thanks for saving my life. Don't know if I said that before. And thanks for helping me so much," Zalin leaned back. He felt that Rep was still holding some information back, but didn't want to press him further when he had done so much to help him. Rep looked up and smiled, happy to be out of the crosshairs of interrogation. "What will you do when you return to your home? You said you would go and see your mother," Rep asked. "Visit her," Zalin corrected firmly. "Are you excited to visit her?" Rep asked. "I really don't want to talk about it," Zalin murmured. Rep looked concerned, but simply nodded. "I will take the first watch," Rep said, stretching himself out. "We're going to take turns sleeping so we can watch?" "For what?" Zalin asked. "Any manner of thing. Roaming monsters, roaming bandits, bad weather. Anything that I would need to wake you up for. And you will do the same for me," Rep said. Zalin looked around nervously, but the firelight was the only thing illuminating the night, leaving him in the only light patch in the desert. A beacon for anyone lurking from a distance. "Should we put that out?" Zalin gestured to the fire. "Done!" Rep clapped his hands, killing the fire with his elemental power.
Zalin laid back and closed his eyes, quickly falling asleep with a frown on his face. He was awoken by a light nudge from Rep what must have been hours later. The sleep on the outside of the city felt nothing like the rest he experienced within the guild. He longed for the uncomfortable cot. He poked at his forehead and felt the light bite from the roach had scabbed over, but had not healed like his hand did after fighting the Flame Striker. "Keep watch until the sun lights the way," Rep suggested, stifling a yawn. "Sure." Zalin stood up to try and shake the grogginess of sleep away. Once Rep was asleep, Zalin pulled out his sword and practiced swinging it, trying to judge exactly how far a cactus was and accurately cut it on the first swing. He kept a close eye on their surroundings, making sure no one would sneak up on them, and the swordplay was more to calm his nerves in case anyone actually showed up. He made very little progress in training his sword swing by the time the sun had peeked over the horizon,
coating the desert in a lush orange hue. But if an enemy stood in place and waited for him to attack, he'd be really good at killing it. Once the sun began to rise, he sheathed his sword and nudged Rep, who roused himself immediately and led the way once more. The second day was less exciting than the first, and Zalin asked Rep about the new world to try and get a better idea of this dream place. Apparently, the idea of a healing potion was absurdly silly, but there were artifacts that existed that could heal a wound. All the animals that Zalin could name that existed in the real world also existed here, like dogs, cats, or even elephants. Zalin tried to ask how the ecology would work being shared between animals and monsters, but Rep couldn't understand the question even when Zalin tried simplifying it. They continued chatting until a small dot appeared on the horizon. Zalin stepped ahead of Rep excitedly.
"Is that it?"
Zalin asked.
The lost city of Zagon, Rep affirmed.
"Let's hurry." Zalin began to run, but Rep pulled him by his collar. "You do not want to be tired before you challenge an elemental. You have read about them. You know they can ask you any manner of difficult challenges," Rep reminded. "Right," Zalin said, deflating and keeping a brisk pace instead of running. They watched closely for any storm brewing from a distance, ensuring that the elemental that brought the storm with it did not continue the deadly weather. Zalin kept his pace quick, and Rep was happy to match his walking speed, glad to almost be done with this half of the excursion beyond the walls. Within the hour, the sun still long from setting, Zalin and Rep stood at the entrance to the crumbling, abandoned city.
Chapter 10. The Lost City of Zagon.
Zalin took a bold step into the lost city, its crumbling exterior evidence of it having been eroded by winds for years before he and Rep took on the journey to lay eyes upon it. They surveyed the entrance and buildings at a safe distance, ensuring there were no miscreants that had made this place a home of their own that intended to ambush them at the first opportunity. The city was much larger than Oriton, but the stones of its buildings were crumbling, and the entry gate had fallen over. The entrance had been eaten by the desert's all-encompassing sands. Stone paths were drowned in desert, and old signs were faded or long broken away from buildings. The composition of this city was mostly earth and stone, much stronger than Oriton's wooden buildings, but very little of it survived intact. Rep no longer felt the need to lead the way, and Zalin took it upon himself to walk to the center of the empty city, stepping over large pieces of buildings that had broken and become part of the sandy floor. "Hello!" Zalin called loudly once he reached the center square. Rep waited tensely for a reply. None came, but that brought him little comfort. "Well, here we are, the lost city of Zagon, just as you asked," Rep said, underwhelmed. "Where's the elemental?" Zalin asked both himself and Rep. Rep scoffed. "We both knew it was only a slight possibility that one would be here. Your theory was far-fetched at best, based on a single book." "Okay, but let's say there was an elemental here. Where would it be?" Zalin asked, looking around at the rooftops to see if an elemental was floating atop one, matching the descriptions of the books he read. "I could not tell you," Rep answered sincerely. "They appear when they please. If this is the elemental's domain, then be sure that it is watching you. It simply chooses not to appear. Or, more likely, it is not here. I read that elementals wanted people to have their power in the world,
That it honored them to have people showing off their granted abilities. Why would they hide away? Zalin asked, growing impatient. Elementals only want worthy people to hold their powers. That is why they issue challenges, Rep said. You won't even let me take on your challenge? I can be worthy, Zalin yelled loudly. It may have left, Rep said, trying to tone down his expectations. But the devastation it caused coming in here was so severe. It doesn't make sense. Why would it just go away without notice? Zalin was spinning, trying to see any indication of a creature out of place. Without notice? Rep would have been amused if he wasn't already worn down by the hot day. Who would it need to inform? You basically said a natural disaster takes place whenever an elemental migrates from one place to the next. Wouldn't you have heard about it if it happened again? Zalin asked. Heard about it from whom? No one is vigilantly watching the city to monitor the elemental's whereabouts. The elemental may have left overnight, or, I am now thinking, it is an elemental that never existed. Perhaps the story I read was an embellishment to make sense of a travesty, Rep replied. Zalin shook his head, unconvinced. Zalin continued to lead the way into where a town square once stood, now blanketed by sands and surrounded by rubble. Rep remained in the shade of a nearby building while Zalin squinted through the bright sun, trying to find something on any roof in any corner. He saw nothing but sand and abandoned buildings. Zalin groaned and squatted down, placing his hand to his head both to block out the sunlight and to try and spur thoughts. What did he know about elementals? What could he use about the knowledge of this elemental? In the book you read, did it mention that the elemental issued a challenge before it started the storm? Zalin asked, without much hope. No, nothing of the sort. If I recall correctly, the only thing it was reported to have said is that it thirsted for blood. And then the storm began, Rep replied. Zalin looked up around the massive, empty city, a small piece of a building crumbling with the small gust of warm wind from the desert. Zalin slowly stood up as he began building the seed of a theory in his mind. Okay, what if... Zalin trailed as he pulled out his sword. Rep watched him with interest. Zalin held up the blade to his left pinky, then ran the blade across the finger enough to allow a drop of blood to come out. "What are you doing?" Rep asked immediately, slightly concerned. Zalin gasped, elated. "It's working!" Zalin pointed to the earth beneath him. Rep looked down with eyebrows drawn close at the sand beneath Zalin's feet. Rep stared at the clean sand, then looked back up to Zalin, shaking his head in confusion. Zalin continued to smile at the sandy floor. "What is working?" Rep finally asked. "Look!" Zalin squeezed his pinky until another drop of blood escaped and fell into the sand. Rep followed the drop, then noticed that the blood didn't stain the ground. It disappeared immediately, hungrily consumed by the sand, which retained its original light brown color in contrast to the blood falling upon it. "My God," Rep whispered. "I can't believe it. There may be an elemental here." "I told you," Zalin said triumphantly, then quickly began to doubt himself. "There isn't some other monster that can suck blood out of the floor, right?" "None that I know of. But I do not know all manner of monsters," Rep answered. "Good enough for me," Zalin said, with renewed confidence. He continued to let the blood flow freely into the earth, each drop dissipating as soon as it touched the floor, not leaving so much as wet darkness in the sand. Rob and Zalin continued to stare into the point in the sand where the drops fell for a few minutes. Then Rep looked up to Zalin, who had to reopen his wound with a deep wince on his face. "Should we stand in the shade, perhaps?" Rep suggested. "Let's see if it still works," Zalin said, taking slow steps to a place shaded by a home that was destroyed in the storm decades ago. The blood continued to be eaten away on contact, and Zalin was glad to take respite from the sun. They waited for a few minutes longer. Rep was on his haunches, and Zalin kept looking up at the sky, expecting an elemental to descend upon them. "How long do you suppose this will take?" Rep ventured. "There was nothing describing this kind of process in any of the books I read. But the elemental has to know we're here if it keeps taking the blood. It'll be here any second now," Zalin replied confidently. That confidence was short-lived. They waited until the shade of Zagon began drifting away from them,
and they had to walk to keep up with it, following the movement of the giant sundial to remain shielded from the harsh rays of the sun. This process of waiting, bleeding, and walking continued for over an hour, during which time Zalin had to reopen the wound 5 times to ensure a continuous supply of blood would be absorbed by the sand. Rep and Zalin winced as Zalin squeezed at his little finger, his teeth grit together tightly.
"How much blood does this require?"
Rep finally asked, any of his earlier enthusiasm having waned drastically. "How should I know?" Zalin asked, then considered something else. "Maybe it needs a lot more."
"What do you— Wait!"
Rep threw his hands up as Zalin ran his sword across his palm and opened it to allow the blood to run freely. The earth continued to swallow the increased blood flow. Rep stared with wide eyes as Zalin looked up to the city. What was taking so long? Had he misunderstood something about the bloodthirst? "Elemental, I am here for you," Zalin called, feeling silly. He was trying to make it clear that this blood was not spilled by accident. "We seek your magic," Rep called, much louder. His voice was thrown back in an echo from the empty city, but the two were otherwise not met with any otherworldly response. The bloodletting continued into the sand until Zalin found himself blinking harder to keep himself focused and standing upright. The world began to feel cold, even though he struggled to keep up with the shade and was often in the warm sunlight. Zalin felt the slight pain in his forehead from his battle with the roaches. Feeling the scab, he wished he had those extra drops of blood to give, rather than having been wasted on putrid creatures. Rep looked at Zalin with deep concern. "That is a lot of lost blood," Rep pointed out. "Perhaps you should stop to regain some strength." "I don't want to lose any progress made. What if I have to restart?" "I'm sure we're close," Zalin insisted, his vision going blurry at the edges. At last, after the whole of 2 hours, Zalin could no longer remain upright. He collapsed backward and breathed heavily, his lungs and hand stinging in pain. "All right. I can't stand," Zalin accepted, his eyes closed as he tried to power through the pain. "I gotta stop for the day." Rep didn't reply. Zalin opened his eyes and looked at him, witnessing that his face had gone totally pale as he stared upward. Zalin followed his gaze and gasped at the robed creature floating above the two of them, its face shrouded in a dark hood. An elemental. It was suspended a few feet above them, human-esque, but was as large as a bear. Its robes floated nebulously around it, and they looked as though they were made of dark storm clouds, with an occasional tiny bolt of lightning slithering its way up and down the clothing. Its face was hidden, but its eyes shone like bright yellow jewels, watching them carefully. It looked humanoid in form, but there were no arms or legs coming out from the appropriate places in the cloudy robe. "Elemental," Zalin addressed it, his voice pained. The creature shifted toward him, answering the call. "We should not ask it for the challenge," Rep said, quickly searching for bandages to cover Zalin's open wound. "You will perish." "I can always just complete it some other time," Zalin said, struggling to sit up as he addressed the elemental. Rep looked concerned, but nodded slightly. "What is your challenge?" Zalin asked, feeling ready for anything, despite the lack of energy. Rep held out the bandage in front of Zalin. Even without being able to see anything beyond the hood of the elemental, Zalin felt its sneer. He shivered. "If you do not accomplish my challenge at this moment, you will not be given the second chance. That is the way of the elemental of Zagon. To win my magic, you must simply continue to supply me with this flow of blood. For another 10 minutes, it answered,
its voice like an ice storm against a glass pane. "You will die," Rep protested, as Zalin stared at the bandages that Rep was insisting he take. He blinked slowly and looked at the blood coming from his self-mutilated hand. "There's no second chance. 10 minutes isn't that long," Zalin said, his voice weak as he pushed away Rep's bandage with his good hand. Zalin considered in his hazy, light-headed state that the worst that would happen if he died in the dream world was to wake up in the real world. Rep's mouth dropped in shock, but could see Zalin's mind was made up and closed it in disappointment. The elemental breathed joyously, not having had someone accept its challenge in decades.
Chapter 11. Blood and Lightning. Zalin swallowed painfully hard as Rep's eyes rapidly flit between Zalin and the elemental, watching Zalin closely from above. The three of them constantly looked at the flow of blood from Zalin's hand. Rep was biting the inside of his lip hard, his concern taking a physical toll on him. Rep was shifting in place madly, feeling like he should be doing something to help. "Zalin, dress your wounds. Close them, please," Rep pleaded, holding out the bandages. Zalin's eyes had gone docile, not quite following all the words of the request, but understanding the meaning nonetheless. "I'm fine," Zalin whispered. The elemental watched keenly, its body unmoving as its robe flowed in place like a tumultuous storm cloud, the streaks of lightning in its clothing growing more energized as it watched Zalin. The light of the sun slowly dimmed as unnaturally fast clouds from the distance began rolling in, obscuring its rays. Zalin looked up to Rep, his face growing pale. He licked his lips before he spoke. "Cold," Zalin whispered. "You have lost too much blood. We should put a stop to it," Rep said firmly, but looked back up at the elemental looming over them, as if asking permission to halt the challenge. The elemental only watched. "Don't stop. I'm just cold," Zalin insisted weakly. "The sun is blocked by the clouds. What am I to do?" Rep was panicking. "Fire," Zalin said. "What? Oh, yes, right." Rep brought his hands together and created a flame in his palm, about the size of a baseball. He held it as close to Zalin as he felt was safe, and Zalin was able to reply with a grateful half-smile. "How much time remains?" Zalin asked the elemental. "I have not been keeping track of time." Both Rep and Zalin looked up at the elemental expectantly. The elemental only watched. "Zalin, please," Rep begged, the flame in his hand dancing with urgency. "Think this through. Please do not die over an elemental challenge. There are other elementals. End this." Zalin slightly shook his head, as much as he was able. Rep bit the inside of his lip harder and added more energy into his flame, uncertain how badly Zalin was in need of warmth. The seconds went by, the elemental's interest never showing signs of dwindling. Zalin made a dozen different pained expressions as he struggled to remain conscious, and Rep held the bandages in one hand and the flame in the other, desperate for the challenge to cease before Zalin had done irreparable damage. Or worse. The world grew dark to Zalin, his lack of warmth exacerbated by the clouds rolling in and blocking out the entire sky. The world was overcast now, the bright yellowish-brown sand now a dull gray. Zalin tried to adjust himself in his sitting position, but collapsed on his back, groaning. Rep dove to cover the wound and stop the challenge, but Zalin had enough strength to lightly bat Rep's hand away. The intent was painfully clear to Rep. Zalin would rather die than end the challenge. "Zalin, I cannot let you die," Rep said urgently, the pain of biting his lip reaching a stinging peak. Fine, Zalin slurred. He was delirious, and Rep wasn't even certain that Zalin heard the words he spoke. Rep thought that there was no way Zalin could consciously call the challenge off anymore. He had lost too much blood. He was suffering without knowing why anymore. Rep could only look up at the elemental in rage. "End the challenge! He has done enough!" Rep commanded. The elemental did not respond. "I said, end the challenge! It has to have been 10 minutes. You are prolonging his suffering for your perverse enjoyment!" The elemental kept his gaze fixed upon Zalin's bleeding hand, the blood flow having slowed significantly in the minutes that crawled by. "Stop it!" Rep demanded, the ball of fire in his palm expanding. "Stop the challenge!" Rep roared and blasted a flame at the elemental. The ball of fire flew right through the elemental, its robe shifting slightly, like fog having been disturbed. The elemental did not react. Rep stood staring and enraged, then remembered Zalin's state and knelt down to offer him more warmth from a newly created fire in his palm. Zalin was breathing and his eyes open, but he didn't even respond to Rep's outburst. Rep was worried he was completely unresponsive at this point. "The challenge is complete," the elemental breathed its icy cold speech. "My power is yours. Use it across the world and show them the power of the storm elemental. Do not waste it. Do not lose the gift I grant." The arm of the cloudy robe rose, though no hand emerged from within the dark garment. The elemental's sleeve shined yellow. Then a strike of lightning arced from the elemental into Zalin's chest. Zalin winced in fear, but didn't experience any pain. In fact, he felt as though he was given a jolt of energy, wiping away the delusional drift that was creeping over his mind. He was still weak, but had retreated far from death's door. The elemental lowered its arm and continued to float silently for a few seconds as Zalin finally accepted the bandages from Rep, closing off the wound that drove him to near death. Zalin flexed his good hand a few times, feeling a new power, almost a new sense, flowing through him. It was odd, exhilarating, and inspiring, making him feel new. "Cool," he said, his voice hoarse. Rep helped him sit up and force-fed him some water, followed by what little food remained of their rations. Zalin took it all gratefully, suddenly having a thought wondering why he never donated blood in the past. He just dumped way more than was necessary for a blood donation for some random creature that told him to. The food and drink made him feel more alert, and the warm fire of Rep's palm was a welcome way to end the challenge. "You're bleeding?" Zalin pointed to Rep's mouth. "I bit my lip too hard."
It is a habit of mine when I am nervous.
Rep smiled, a small, red-stained grin. "Sorry," Zalin said, uncertain how else to respond. "Do not be. You have overcome the challenge of an elemental I was almost certain did not exist," Rep said. "What elemental power is it?" Zalin asked. "You can check your stats," Rep suggested, shrugging. Zalin tapped his index finger to his thumb 3 times and turned his wrist over to check. Rep leaned in close to read as well. "Element. Lightning. Lightning? I don't remember reading about that one," Zalin said. "I have never heard of it before," Rep said, stunned. "How does it work?" Zalin asked eagerly. "I know nothing of this power," Rep answered. "What about elemental power in general? How do you use your fire?" Zalin asked. "It is like discovering a new muscle. We sometimes refer to it as a mind muscle," Rep explained. "Once you know the right piece of your mind you need to access, you will use it easily." Zalin frowned, then looked back up at the elemental that continued to watch them silently, the dark clouds brooding over it. The creature judged him quietly. They watched one another closely, the streaks of lightning continuing to run through the elemental's clothing. "How do I use it?" Zalin tried asking the elemental. The elemental watched silently. Zalin sighed and reached out his hand toward the nearest abandoned building, trying to emulate the hand motions that Rep would use when emitting a flame. He attempted a few different variations and hand gestures before sputtering and lowering his hand. "Maybe you just require more rest," Rep suggested. "Yeah," Zalin agreed, his cut hand still stinging under the wrappings. "I'll give it a try later." "Use the power," the elemental ordered. It sounded like a threat. The lightning in its robe grew more frantic. Zalin and Rep looked at one another, stunned. They hadn't expected for the elemental to speak anymore, and the lack of its normally neutral tone made them uneasy. "I don't know how," Zalin protested. "Use the power," it insisted, its voice a menacing, deep tone. Zalin looked at Rep, whose face had gone white, though his chin was marked with the red from his bleeding lips. Zalin pointed his arm toward a building again, trying to reach for something within himself that he didn't know existed. The lightning in the elemental's cloak was now audible, rushing violently through the clothes with thunderous rage. Zalin strained his hand. "I grant you a gift, and you reject it?" the elemental asked, its voice crescendoing in its offense. "I'm trying," Zalin insisted, his hand cramping in effort. "He just needs time," Rep shouted at the elemental as the wind began to pick up around them. Rolling thunder echoed from beyond the city, and although Zalin couldn't be sure it was caused by the elemental, he felt it was a consequence of its growing anger. Zalin tried thinking as hard as he could to find the new muscle in himself to use. The wind grew painful, the sand stinging as it struck Zalin and Rep's skin like tiny, fiery pellets. The only noise he could make out was sand and wind in his ears. Rep was still screaming at the elemental, but Zalin could no longer make out the words even though he was right next to him. The elemental grew larger, its entire being shifting with thousands of shocks of lightning racing around in unison. The elemental growled in anger, raising both of its arms toward Zalin. Rep stood in the way with his arms open, continuing to shout in earnest. Zalin threw his arm out, trying to elicit some lightning-like reaction as he waved it around. The elemental's arms became blinding as they were filled with power, both Rep and Zalin's hair standing on end as the elemental prepared to strike. Zalin screamed, placing all of his focus into his fingers and hoping to send out a massive bolt of lightning, enough to scare away the elemental.
Rek continued shouting words that could not be heard. The elemental breathed deeply, its anger about to manifest in attack. Then, a minuscule spark jumped from Zalin's finger, like the little blue jolt of a faulty outlet being plugged into. Immediately, the wind died, sand falling all around Zalin and Rep. Rep was breathing deeply, having shouted as loud as he could for longer than he expected. Zalin was looking at the finger that emitted the tiny spark with fascination, astounded that he was able to emit anything. Both Rep and Zalin looked up to the elemental, which had resumed its passive watching. It had lowered its arms, and the lightning stopped racing through its robes. Although Zalin still could not see its face, Zalin could feel that the creature was smiling at him. He didn't like the feeling. "Farewell," the elemental said, ascending slowly away from them. "Wait!" Rep screamed immediately. "No! Don't leave!" Zalin looked up in confusion. "You want that thing to stick around? It was just about to kill us," Zalin asked, horrified. "When elementals grant power, they normally just disappear. They don't leave," Rep said in earnest. "What do you mean? What's the difference?" Zalin said,
remembering having read about the phenomena of elementals disappearing in thin air after granting powers. The storm clouds doubled in mass, lightning darting across their gray shadows multiple times in succession, followed closely by earth-rumbling thunder. Zalan's eyebrows drew close in fear as he stared in confusion as the elemental drifted away behind the clouds. "What's happening?" Zalan asked, as rain began to fall upon them, the wind picking up speed. "Whenever an elemental moves to a new home, disaster follows both where it began and where it goes," Rep said. Zalan's eyes went wide as he remembered the fact. Zalan stared up in dread as the elemental storm that was able to destroy an entire populated city quickly festered around them.
Chapter 12. Storm. In the seconds it took Zalan and Rep to get under the cover of a decrepit, crumbling building, the torrent of rain pounded atop them with flashes of lightning and roars of thunder filling the city. Rep peeked his head out and darted back inside when another strike of lightning illuminated the area. Zalan leaned himself upright against a wall, breathing heavily after moving only a few feet. He was utterly exhausted, his energy sapped from today's journey, his lack of blood, and the fear of having faced the threat of death by the hands of the elemental moments ago. "What do you think would happen if I let some lightning hit me, now that I have lightning powers?" Zalan asked over a smash of thunder. "Do you think I'd get all my energy back?" Rep looked over to him like he was crazy. "I think you would die," Rep said, exasperated. "Yeah, that's fair," Zalan sighed, deflating. Like a massive flash from a camera, the area outside their weak shelter went white, then back to darkness in an instant, followed by the cacophonous cry of thunder. Zalan realized that he could hardly see anything in this dim light, and Rep felt the same, quickly igniting a flame in his palm to see one another. "This is bad," Rep said, looking outside and back to Zalan rapidly. "The storm has made the entire area too dark to navigate. I would not be able to keep a flame up for very long without a roof. And the storm is massive. Its reach extends much farther than the edges of the city." "We can wait it out, can't we?" Zalan asked. He felt somewhat nonchalant about the experience. Something about the dream world made him feel like nothing mattered. None of this was real. His death had to result in going back home, right? He refused any other explanation in his head, and the drowsiness of fatigue made him too lazy to want to pursue any other line of thought. "Wait this out?" Rep asked, appalled as another crack of thunder shook the earth. "Zalan, we need to get out of here." "Even if I thought we could last under the immense rain and lightning, we do not have the food to wait around. We will starve." "Right, sure." Zalan nodded to himself. He had gone back to staring at the finger that emitted a tiny shock of lightning, wondering if he could manifest a storm himself at some point. Would he be able to throw a storm this big at someone? Could he topple a civilization single-handedly? What were the limits of these powers? "Are you listening?" Rep asked loudly. "I'm listening. But what do you want me to do?" Zalan looked up. "I'm exhausted, and I can't use any elemental power to change the course of the storm." "I want you to try and think of something," Rep said, panicked. Lightning crashed into the building closest to them, causing the roof to explode and the rest of it to crumble into a pile of worn rocks. Zalan and Rep both stared in fear. The thunder echoed menacingly. Zalan suddenly didn't care if his death would lead him back home. He didn't want to die in an explosion caused by a direct strike from lightning. "What do we do?" Zalan shouted, urgency finally reaching his voice. "I do not know," Rep shouted back. Water began pooling at their feet, the dry sands unable to absorb such a constant deluge of water from the skies. Rep and Zalan looked up at one another as another bang of thunder sounded outside. "We can't be in a puddle," Zalan said,
trying to lift himself. "Why not?" Rep asked, confused. "Water conducts lightning. I think we'll get fried," Zalin said uncertainly. "If the lightning hits the water, we will be shocked even if we are not hit?" Rep asked. "I don't know," Zalin said. "I think it will, but I don't know how this works." Rep splashed through the water to Zalin, pulling him to his feet and letting Zalin put his weight on Rep's shoulder. Together, Zalin and Rep tripped and kicked water as they made their way through the city with what little light Rep could provide them. Any fire he started in his palm was doused in seconds. Whenever they seemed to be lost, a jolt of lightning would give them enough view of their surroundings to allow them to continue toward the entrance of the city of Zagon. The sand was in heavy clumps and clinging to their feet, causing Zalin to strain with every step to pull his feet out of what felt like a bog. He was freezing, the cold water feeling as though it was seeping into his bones. Rep's fire had to be reignited every few seconds, which took its toll on him. He was breathing hard, loud enough to be heard through the maelstrom around the two travelers. Zalin looked around the storm, trying to find a way out. "Throw fire in the air," Zalin suggested. "What?" Rep asked, unable to hear clearly. "Throw a bright flame in the air, as big as you can," Zalin shouted. "Why?" Rep said, open to any idea that sounded good enough. "It will be a signal in the middle of the storm. Maybe someone can see us from a distance," Zalin shouted. "A signal? It will just look like a flame to them. What if they think we are a monster and decide not to come?" Rep questioned. "I don't have any other ideas," Zalin admitted, his face awash with rainwater. "Me neither," Rep agreed, immediately dropping his earlier point, throwing his fist in the air and sending a small stream of bright fire that was snuffed out in seconds. "Keep doing that every few minutes," Zalin informed. Rep stumbled in reply, his energy quickly sapping from carrying Zalin and keeping his elemental power constantly flowing so they could see. Zalin tried to take some of the weight off, but found himself unable to walk if he did. Not only had he lost a lot of blood, but now he couldn't feel his fingers or toes. The rain was too cold, and he would have been dead had Rep left him behind. He quickly realized that Rep may be able to get away safely if he just left Zalin behind. Zalin could convince him to go find help to come back for him. Then he would know Rep wouldn't die at his expense. He breathed in deeply. "Hey, Rep!" he yelled. "Yes?" Thunder boomed deafeningly above them, rumbling the earth ominously over the sounds of the loud raindrops. Zalin's heart dropped at the noise. In that instant, he knew he couldn't stand to be abandoned out here alone. Even if Rep could get away, he wasn't going to be the one to suggest the option. He made the sickening decision to want to keep Rep at his side, even if it meant their joint death. "Thanks for helping me," Zalin finally replied. It was manipulative gratitude, knowing that he was trying to get Rep to stick with him, without considering the option to save himself. "Save your energy," Rep said, not even acknowledging the thanks. He was in a survival mode that Zalin's words couldn't alter. He threw up another flare above them and stumbled to the ground, kneeling down for a second to catch his breath. Zalin helped him up, and they kept moving, only just crossing the entrance of the city into the desert beyond. Zalin had no idea how far the storm could go, and was certain they wouldn't make it if they had to walk all the way back to Oriton in these conditions. He couldn't see anything beyond them but rain and flashes of lightning. The storm looked endless. "Are we just going to keep walking?" Zalin asked. "Do you have any better ideas?" Rep countered. And so they continued into the abyss of desert darkness, Rep's flame hardly bright enough to illuminate the next step in front of them. They heard another building buckle and fall apart in the city they escaped.
The sky's rain was so powerful, Zalin felt as though he could drown standing up in this weather. He was worried that if he lost his footing and found himself falling into the sand, he would simply sink down, suffocating in wet dirt. He shivered, both from the cold and the thought. Rep knelt down again, unable to go more than a few steps without needing to catch his breath.
Lightning flashed around them, and Zalin could see the strain in Rep's breathing, just barely keeping himself from collapsing in exhaustion. Zalin looked up at the horizon, trying desperately to see some sign of civilization or travelers they could ask for help. He knew that they were in the middle of nowhere, but hope was all he had at this point. Either that, or he was in denial about everything.
Zalin, Rep panted. I never should have brought you here. I am sorry.
What? You tried to stop me, remember? I asked you to bring me out here, Zalin said.
I do not believe you did, Rep said, his voice odd.
Another flash of lightning revealed that Rep was terrified, unable to think of a way to escape the raging storm. The dark lines on his face were clear. He was lost in trying to think of a way to salvage the trip. Rep ran a dozen different ideas in his head in a few seconds and shook them all away as futile, the storm drumming his head powerfully. Another flash of lightning made it clear Rep was in anguish, the rain likely masking tears running down his face. Zalin tried to come up with something before Rep gave up entirely. Maybe we should go back to shelter? Try and shield ourselves from this? Zalin suggested. Rep looked up uncertainly, looking broken.
Very well. We will try to wait for it to settle down.
But we must think of something. We will perish, Rep said, standing up. We'll make it out of this, Zalin said with unfounded confidence. You got me here. You'll get me out of here.
Alive, I hope, Rep said.
The look on his face made it clear he wasn't joking.
We should hurry. The lightning is growing more frequent.
Zalin couldn't hurry if he tried, going at the same limping pace as earlier while they trudged their way back through the city entrance. Zalin could hardly believe this was the same entrance that they witnessed in broad daylight only hours ago. Thunder rolled above them, sparks flying between clouds.
That building looks good enough, Rep said, holding up his hand and shooting another signal flame into the sky.
This time, the sky responded by sending lightning down, directly into Rep's raised arm.
Chapter 13. Lightning Strikes.
Zalin felt the moment that Rep was struck by the lightning. Zalin was using Rep as a crutch, and the electricity flowed through Rep like a missile tearing into Zalin's soul. The energy was overwhelming, a burning, straining sensation, easily enough to kill both Rep and Zalin. Except that Zalin felt the muscle of elemental power now. It was so clear in that tiny moment. Like putting one's hand on a hot stovetop and having to draw it away, Zalin felt the instinct of the power of lightning. And just like he would react without thinking to the hot stove, he acted without conscious thought. The fluke of him drawing sparks earlier with the elemental was nothing compared to this real experience. He knew exactly what muscle this was. He drew all the immense energies of the lightning into himself, ensuring that it passed harmlessly through Rep. Then he thrust a hand into the air to throw all the lightning away at once. The lightning that had come down exploded from his fingertips, going back to the clouds that dealt it. The force of throwing lightning skyward was immense, driving Zalin down into the sand all the way up to his waist. The sky flashed a brilliant blue as the clouds were forced to accept the offering of lightning and throw it away elsewhere. Rep looked up at the sky, then felt himself up and down, amazed that he didn't feel any pain after being certain he had just been struck by lightning. Zalin had saved his life.
"That was incredible!"
Rep laughed, looking down with an astounded smile before becoming horrified.
"Zalin!"
Zalin had lost consciousness, sinking slowly into the sand. Rep dove forward to keep Zalin's head above the sandy water pooling up in the desert floor and fired a dozen small flares into the sky, unable to carry Zalin into a shelter himself. Worse yet, it seemed every building around them was falling apart in the rain or being hit directly by lightning and exploding. There was nowhere to hide, and he knew he was unable to run. He strained himself, trying with all his might to drag Zalin out of the sand, but his companion was too deep within. It was all Rep could do to keep Zalin's head above the elements, trying to cut off his airflow.
"Help! Someone! Dear God, save us! Please!"
Rep cried into the night. He was crying freely now, unable to mask his fear of Zalin perishing in his arms. He held a flame close to Zalin's face, trying what little he could to keep him warm and alive. Rep felt Zalin breathing, but it was frail and felt as though it could stop at any moment. Rep was out of ideas, slowly sinking into the sand himself. He tried desperately to keep himself and Zalin above, but struggling only brought them both lower into the earth. Rep was almost glad that Zalin wasn't awake to witness his grisly fate. The sand consumed them, now up to Zalin's chest and Rep's stomach.
"I apologize, Zalin," Rep said to him. "I never should have brought you here." Just then, faintly, he heard something that did not sound like the storm. A voice? "Elemental?" Rep raised his head to look around. "Have you returned? Stop the storm!" The voice called back, and the way it didn't send a shiver down Rep's spine made him certain it wasn't the elemental. "Hello!" Rep screamed, squinting through the winds and rains, igniting a fire in his palm to try and see far enough. "Coming to help! Keep your flame active!" The voice reached him. A man's voice, sounding impressively loud and cutting through the storm. "We are here!" Rep yelled, elated to hear another person's voice. He pulled Zalin as hard as he could from the grip of the sand. "This way!" "I hear you! We will be there soon!" Rep couldn't tell from which direction the voice originated from. He looked all around, then gasped as he saw a figure.
A human approaching with points jutting out of his shoulder like wings. A light behind him making it impossible to make out the features in the front. "The Angel of Death?" Rep asked, his earlier elation dissipating. "Not yet. This is all my fault. He does not deserve it." "Is that you, Rep?" The man spoke, the points on his shoulders revealing themselves to be two swords. "Gorb?" Rep asked, dumbstruck. "What are you doing here?" Lightning flashed around them, revealing that behind Gorb were two young women. One was Gorb's sister, Fran, who was emitting the firelight for the three of them by way of her elemental power. The other companion, Rep didn't recognize. "We should get out of here first," Gorb said. "Do you not want to experience the awesome power of this storm?" Fran exclaimed, looking up in awe. "What if there is an elemental here?" the other girl asked. "These men are dying," Gorb said, chastising them both. "Fine," Fran said in disappointment, granting a large firelight able to withstand the rain to Zalin and Rep. Rep noticed that the rainfall had decreased drastically immediately around them, making it significantly easier to hear one another. Gorb held a fist above his head, his elemental power creating an umbrella of air to push raindrops away from them. It also had an incredible drying effect. The only thing left wetting his face were his final tears. The other girl rushed to Zalin and looped a rope under both of his arms. Then, with Fran's help, they gently pulled him from inside the sand. Gorb grasped Rep's hand and pulled him out of the sand with considerable strength. Gorb looked over Zalin, who was opening his eyes in half-consciousness, not truly acknowledging what was happening around him. "Who is this?" Gorb asked Rep. "My friend, Zalin. Who is she?" Rep replied, pointing to the girl he was unfamiliar with. "That is our temporary companion, Yelsa." Gorb hoisted Zalin over his shoulder. "Can you walk on your own?" "I think so. Just keep a fire going so I do not have to use any more energy," Rep said, pulling himself upright and shaking his legs free of sand that tried to remain behind. "I can manage the fire," Fran said. "Yelsa can get you some food if you are hungry." "Thank you. You saved his life," Rep said gratefully. "Our lives." "Not yet," Gorb said, as thunder rolled above them. "Move quickly and we may earn your thanks." The four of them walked as briskly as they could through the rains. Gorb's air power made it astoundingly easy to deflect rainfall and keep a fire going within the storm. They traveled in silence, moving as quickly as they could to escape the worst part of the storm. After about 40 minutes of travel, they had put enough distance between them and the lost city of Zagon to breathe easy, the lightning only striking the city and area immediately surrounding it. The rains were weaker at this distance, and the sand no longer clung to the travelers, threatening to pull them below. Zalin lay limp over Gorb's shoulder, occasionally drifting out of sleep long enough to be surprised by his new surroundings, then falling back asleep. At an hour's distance, the rain had all but dissipated into a light mist, and Rep requested that they stop so he could rest. "Of course," Gorb said, gently placing Zalin down on a piece of laid-out fabric. Fran started a fire for them and looked out over to the area where they came from, inspired by the edge of the storm. "Is there an elemental in there?" Yelsa asked Rep once it seemed he had settled. "There was. It left after granting its power to Zalin," Rep answered, placing his hands up to the fire to warm himself. "Gone? It migrated elsewhere?" Yelsa asked. "Indeed," Rep nodded. Yelsa groaned and began cracking the joints of each of her fingers in succession. She breathed out in frustration, then followed up. "What manner of elemental was it?" she asked. "A storm elemental."
"A what?" Yelsa turned to Gorb, who sat across the fire.
"You never said anything about storm elementals."
"I did not know they existed," Gorb shrugged.
"Who?"
Zalin had suddenly become lucid, but began coughing before he could form the complete question. He looked between the new travelers surrounding him, first with uneasiness, then with curiosity once he saw that Rep was comfortable among them. Gorb was massive, his shoulders broad and the swords on his back large. He was easily a head taller than Rep and Zalin, and looked upon him phlegmatically. Fran, who looked related to the large man, watched Zalin with an interesting grin. The expression made it seem like she was always in the midst of plotting a joke she wanted to reveal that would be to the detriment of everyone but herself. The last girl, Yelsa, was covered in cuts and bruises, mostly over her face, like she recently got in a fight and lost. There was a bow and quiver of arrows settled at her feet. "You need food," Rep said, standing immediately and feeling his pockets. All he had within was mush, the storm having drowned their rations. "Here," Yelsa stepped forward and offered Zalin some dried meat. "Thank." Zalin began coughing once more, and Rep offered him a waterskin to drink from. Zalin drank its entire contents, then grabbed the meat and ate it ravenously. Yelsa offered another piece, and Zalin treated it the same, downing it in seconds. He pulled himself up slightly, leaning back on his arms to get a look at the newcomers. "Who are these people?" "This is Gorbanifus, his sister Fran, and their companion Yelsa," Rep said,
pointing to each of them. "They saved your life." "Wow, thank—" Zalan trailed and looked up. "Your name is Gorboniface?" "Indeed," Gorb nodded, his arms crossed. "The strong may call me Gorb." "Okay, cool," Zalan nodded to himself. "Gorb is easier." "Gorboniface to you," Gorb corrected immediately to Zalan's annoyance. "Fine," he said.
Where did you come from? I am much more interested to know what you two were doing in the Lost City. Gorb looked to Rep. We were in search of an elemental, Rep answered. In Sagon? Yelsa asked, astounded. There was one there this whole time? Ugh! She began popping the joints in her wrists. It was Zalan's idea to search there. I did not believe we would find one, Rep nodded to Zalan. Gorb and Yelsa looked to him. Fran's attention was still mostly on the distant storm. You knew of the elemental? Gorb asked, clearly impressed. Rep read about the elemental that drove out the people that used to live there. I just thought it never left, Zalan shrugged, wincing as he made the motion. Reading, Gorb said with distaste. I have heard of men that had the same theory, but they could not find the elemental. Where was it hidden? Gorb asked. Be honest, it was easy to find, yes? Yelsa said with derision on her tongue. It wanted my blood, then it appeared, Zalan said. A simple pinprick of blood was all it took? Yelsa asked. I was bleeding for over an hour, Zalan replied, raising the raw wound on his hand, the bandage having peeled off in the rain. Yelsa and Gorb shared a look of revulsion, then turned back to Zalan. But then you were granted its power? What manner of element? Yelsa asked eagerly. Lightning, Zalan replied. Again, Yelsa and Gorb looked at one another. Though, to everyone's surprise, Fran was the first to speak. What an incredible power! Lightning! So unique and unpredictable. I think I could be overwhelmed from a blast of lightning and die happy. I should try and kill a storm elemental, Fran said, sounding as though she was speaking to herself. The others stared at her for a moment. Then Gorb shook his head at the others in the circle, indicating she was talking to herself. The conversation continued. Lightning? Yelsa asked, somewhat annoyed. You never mentioned any elementals that offered lightning. I did not know they existed. Gorb shrugged stoically. What use are the two of you? Yelsa snapped, looking between Gorb and Fran. Neither Gorb nor Fran replied, and Yelsa began popping her neck. Rep decided to redirect the conversation before it became too awkward to continue. How did you know to come and find us? The storm was immense, he asked. We were passing around Zagon on our way back from Pludon. Truth be told, Fran was the first to notice the storm. She wanted to get closer to see it for herself, but we saw flames being emitted from within the storm. We presumed they were from a flame striker. But then we witnessed something absolutely incredible. A bolt of lightning flashed downward, then went back up. We were astounded. Fran insisted that we see the source, and I was reluctant to disagree. Of course, now it makes sense. Only an elemental could do such a thing, Gorb explained. Rep looked at Zalan and raised his eyebrows. Zalan began to explain. Actually, Gorboniface, Gorb said patiently. Gorboniface. I was the one that redirected the lightning, Zalan said. Gorb's stoic face went wide-eyed, and he looked up at Representative. Rep nodded in confirmation. Yelsa's face went from sour to astounded. Gorb sat up straighter and cleared his throat. I see, he told Zalan. What level have you reached? I'm just at level 1, Zalan replied. Gorb's shoulders slumped. I see, he grumbled, disappointed. Why does Zalan's manner of speech sound strange? Fran said, turning herself around and finally breaking her attention from the distant storm. Where does he hail from? He is not from around this land, Rep answered nervously.
I just implied that, Fran said, annoyed. But where is he from? Rep looked at Zalin, who made a face, unsure how to proceed. Rep shrugged. I'm from another world, Zalin said. Fran blinked and looked back to Rep. Rep nodded. Fran smirked and turned to her brother.
Good to know we are not the only ones traveling with someone insane, she said, to which Yelsa protested loudly. Chapter 14. Newcomers. After a few barbs were thrown between Yelsa and Fran, Rep decided to simply ignore them and continue the conversation between Gorb and Zalin. What were you doing in Pludon? Rep asked Gorb. That is many weeks' journey. Yelsa is in search of an elemental. We heard rumors of an air elemental living at the top of the mountain. The rumors were true, but... Gorb shrugged his shoulders. Rep nodded, understanding the implication. But what? Zalin asked. She failed the challenge, Fran teased, pointing a finger. I paid you to assist me in getting the power. You left me on my own. If anything, it is the two of you that failed the challenge, Yelsa protested. We have been over this, Gorb sighed. No! Just because the two of you agree does not mean that these two men would agree. You were unreasonable. Yelsa looked between Fran and Gorb with distaste, then turned her attention to Rep and Zalin to explain. I paid them to help me gain an elemental power, but upon reaching the elemental, they stepped back and left me to fend for myself. Which is how it must be, Fran cut in. You do not know that. I paid for a service that you refused to provide, Yelsa snapped. We did not agree to assist you in gaining the power, only in finding the elemental, Fran said confidently. You certainly made that up only after the elemental appeared, Yelsa said. Zalin stared in confusion, not really following who was in the right, but having a question nonetheless. Can't she just try the challenge again? Did yours have a time limit? Zalin asked. Elementals do not give time limits, Gorb answered confidently. Well, Zalin began before Fran jumped in. When an elemental's challenge is issued, you may only attempt it once. Only once. When you choose to attempt it is up to you, as elementals always grant challenges that do not expire, she said. But Zalin tried again, but Fran cut him off. But if you fail the challenge, then the elemental does not grant you their power under any circumstances. You were deemed unworthy of the power, and must find another elemental to woo by completing its challenge, Fran concluded. Yelsa was frowning, her eyes fixed away from the people in the conversation in annoyance. You seem to have a lot of questions about elementals for someone who just gained the power of one, Fran pointed out. Rep didn't tell me. Failing their challenge didn't come up in any of the books I read about them either. I just assumed, Zalin said. He can read? Gorb looked at Rep. Fastest reader I have ever seen, Rep nodded. He read 3 books in a single sitting. The 4 looked at Zalin, clearly amazed at the feat. His eyebrows furrowed, not having considered his reading speed to be even above average before. He felt warm under their attention and quickly tried to move on. Should we be heading back to Oraton? Zalin asked Rep. Can you stand? Rep asked. Zalin looked down at himself and shook his head to his own chagrin. Then we will camp here tonight, Rep answered. We will join you, Gorb said, already moving to unload supplies from his pack. We will? Fran asked, surprised. Certainly. I believe Zalin has much to teach us, Gorb said. I do? Zalin asked, equally surprised. Tell me about the guild of your homeland, or home world, as you put it, Gorb said, piling more firewood into the dying fire. I, didn't have a guild, Zalin answered.
Then where did you learn to fight? Gorb asked.
I didn't? Gorb looked confused and glanced at Rep, who nodded in corroboration with what Zalin was saying. Gorb's face turned from confusion to curiosity.
You traveled the desert without having undergone formal training? Fran asked, relighting the fire once more with her elemental power.
Well, yeah, I just got here a few days ago. I didn't really have time to train. It doesn't really make sense to train.
I'm trying to get home, Zalin said.
How do you intend to do that if it is in another world? Yelsa began offering food to everyone who had begun taking seats around the fire. An artifact called the Homeseeker. Madam Hikma told me about it. Rep and I will go and get it after we heal up from this trip, Zalin explained.
How does the Homeseeker work?
Yelsa asked, burning with interest. Zalin turned to Rep when he realized he'd forgotten the specifics. Anyone touching the artifact after it is activated is sent to their home, Rep relayed.
Oh,
Yelsa began smiling.
An artifact that takes you home? I have a new job for the two of you to make up for your failure. Let us go with them to get the Homeseeker.
I did not fail, but I recall the elementals saying that you did, Fran said, looking at her nails haughtily. I am not paying you for failing to hold your end of the agreement. However, I will double payment only in the case we get the Homeseeker, Yelsa said firmly. Gorb and Fran perked up at the offer, looking to one another with an eyebrow raised. Gorb nodded slowly, and Fran smiled at him in return. Very well, double the payment. Fran reached out a hand which Yelsa eagerly shook.
Looks like we will be travel companions once more,
Rep said to Gorb and Fran, seemingly pleased. Do you know them from somewhere else? Zalin asked.
Fran, Rep and I are in the same guild, Gorb said. But even so, we do not often cross paths.
Fran is in the same guild? Zalin asked, mildly surprised.
Yes, Journey House has no rules on siblings being in the same guild. In fact, it is encouraged. Part of why we joined, Gorb answered.
Oh, that's cool, Zalin said, more surprised that a woman was in the guild than any other explanation, but quickly decided not to follow the line of questioning. Can you show me your lightning? Fran asked, looking as though she were waiting for the right moment to ask the entire time.
He has not yet located the muscle feel.
Rep tempered expectations. Fran crossed her arms in disappointment. Actually, I think I figured it out. When the lightning hit us, it kind of flared up in my head. I think I just... Zalin directed his hand at the fire, and the four others leaned in. After a few seconds' concentration, a tiny blue spark jumped from Zalin's finger to the firewood. Very fun, Fran said, delighted. That looks like it can be an immensely powerful tool at a higher level. Imagine that same attack at level 5. She nudged Gorb, who looked much less excited about the show of power. I suppose, Gorb said noncommittally, casting a tiny amount of air to keep the fire's smoke away from his face. Zalin stared in fascination at the use of power in such a simple way. The air power must have been like always having a fan with you wherever you went. He wondered what he could do to be useful like that with his own power. The way these elemental power users handled themselves seemed so impressive and compelling to him. It changed something in his outlook, like he finally gained some power over his life that he didn't know he was missing. And they each overcame what was likely a difficult challenge in order to gain access to this power. They were kindred spirits in that regard. They faced down an elemental and came out stronger. It inspired a question in him he wasn't sure was appropriate to ask, but since the conversation seemed to have slowed, he offered it. We've all taken on an elemental challenge, right? Is it okay to ask what your challenge was like? Zalin asked. Yelsa's injured face scrunched, and she looked away, but the others seemed to sit up straighter,
excited to share a story of their own accomplishment against an otherworldly creature. "You first," Fran nodded to Zalin eagerly. "What was the storm elemental like?" "It was cloudy. Like it wore a robe made of storm clouds that had a bunch of electricity running through it." "Electricity?" Gorb cut him off. "Oh, lightning. Little bits of lightning ran through its clothes," Zalin corrected himself. "Your strange speech makes me believe that maybe you are of another world," Fran smirked. Zalin couldn't tell if she had made a compliment or insult. She nodded at him to continue his story. "Well, its challenge was to let it have my blood. A lot of it. I mean, it didn't give me the challenge until I had given so much blood that I couldn't even stand. Then it asked for even more," Zalin said. "Hold on," Gorb said, confused. "The elemental watched you give blood for several minutes and did not give you its challenge? It just floated there and stared?" "No, it wasn't even visible. It just ate away the blood that touched the floor," Zalin said. "You had no evidence of it actually being an elemental, and you continued the bloodletting regardless?" Gorb asked, stunned. "Did you believe you would die?" Fran asked excitedly. "I didn't really think about it," Zalin shrugged, to which she smiled, impressed. "I thought he would die," Rep admitted in a small voice. "He was so determined to gain the power, I thought he would lose himself for nothing." "A good challenge, then, and a successful outcome," Gorb said to Zalin. "You should be proud." "What about yours?" Zalin asked, appreciating the praise. "I wanted to achieve the ability of flight," Gorb began. "As did I," Yelsa interrupted. "Yes, well, we can tell your story after mine," Gorb continued, unperturbed. "I asked Madame Hikma for her advice. Madame Hikma tried to offer me a mountain of books on elementals. It would have cost the rest of my life just to read those tomes, without even the guarantee that they would have information I needed," Gorb said, chuckling to himself. Rep and Zalin threw each other a knowing glance as Gorb continued. "Rather than waste my time reading, I went to ask the merchants in town if they knew of air elementals, no matter the distance. It took weeks of interrogation and traveling to invalidate rumors, but I finally was told some worthwhile information. I asked Sir Rolkoth of the Journey House to guide me." "More like begged," his sister smiled. "I politely asked Sir Rolkoth to take me," Gorb said firmly. "It was a 3-month journey to Windy Plains. When we arrived, I called upon the elemental, but it did not appear. Sir Rolkoth suggested that we wait, letting the elemental know we were patient enough to gain its strength. 3 days we were on those windy plains, with only one another for company. It was too loud to sleep, and too powerful a wind to keep a good shelter up. I learned to overcome my instinct to shiver while up there, and by day 4, Sir Rolkoth decided that we should go home. I refused. So, Sir Rolkoth told me that he would be waiting in the nearby town where it was warm and lacked the constant wind. He also informed me that if I did not come down by the end of the week, he would presume I was dead. It was a decent assumption, as I had forgotten the feeling of warmth and thought I would freeze in place in the cool winds. Only hours after Sir Rolkoth left the plains did the elemental appear. It challenged me to a foot race across the massive plains. It told me it would go easy on me, but my limbs were tight. My arms were clasped so tightly that I believed they would never leave one another, in fear of the cold winds finding new places to freeze my nerves. I simply decided not to race the elemental at the time. I returned to the tavern, rested and warmed my bones, then returned at full strength. "And you beat an elemental in a foot race?" Rep asked, amazed. "Hardly," Gorb cracked a smile. "The creature outstripped me the moment the race began." "The wind was against me," keeping me far behind it the entire time as it drifted toward the finish line, without any adverse effects from the winds it very likely brought on the plains. And the plains were so large. I had to run for hours to reach the large tree it set for us as a finish point. And what did I find when I finally reached the end? The elemental was waiting for me, inches away from having crossed the tree. It wanted to see if I would persevere in impossible-looking odds. Zalin smiled at how Gorb beamed at the end of the story. He was clearly very proud of his challenge. "Does it always give the same challenge?" Zalin asked, wondering whether he could get a second elemental power. "No. I had heard of many challenges being given on those plains. It does not even appear to everyone to show up. Some of the guildmates I told were left out on the plains for a week, deciding to give up after it did not appear. A very fickle elemental, I believe," Gorb said. "You said yours always gave the same challenge of climbing the volcano, right, Rep?" Zalin asked. Rep nodded in the firelight, reminiscing. "We went to see the elemental, together, actually," Rep indicated to Fran. "Sir Kylile took the two of us." Fran nodded. "You said that you could not receive assistance to get the power," Yelsa said, upset. "Sir Kylile did not assist us once the elemental gave the challenge," Rep corrected. "It appeared at the base of the volcano and told us that the challenge was to see it at the top." "Nor did we help one another," Fran said. "We went up separate sides of the volcano. Truth be told, my side seemed easier once I heard there were lava flows on her end," Rep admitted. "They exploded from nowhere. I could not tell if the elemental was messing with me or the volcano was naturally cracking open on my end," Fran exclaimed. "I had to sit on a precarious edge, waiting for a flame sticker to pass me without noticing," Rep remembered. "In fact, it looked my way, but a small cough of volcanic ash obscured its vision. And I had to push a flame striker into the lava flow," Fran said. "It had almost killed me with its explosive pointing, but I was able to trick it into running toward the lava, then cutting its leg and letting its momentum carry it to its demise." "You killed one of those things on your own?" Zalin asked, amazed. "And she was only level 2. Rep nodded. "Level 3 after that," Fran smiled. "We reached the top around the same time," Rep recalled, "and the elemental granted us both its element from its fiery robes. It even pointed us to an easy way back down," Fran said. Rep and Fran smiled to themselves, remembering the time they gained their powers fondly. "So, no one else's elemental tried to kill them right after giving power," Zalin determined. The others shrugged or smiled sympathetically in agreement. "What about after it gave you power? I was a bit out of it, but I know my elemental said not to lose the power it granted me. How do I make sure I don't lose mine?" Zalin asked them. The elemental-powered individuals looked between one another and shrugged. "I believe they say that as a formality, perhaps asking you not to waste your life? As far as I know, you cannot lose an elemental power after it has been granted," Rep offered. "Okay, just kind of weird it would bring it up like that, I guess," Zalin shrugged. Then they looked at Yelsa. She had her bruised eyes glued to the floor, actively ignoring the looks. "Yelsa?" Gorb asked. "I will tell your tale if you do not," Fran warned mischievously. "No, you would just fill it with lies," Yelsa said, sighing and looking up, the cuts on her face more prominent in the flamelight. "We saw an air elemental atop the mountain behind Pludon. It told me to withstand the blizzard of air it would send my way. I looked to my hired help for assistance, especially the one that already had control of the wind. But they had stepped away from the area. In my confusion, I was distracted and thrown off balance enough to be dragged on the floor by the wind, head first. The elemental quickly returned and deemed me unworthy." The story didn't sound like it was over, but Yelsa was definitely done with her quick tale, her face having returned to pouting toward the ground. "I am sorry to hear that your challenge went poorly," Rep said,
sounding sincere. Amazing that this man I did not pay has already given me kinder words than either of you two, Yelsa said. You did not pay me to be nice, Fran replied. I did not pay you to abandon me, Yelsa snapped. We should rest, Gorb said firmly, shutting them both down. We will continue travel and learn more about the Homeseeker tomorrow. I will take first watch. With a snap of her fingers, Fran put out the fire so they could rest.
Chapter 15. Training. Zalin woke the next morning before the sun had even risen above the horizon. He felt alive, lucid, and powerful, especially compared to his state the afternoon before. He breathed in deeply, flexing his arms and reaching for his phone in his pocket, not quite having given up the habit yet. He patted his empty pocket and scoffed to himself before sitting up. The sight before him caused his mouth to drop wide open. A few hundred feet where they camped for the night, Fran was blasting giant balls of fire into the air, trying to pull them back down after emitting them. She looked frustrated and constantly ran the exercise of throwing a flame and failing to pull its entirety back down, only grasping a tiny fraction of what was created by her power. Not far from her, but also away from the camp, was Gorb, sitting cross-legged on the sand, watching Fran closely. Every few tries, Gorb would offer her a suggestion. She would take the advice seriously before her next attempt. In the meantime, Gorb was emitting a massive blast of air from below him, trying to levitate off the ground with little success beyond a second of suspension in the air. Zalin squinted, not quite understanding what his training was supposed to accomplish. He is trying to fly, Yelsa said, appearing next to him and seemingly having read his mind. How long does it normally take to learn how to do that? Zalin asked, lowering his voice mid-sentence when he realized that Rep was still fast asleep near the fire pit. We do not know if it is possible at all. Certainly not at his level. He lacks the raw power to hold up hundreds of pounds of weight constantly, though he can make people jump considerably higher, Yelsa explained. And some temporary flight is known, but he wishes to fly across the land without touching the ground to rest. Looks like he can fly in the air for a moment, Zalin pointed out, watching Gorb's face contort in concentration as he tried to ascend once more. That moment is like throwing something in the air and claiming you can make it levitate. It is not enough, especially for him, Yelsa intoned. Because he's so big, Zalin agreed, noting Gorb's massive frame. I meant because he is not satisfied with his level of ability, Yelsa said, amused. Right, Zalin pulled at his collar, embarrassed, then quickly tried to recover. What level are you? Have you not been told it is rude to ask someone's level? Yelsa asked sharply. No, it's rude, Zalin said, further embarrassed. It can be, especially for those you do not know well, Yelsa answered, a small, knowing smile growing on her face. Oh, sorry, Zalin said. Fran is level 6, and Gorbanifus level 4, she offered, making it clear she would not go on to reveal her own. Oh, thanks, Zalin said. The two of them watched Fran throw a fireball larger than a truck in front of her, the effort making her topple backward in exhaustion and roar loudly at the sky in frustration. I am awake! I am awake! Rep murmured drowsily, clearly still asleep. Why did you want an air elemental power specifically? Zalin asked. Or is that rude to ask too? She eyed him warily. Are you really not of this world? She asked. I don't know how to prove it to you, but I'm not, Zalin said, presenting himself with his hands. Then keep this between us. I am also from what they might consider another world. I am from, she leaned in to whisper, Aetheria. Zalin stared, not sure how he was supposed to react to the name.
The city in the sky, Yelsa added. Zalan continued to stare, his eyebrow twitching as he tried to form the appropriate response. Yelsa was watching him expectantly. That's amazing, Zalan attempted. So you believe me, she said, elated, her features going soft. I knew I could trust you. The siblings laughed at me, calling me absurd names for even believing in such tales. But I assure you, I hail from there.
They must be really awesome. In the sky. Zalan nodded, immediately forgetting the name of the city. Similar to Gorboniface, I wanted an elemental air power to learn to fly. I wished to fly above the clouds in order to go back home, Yelsa explained. Zalan had to suppress a smirk as he realized they were both required to call Gorb by his full name. Is there no other way back? Zalan asked. Well, it is complicated. Zalan! Fran snapped from beyond the campsite. Get over here! Train with us! Zalan looked at Yelsa, who shrugged and nodded for him to go. He stood to full height slowly, not wanting to push himself after being so exhausted the day before. He took slow steps, making sure he could stay upright, all the while Fran continued to shout at him, telling him to speed up. Zalan's newly bandaged left hand still had a painful throb run through it, but otherwise he felt significantly more rested than he did the day before. If they planned to return to Oriton, he would not be a hindrance to the group. He stood a few feet in front of Fran, who eyed him with intensity. Was it scorn? Zalan couldn't tell by her expression. Are you not going to say good morning? Fran asked. Oh, good morning, Fran, Zalan said, feeling silly, then turned around. Good morning, Gorboniface. Gorb nodded in response, his focus on his own training, sand whipping up as air blasted around him. All right. I want to see the extent of your ability after a good night's rest, Fran said. Are you not going to say good morning? Zalan asked her, feeling brave. No, Fran replied immediately, a small grin appearing. Zalan felt even more silly now. Now, hit me with some lightning, Fran said, as she stood in a defensive stance at the ready. Zalan frowned with uncertainty, then turned to look at Gorb for support. Hey, no! Fran snapped her fingers at him, regaining his attention. I am speaking to you. Do not try to bring someone else into this. And do not distract Gorb when he trains. Simply hit me with lightning. I'm not going to attack you, Zalan said nervously. Why not? What? I don't want to hurt you, Zalan said, as if it were obvious. Hurt me? Fran laughed. No, that will not be possible. Go ahead and shock me. Now. No, Zalan said uncomfortably. No? Fran almost looked impressed that Zalan stood up to her. Her eyes pointed skyward for a moment, as she thought of a solution. Okay, look. If I can prove to you that you will not hurt me, will you strike me with lightning? Zalan didn't like the bargain, his face scrunching as he became further unsettled. Was she insane? Was it a good idea to travel with her? He instinctively turned to look at Rep for his advice, but Fran snapped again, this time emitting a small flame to get his attention. He whipped back to look at her, keeping a close eye on her movements to make sure she wouldn't throw a fireball at him. He couldn't read her at all. Here, she was holding a parchment in one hand. Zap this piece of parchment. She placed it down on the sand. Zalan leaned in to look at it, seeing there was information written on it. It's not important? It is the map for us to go to Pludon. But we know the way home from here, so it is no longer necessary. Now zap it, Fran said. Zalan looked down at it and shrugged, deciding this was much better than hurting someone real. He raised his hand at the paper and pulled at the muscle in his mind, using some of his energy to emit power.
A small arc of lightning, like a piece of silly string, quickly jumped from his finger to a spot in the sand next to the paper. He missed. Zalin looked up, embarrassed, but Fran simply nodded in encouragement for him to try again. He focused and sent out another spark, this time striking the paper. "Great!" Fran knelt down and picked up the parchment. "Look how much damage you did to something this frail." She held it close in front of Zalin. He saw a tiny black mark on the paper. It looked like it had been held too close to a candle, much less struck by anything powerful. He suddenly felt very underwhelmed by his elemental power. Wasn't the purpose of getting this power to go up against a dragon? "All right, now that you see how harmless you are, strike me with the lightning," Fran said. "Why are you so insistent on this?" Zalin said. "I wish to know the damage that the lightning does to a living thing. We must know how well it will interact with an enemy for when we are in combat," Fran answered. Zalin thought about it for a moment, and then reluctantly sighed and held a hand up to Fran. She grinned. He concentrated for 2 seconds, then let out a shock. Fran dipped out of the way, her smile unwavering as the lightning passed her harmlessly. Zalin frowned, irritated. "Why did you move? Hit me with lightning. You thought training would be on unmoving targets? There are no monsters that will wait for you to strike," Fran said confidently. "I'm really slow at getting the lightning out, though," Zalin complained. "I know. That is why we are training," Fran nodded. Zalin let out a dry sigh and held up his hand again. He was able to let out the lightning much faster this time, but Fran ducked under it and drove the hilt of her sword into Zalin's stomach. He coughed and doubled over in pain, clenching his stomach. "Fran," Gorb warned. "Oh, come on," Fran complained. "I did not strike him hard. Or has he never seen battle before?" "Fran," Gorb repeated, his threat more serious in this intonation. "Fine, I will only slap him with the parchment. Happy?" Fran held up the map while rolling her eyes. "Not happy," Zalin answered, still clutching his stomach. "That strike was nothing," Fran said surely. "This is good training. Be nimble, prepared to dodge any oncoming attack while you deal your own. This might go a lot better if you told me what I'm supposed to learn before we train," Zalin said, warily standing up and watching her closely. "I am making this up as I go along," Fran freely admitted. It brought him some comfort for her to be so forthcoming. "Fine. So if I hit you with lightning, then I win," Zalin said, raising his hand. "Success in training only comes when you see your results in combat," Fran said, then grinned wryly. "But yes, you will win." That was all Zalin needed to hear. Zalin let out a streak of lightning, only for Fran to spin out of the way and slap Zalin in the face with the parchment. It didn't hurt, but was humiliating, especially knowing that Gorb was watching. It was almost worse than the hilt to the stomach. Almost. "Even at level 1, you can master the ability to emit your elemental power immediately. Get to know the feeling," she said, snapping a finger to let out a tiny flame for effect. She made a bit of distance for him to try again. Zalin nodded and raised his hand again, trying to read where Fran was going to be while letting out lightning. She remained in place for a moment, long enough that Zalin thought he would get her for sure this time. But then she threw her foot upward, kicking sand in the air and making Zalin recoil. She took 2 steps forward and tapped him on the head with the map. Zalin breathed in frustration and thrust his hand out at her, an arc of lightning coming out immediately, but she was able to just bend out of the way. Her smile grew even wider, pride in her eyes. "Well done! That was much faster," Fran said to inspire him. Zalin didn't take any time to reply, shooting out his next small blast of lightning, then another after a second. Fran easily maneuvered out of the way and rolled back a small distance from him. He pointed with both hands, trying to send out 2 streams at once.
Fran spun one way, ready to be out of the way of both lightning strikes. But Zalin tried to anticipate this by kicking sand in the air, then letting out a shock from one hand.
The strike barely missed, the sand falling away and Fran coming in for a hit with the parchment.
Zalin let her come, finally able to successfully zap her with a tiny arc of lightning just as she slapped his face once more with the parchment. The slap of parchment didn't go all the way across his face. Instead, she dropped the paper midway through and gasped. Zalin beamed at his success, despite technically getting killed by the map at the same time. He felt like it was probably a tie, but they agreed it was a win if he hit her with lightning. He felt great. "Whoa!" she laughed, feeling her abdomen where the little lightning hit her. "Sorry, did I hurt you?" he asked, his satisfaction spilling out of him in the thought he injured her. "Hurt me? I told you that was not possible," Fran said, as if it were obvious. "But it made me twitch. It is an interesting power. It could cause enemies enough pause to hit them with your sword." "Well done!" Rep called from camp, clapping excitedly and running over. Knowing Rep was awake to witness him being slapped by the map made Zalin even more self-conscious about it. When Rep approached, he had one hand on his lip, likely nursing the wound of having bit it open the day before. "That little bout at the end with 2 bolts of lightning was incredible." "Thanks," Zalin said, excited about his power despite its lack of strength. He felt a little better about its uses now, and he hoped he could continue to train to get it stronger. "I appreciate you not having hurt him in your training," Rep said, clearly asleep when Fran first made him double over in pain. "Of course," Fran said, giving Zalin a look as he opened his mouth to answer. He thought better of it. "Can we train some more? I feel like I'm getting the hang of this," Zalin said to Rep, hoping to train with a less unpredictable teacher. "If you would rather train than head back, certainly. But you can also train once we are home," Rep answered for her.
The word home hit Zalin like a ton of bricks, remembering that this was some strange dream world. None of this was real, and none of it would matter by the time he was back home. Any experience he gained, or any power he achieved, wouldn't matter after the Homeseeker. He just wanted to go home and visit Mom. "You're right," Zalin said firmly. "Let's head back." Chapter 16. Back to Oriton. "How much time do you think has passed in my homeworld?" Zalin asked Rep once they were underway. Zalin didn't like the idea of being in a coma so long as he was in this world. He wondered what Asher was thinking, seeing him sleep for so long after he visited. "Not much time at all, I would venture. Seconds, maybe," Rep said, juggling the idea in his mind. "You sound pretty sure," Zalin said. "I was inspired with the information," Rep answered. Zalin raised an eyebrow. "The same inspiration that brought you to help me?" Zalin asked, slightly skeptical. Rep's eyes got a faraway look as he turned away from Zalin abruptly. "Indeed," Rep said. "How much do you know about this source of inspiration? What did you see?" "I would rather not say," he said, wincing as he bit the inside of his lip lightly. "I really wish you would," Zalin said. "Perhaps later. Let us focus on the journey ahead," Rep answered. Zalin sighed through his nose, incredibly frustrated that Rep seemed to not want to answer one of his most pertinent inquiries. He tried to get the question out of his mind with another question. "What's the plan from here? How long will it take for us to get to the castle from Oriton?" Zalin asked. "The castle of Dokran is a few days' journey from Oriton. We will rest at the guild to heal ourselves. Then I will need to make some money for us to purchase supplies needed for the way. Food, mostly, as there are 5 of us now. In the meantime, I hope you will take the time to train," Rep said. Zalin threw a nervous look at Fran, who was walking ahead of them, occasionally throwing a small fireball from her palm and manipulating its trajectory mid-air before it dissipated into nothing. "I guess I could do with some more training," Zalin admitted anxiously. "Splendid. Then that is our plan," Rep said, not having read Zalin's hesitations. Later on the journey back to Oriton, as the travelers shifted in their order, Rep and Zalin found themselves next to Gorb and behind Fran and Yelsa, who were arguing about something inconsequential. Zalin tried to listen in, and it sounded something like they were talking about Yelsa's home and whether it existed. Rep leaned toward Gorb, with a hint of apprehension, to ask a question. "Gorb, why is it that you are working for this Yelsa?" Zalin still hadn't figured out why Rep had earned the right to call Gorboniface by his nickname. Level 3 couldn't have been that strong. "She pays," Gorb replied, his face inscrutable to Zalin. "But I feel this work is strange for you to take part in. Why are hired guild members under level 10 guiding her to elementals? This sounds like something for her own guild to take part in," Rep said. "She has no guild," Gorb replied. "But is she paying you enough to do this job? It is normally a high price to take someone to an elemental," Rep asked. "She pays very well," Gorb nodded. "Then, and I do not mean any offense, but why did she hire the two of you rather than someone more experienced?" Rep continued. "No one believed her when she discussed the reason as to why she had to find an air elemental specifically," Gorb said, then lowered his voice. "She claims to be from Aetheria. She wishes to fly back home in the clouds." "Is she insane?" Rep asked, sounding genuinely curious, not an ounce of malice in the question. "Not that I can tell, except that she pays us much better than she ought to. 10 gold coins for the first trip, now 20 for the Homeseeker. But I take it that she is simply well off and eccentric, rather than insane," Gorb said. "What do you intend to do with all that coin?" Rep asked. Judging by the size his eyes went, Zalin determined they were talking about a small fortune. "We must pay the dues on Mother and Father's home. The rates went up this year, and Mother refuses to pay."
"We need to put a stop to that," Gorb said.
"Good on you to keep your parents in their home," Rep said. Gorb scoffed loudly, a smile almost breaking on his face. He shook his head. "That was not our concern. We want to prevent a massacre," Gorb said. "Your parents would be killed for not paying?" Zalin asked, stunned. "No, nothing like that," Gorb waved a hand dismissively. "However, they would try to evict my parents for not paying. Mother would not go out without a fight, and Father, in his love for Mother, would die rather than see her be disappointed. So the two of them would kill dozens before they would be removed from their home. Though at that point, they might be considered for execution. We wish to prevent that." Zalin tried to assess whether Gorb was making a joke or whether he really believed that his parents would have the strength and ability to kill dozens of people. Zalin didn't see any indication that Gorb was messing around, but he also had a hard time reading Gorb's facial expressions. "We are close," Rep said excited as he pointed at the city of Oriton in the distance. "How are you going to make money once we're home?" Zalin asked him. "I shall do small jobs that earn me about a bronze coin each. I will go home to home, asking whether they would like to save time in starting their fires tonight, and use my elemental power to start it for them," Rep explained. "That's amazing," Zalin said, again being impressed by the small feats that these powers were able to achieve. When he first thought of these powers, he thought they were exclusively weapons, but he saw so much more use in them. Air to keep smoke out of your face, or to make an umbrella, or start fires for others. He wanted his own power to have additional utility like that. "Perhaps when you are stronger, you will be able to start fires with your power as well," Rep said.
I might even be able to help now if the firewood is dry enough, Zalin considered.
No, you should focus on training, Rep said with certainty. You should not take on a dragon at such a low level, and Fran and Gorb have already agreed to instruct. Great, Zalin said slowly, Gorb's inscrutable gaze not reacting to his sarcasm. The sun slid low in the sky, ready to hide itself behind the horizon. At that time, they were back at the gates of Oriton, the guards atop the walls greeting Rep, Gorb, and Fran as familiar faces. Once inside, they went straight to Journey House, and each slept until their wounds were fully healed. Zalin discovered that the room leading away was specifically for the women of the guild, separating the men and women into 2 large suites. Zalin was asleep the longest, having much of his body to restore. When he woke up and stretched his newly rejuvenated body, he noticed there was a scar left on his hand from where he cut it open to spill blood for the elemental. "Hey, my hand isn't healed all the way," Zalin said to Rep. "Not all wounds are healed by rest. Some leave marks, especially the wounds we inflict on ourselves," Rep said. "So I'm stuck with this?" Zalin asked, looking over the light red line across his palm. He wondered if his real body was affected by this. Was all of this being treated as a nightmare in his brain? Stuck in a dream? "Indeed," Rep said, gathering a few things and heading for the door. "Where are we going?" Zalin asked, following. "Not we. I am going to get us some money for the journey to the castle. You can train in the courtyard behind the guild," Rep said. "Right now? We just got back," Zalin complained. "It is not as though you require any more rest," Gorb said from behind him. Zalin spun to meet his unemotional gaze. Then Zalin sighed and waved off to Rep, who headed outside. "Who is ready for training?" Fran popped in from her quarters. Yelsa remained inside. "Yeah, I suppose," Zalin shrugged and grabbed his sword to go to the training area.
"Where are you headed?" Fran asked, tilting her head.
"Rep said the courtyard was this way," Zalin pointed.
"We are not training in the courtyard," Fran laughed. "How are you supposed to get experience that way? We are going outside the walls."
"But Rep said we would train in the courtyard," Zalin said.
"Oh, but Rep said I could not play today," Fran said in a mocking tone, pantomiming wiping tears from her eyes, then snapping up. "What is he, your father? More importantly, is he your instructor right now?"
"Well, I mean—"
Zalin stopped when Gorb stood to his full height and flicked his chin upward, a silent order for Zalin to go out the front door.
"All right, fine."
Zalin opened the door and saw how the town was shrouded in a red hue, the sun right at the brink of taking its rays to the other side of the world. He turned back to Gorb and Fran, who were right behind him, no room for him to head back inside.
"Won't it be dark soon?" Zalin asked.
"All the better for your training. You cannot always expect to be fighting things in daylight," Fran smiled.
"But Rep said," Zalin trailed when Fran raised an eyebrow, a disparaging remark just behind her lips. "Yeah, okay, let's go," Zalin muttered.
"Excellent. I know the perfect place to fight some creatures that will be at your skill level. You will be able to use your power in combat as well as get some training in with your sword," Fran said, excited.
"They had better not be roaches," Zalin grumbled, as they approached the nearest exit to Oriton.
"Oh, God, no!" Fran's face scrunched in distaste. "I hate roaches. No, these creatures are nothing like roaches. They are far more dangerous."
Chapter 17. It's not just a boulder. Fran led the way outside the gate, waving off the warnings received by the guards on the walls. She walked with a skip in her step, so much energy that Zalin wondered if she had one of those indefatigable iron artifacts on her person, but quickly dismissed the idea as being very foolish for an adventurer, especially one outside the safety of their city.
Gorb walked at the same pace as Zalin, keeping himself close once they exited the city, ensuring that any sneak attacks would not hit Zalin alone. Zalin looked up to the tall man, wondering what kind of thoughts he had behind his placid face. "Hey, Gorboniface, how come Rep can call you Gorb?" Zalin asked, curious. "Because he has proven himself to be strong," Gorb replied simply, as though it were obvious. "He's not even that high of a level," Zalin pointed out. "One's level is a small part of what makes them strong," Gorb said sagely. "Okay, then what makes Rep powerful?" Zalin asked. Gorb looked down at him, considering whether he felt like answering the question. Zalin stared back, determined not to look away, until Gorb chuckled dryly and decided to respond. "Rep has the strength of selflessness, a seemingly endless amount. I have never seen someone more willing to help another than Representative. I do not believe he pursues his own passions, except that he believes it will be useful in assisting someone later. I have never seen him ask for something in return. He told me that his reward is between him and God," Gorb said. Zalin blinked, stunned at the idea. He had heard his mom say that sentiment once before. Rep had been so willing to help him from the beginning. He couldn't remember a single time that Rep denied him something that he wanted to pursue here. Was the mention of being inspired all a lie to make Zalin feel better about Rep helping him? Or was there actually something he saw? There had to be something more to Rep than just helping people. "What does Rep like? What does he do?" Zalin asked, continuing down his thread of curiosity. "He likes to help others," Gorb replied. "But, I mean, what does he do outside of helping others? If I weren't here right now, what kind of things would he be up to?" Zalin asked. "Very likely asking someone else if they needed assistance," Gorb said. Zalin scoffed to himself. The idea was absurd. Gorb read Zalin's expression and continued. "If Rep spent some of his time training, he would certainly be at my level, perhaps even Fran's level, or higher. But he does not seem interested in pursuing strength, despite being in a guild. He spends his time at the service of others, without complaint. That makes him one of the strongest people I know," Gorb said. Zalin was amazed and suddenly felt slightly off about Rep. He thought they were becoming friends, led together by this idea of inspiration that came to Rep. But Rep clearly never wanted to talk about it. He was dodging the idea to not make it awkward that he just wanted to help. So perhaps they weren't really becoming friends. Rep was just working on his next project. Zalin sighed to himself at the idea, reminding himself this world wasn't consequential to his reality. He looked back up to Gorb. "So, if I become a better person, then you'll let me call you Gorb?" Zalin asked. "No. Rep is at least competent at fighting. I saw you try to shock my sister. It was pathetic," Gorb said matter-of-factly. "Ah, okay, sure," Zalin said, feeling warm under his collar. "We have arrived," Fran said in a sing-song voice, presenting a massive pile of stones, each about the size of a beach ball, ahead of them. Each of the stones were resting on or around a giant boulder. "Where are we?" Zalin asked, squinting in the darkness of early evening. "This is where you will train," Fran said, Gorb stepping off respectfully to the side. Zalin looked at the stack of rocks, then away to the large, empty earth that they had spanned between Oraton and their current location. Zalin didn't understand why this was any better than training in the journey home courtyard at night. Big rocks seemed pretty underwhelming. "There aren't any monsters. Are you still making up training as you go along?" Zalin asked Fran. "Not this time. Pull out your sword and zap that small rock, the one closest to us," Fran indicated to one of the jagged stones on the ground a few feet away. "With my sword out?" Zalin asked. "It'd be easier to concentrate without it." But then you would not be training for a real battle. In a fight, you should use your sword and your elemental power simultaneously. Otherwise, you will always be at a disadvantage against those that can control both their power and weapon, Fran said, smiling and pulling out her own sword. She swung her sword with one hand and let out a tiny pebble-sized fireball from the other. Zalin took her point and drew his sword. He raised his hand, flexing the muscle in his mind to access his elemental power. It still came sluggishly, but eventually a tiny spark leapt from his hand onto the rock, illuminating the space slightly. The rock shifted. Whoa! Did my lightning just move a rock? Zalin looked up at Gorb, excited. Gorb didn't react. Fran snapped to get his attention. Hit the rock again, faster this time. You need to be able to emit power in an instant, understood? Fran ordered. All right, Zalin breathed and pointed his hand, another jolt hopping out of his hand a second later. It struck the rock again, and before Zalin could be proud of his improved aim, the rock rolled in a circle. Zalin peered at it, concerned. The rock was spinning in place. Then a head sprouted from the top, followed by a hand. Whoa! What is that? Zalin said in shock, pointing his sword at the creature as it created limbs for itself. That is a sickly gargoyle, Fran said. The sickly gargoyle was small, similar in size to a roach, but had arms and legs like a small human. Its skin was rigid and gray, with a series of spiky zits popping out of its face. Its eyes were a ghostly green, and there was a slight bright green spittle oozing out of its sharp-toothed mouth. It did a somersault on the floor, and then looked up at Zalin angrily. Here it comes. Do not let it bite you, Fran said, smiling. Hey, no! Zalin took a step back. The sickly gargoyle got down on all fours and began scampering toward him. A small growl emitted every few steps. Zalin swung his sword wildly at it, but it shifted out of the way and bared its green-slicked teeth to bite him. He screamed in disgust and kicked it. The small creature flew a few feet away, and Zalin pointed and quickly zapped it with a spark. The sickly gargoyle twitched uncomfortably, letting out some sound of discomfort. Zalin took advantage of this and took a step forward, zapping it with another bolt of lightning. The sickly gargoyle remained in place long enough for Zalin to stab and kill it. He breathed hard, then looked up angrily at Fran. Can you please tell me about things before they try to hurt me? He said, frustrated. You do yourself a disservice. You were wonderful at thinking on your feet, Fran said, clapping her hands together. Good job using your elemental power to make it drop its guard before striking. Your swordplay needs work, Gorb offered. Is this how all of you train? Put yourselves in danger and hope you learn enough while panicking to kill the thing, Zalin asked. Is there any other way? Fran asked, smirking. Now go ahead and hit that one with some lightning. I really don't want to, Zalin said, his heart pumping powerfully. Not a problem, Fran said sprightly, picking up 2 rocks and tossing them at Zalin's feet. No, I didn't mean like that. Zalin ran a few steps from the rocks that began spinning in place. He quickly assessed the fact that they would be vulnerable while they were still spinning, and shifted strategies. He stepped forward and swung his sword hard at one of them before it could come out of its rock ball, only to have his sword be deflected harmlessly. Their outer shells are too strong to only be hit with a weapon. You must use an elemental power to create an opening. Or put your lightning into the blade, Fran said, as both sickly gargoyles sprung open and targeted Zalin as their enemy. Zalin raised his hand to zap them, but one of the creatures jumped and chomped at his hand, making him flinch back. Do not let them bite you, Fran said. I don't need to be reminded. Zalin saw the second sickly gargoyle jump toward his leg, and he swiped it away with the flat of his sword.
He didn't do any damage to it, but he put some distance between them. He ran a few steps away as the two creatures chased after him, and after 30 seconds of running in circles and concentrating, he was finally able to hit one with lightning and get it to stop running. He rushed in, missed with his first sword swing, then killed it on the second. The second sickly gargoyle was much easier to dispose of alone. Zalin leaned over, breathing hard after the exertion. "Try to imbue your blade with your power," Gorb said. "What? What is that? What does that mean?" Zalin asked rapidly, afraid that Fran would throw more rocks at him to fight before he had the chance to get an answer. "It is putting your power into your weapon. Observe." Gorb pulled out both of his swords from the sheaths on his back and swung them so fast they looked no more than a blur to Zalin. "I add air power behind them to increase speed and air power ahead to cut down on any air resistance." "And I can do this," Fran said, raising her sword and setting the entire thing on fire. It shined hot, looking like it could cut through anything at that heat.
"So, mixing weapons and my power will make things a lot stronger?" Zalin asked.
"Of course. Watch this," Fran said. To his relief, she threw a fireball at a rock, calling the sickly gargoyle's attention to herself. The sickly gargoyle ran toward her, and her flaming sword sliced right through it like butter, brightening the boulder that rested behind them. She looked up at Zalin, her beaming smile shining in the firelight of her sword. "You try," Fran suggested. "Okay, just don't throw any monsters at me while I try," Zalin warned. "No promises," Fran smiled sweetly. Zalin was almost amused at her response, but quickly focused on pointing his hand at his sword to get lightning flowing through it. He shot lightning at it, then grunted in pain when he felt the lightning run through the blade to his hand and make him drop his weapon. "No, imbue the weapon. You cannot simply attack the sword," Gorb said, as he picked it back up. "I don't know what the difference is," Zalin replied, feeling very out of his element. "The same way that you would emit the power from your hand, you must send it into the blade from the hilt. Do not intend to shoot anything out. You are simply going to manipulate the power as an enhancement to your abilities," Gorb said. Zalin frowned to himself, feeling patronized by Gorb's use of the word simply, when he was still figuring out how to get the lightning out of him. He gripped the hilt of the sword with two hands and focused. Lightning danced at his fingers occasionally, but nothing went the whole way of the blade like Fran's fire did. "Keep concentrating," Gorb encouraged. "This is taking too long," Fran complained. Zalin began to strain himself, putting all of his energy into getting his sword to light up with electricity. More bolts sparked at his fingers, and he tried to will them onto the blade. After a few seconds of putting out as much energy as he could, he lowered the blade in defeat, breathing laboriously.
"I can't do it," Zalin sighed. "The speed at which you quit is very inspiring," Gorb said sarcastically. "Let's get back to some real training," Fran said, sending out a whip of flames to burn a row of rocks. Zalin steeled himself for the encounter, knowing that complaining wouldn't change much. The dozen rocks all began spinning in place, followed by the massive boulder. "Zalin, run," Fran said, all amusement flushed out of her voice. What is that?" Zalin said, immediately taking a few steps backward. The boulder sprouted two massive claws, rumbling the earth enough to make Zalin stumble backward and fall on his hands. Sickly gargoyles came out of the rock shells and looked hungrily at the three adventurers. The boulder's claws flexed as its head slowly emerged. "A giant gargoyle," Gorb said. "Run!" The giant gargoyle's legs emerged, and it quickly stood at full height, like a living hill, pebbles spilling off of it. It stood straighter than the sickly gargoyle counterparts and had a back like a mountain range.
Its maw had odd, pointed teeth, with bits of lightning jumping in between its tongue and teeth. It had 4 tiny eyes and 2 dull thorns on its head. Its hands were like small boulders on the ends of large earthen arms, each studded with sharp claw-shaped rocks. It roared, but the sound that came out sounded like an ongoing avalanche. The giant gargoyle threw its arm up in the air, shedding several tons of rocks from its body. The rocks soared in the air above the 3 companions and piled up high to block the path back to Oriton. Every direction had some amount of rocks. Just as Zalin was finally coming to his senses to run, every possible exit was already obstructed. He would have had to climb over, while there were no handholds, and there was no time with the sickly gargoyles eyeing them all. He looked back at Fran and Gorb for advice. They each had a weapon in hand imbued with their elemental power.
"We will have to fight it," Gorb said, stone-faced. "Do not get bitten." Chapter 18. Getting Bitten. Zalin gripped his sword tightly, his arms shaking as the giant gargoyle sized up the 3 fighters. Fran's sword was bright with flames and attracted the most attention. Zalin had given up trying to imbue his sword with electricity and instead tried to look at both the giant gargoyle and the dozen sickly gargoyles at its feet, panicking as he lost track of the smaller things preparing for an assault. "Zalin, we will need you to take on the sickly gargoyles," Gorb announced. "Why me? I barely managed 2!" Zalin screamed. "The 2 of us will attempt to handle the giant gargoyle," Gorb added. "Attempt to?" Zalin shouted in fear. "We have not faced one before," Gorb said. "This will be an incredible fight," Fran said, excited. "Stay sharp, Zalin. We do not want you to get hurt." "What if you use—" the giant gargoyle roared, bringing down a giant fist to smash Fran. Gorb threw himself forward, a powerful blast of air emitting from his arms and nudging the giant gargoyle's arm to one side enough for Fran to dive out of the way, millimeters from being crushed. She ran up and hopped between sickly gargoyles and delivered a flaming slice to the giant gargoyle's leg. It barely registered a scratch in its earthen hide. "It is tough," Fran laughed. The sickly gargoyles split up and ran at each of the 3 travelers in groups of 4. Anytime one reached Fran, she kicked it in Zalin's direction haphazardly, keeping her focus on avoiding the giant gargoyle's ponderous steps as it attempted to flatten her. Gorb threw a burst of air at the sickly gargoyles running toward him, bowling them all toward Zalin. Zalin was surrounded. "Help!" Zalin screamed instinctively, but his rational mind knew he would receive none. He put up a hand and released a burst of lightning, striking the sickly gargoyle nearest to him. It still held close to the pack. Zalin was afraid that if he tried to strike the creature while it was vulnerable, then another would have an opportunity to bite him. The other sickly gargoyles approached cautiously, none wanting to be on the receiving end of his lightning. He pointed his sword at them with his other hand, trying to send lightning out of it. He couldn't do it, and only continued to throw shocks of lightning at them from his free hand. The sickly gargoyles soon caught on that he couldn't attack all of them at once. They began to circle in on him until Zalin's back was up against the large rocks that the giant gargoyle threw at the beginning of the encounter. The earth rumbled menacingly as the giant gargoyle stomped around Fran. She continued to cut away at the giant gargoyle's feet as Gorb redirected its blows. The sickly gargoyles were too close now, their mouths frothing with green ick. "Fine," Zalin said, frustrated. Zalin screamed loudly to psych himself up and threw a bolt of lightning while running forward. The creatures looked baffled at Zalin's abrupt charge toward them. He got close enough and swung his sword with focus, cutting a sickly gargoyle's head clean off. The other creatures were still distracted and disturbed by Zalin's prolonged screaming,
and he was able to zap and cut down another creature. He gained confidence in himself and burst another shock out of his palm, delighted at his strength in battle. He wondered if Gorb would see him differently now. Then he was bitten on the leg. Zalin screeched in pain and fell away from the sickly gargoyles. He kicked the sickly gargoyle that was on his leg away into the others and was able to struggle to a kneeling stance. He put all his weight on the uninjured leg, knowing that falling would mean death by a dozen excruciating bites. He instinctively let out a stream of lightning, like a fire hose of power at his fingertips, striking all the sickly gargoyles and stunning them in place. The act was sapping massive amounts of energy, all so he might stumble away from the sickly gargoyles. His leg felt as though it was on fire, the burning sensation searing painfully into his flesh and showing no signs of letting up. He took a glance at his foot when he had a few feet of distance between him and the sickly gargoyles, and saw green pus surrounding the wound. Their bite was charged with acid or poison. He gagged. "I got bit!" Zalin screamed in panic, already exhausted. The lightning he'd emitted was more than he'd ever done at once, and the pain sapped quickly at his strength. He felt like he was ready to pass out. Gorb was using air to jump monumentally out of the way as the giant gargoyle tried to bite him with a thunder-cracked chomp. Fran was busy hacking away at anything not trying to stomp on her. Neither of them heard him. He howled in agony as the pain seemed to crescendo at an impossible scale. The sickly gargoyles watched him intently, the noise he made regaining their attention. Zalin hobbled his way toward Gorb, Fran, and the giant gargoyle. The sickly gargoyles were still out of sorts after the earlier blast of lightning shook them to their core, and Zalin was able to kill another 2 on his way to his companions. Lightning was coming significantly faster to his fingertips now, taking less than half a second to come out. He had a good idea of how to use it in combat, but he didn't even care enough to be proud. His leg tormented his every thought. It was unbearable. He considered cutting it off. "Gorb! Gorb, I got bit!" Zalin was sweating profusely when he was in closer distance to Gorb. "Gorboniface!" Gorb corrected, his voice strained as he sent a small tornado to the giant gargoyle's eyes. "Gorb, please! I'm dying!" Zalin screamed, the fire of his leg running up to his thigh. He was afraid the pain would spread further. "Call me by my name and maybe I can help," Gorb snapped. "Gorboniface! I got bit!" Zalin shouted angrily, sweat rolling freely off his face. Gorb gave him a short glance and winced when he saw the damage to the leg. He turned away, and Zalin couldn't tell whether it was because of the sight of the bite or because he wanted to focus on combat. "I am sorry, Zalin. There is not much we can do. Right now, keep the monsters off of me so that I may concentrate and we can escape," Gorb said remorsefully, watching Fran closely as she danced in front of the giant gargoyle to enhance the tornado with flames. I don't know if I can," Zalin gasped. He stumbled, fell, and screamed in agony. His leg was done, and he knew he could never stand up again in his current state. The small crew of sickly gargoyles were once again back in one bunch and beginning to approach Zalin to swarm him. He was kneeling, certain he would never be able to stand again. "You must, or we all die," Gorb commanded. Fran laughed with glee as she saw the giant gargoyle try and swipe at her blindly, missing by many feet. Zalin used both hands to hold his sword as the small throng of sickly gargoyles bared their poisoned teeth and raced toward him, tripping over one another in their eagerness to overwhelm him. Zalin screamed fearfully, holding up his hand and emitting unbalanced zaps of lightning, causing 2 sickly gargoyles to stumble and land at his feet. He brought his sword down on one of them, killing it. Then the sword stuck before he could bring it back for another swing. To his surprise, the other sickly gargoyle was gripping the blade.
Zalin tried to pull it back, but he was in too much pain and far too fatigued. His blade was forcefully stolen away by several of the sickly gargoyles, but he was able to thrust it forward one last time and kill a final creature. Zalin threw more lightning in rapid panic, but he could not kill any more creatures. His hands glowed a soft white, he presumed because he was letting out too much lightning at once. He was unarmed and had nothing powerful enough to kill another monster. In the heat, sweat, and searing pain, Zalin believed he would die. He found no comfort in the possibility of this being a dream world when he was in so much pain. The sickly gargoyles took another 2 bites from his legs, Zalin losing his mind in the suffering that followed. He held his hand up to shield his face from any further agony and saw that it was glowing a slightly brighter white. He thought this was his soul leaving his body for a moment. Then the soft glow brightened immensely until it was blinding, emitting an explosion around him. "Now!" Fran cried to Gorb. "The chest!" Zalin was breathing in disbelief, not understanding what was happening in the moment. He could feel his leg. The pain was mostly gone. It had almost disappeared in the burst of light. Even more shocking, the sickly gargoyles were all splayed out in front of him, not moving. He thought it was a trick and zapped one with lightning, then another, just to be safe. He found that they were all definitely dead. He turned to ask Gorb what he did, but could only watch as Gorb ran toward the giant gargoyle with his swords in hand. Fran bellowed with delight as Gorb sent her flying up in the air with a torrent of elemental wind so that she could strike the giant gargoyle's heart with the flaming sword. It went deep within the chest cavity, and Fran used her weight to drag the sword downward, cleaving a hole in the giant beast. It roared its avalanche cry in defeat and collapsed backward. Gorb ran up on the supine beast's body and stabbed the open chest with both of his swords, ensuring it was dead, before turning his attention away to check on Zalin from a distance. Fran was cheering, hysterically happy for herself and Gorb as the giant gargoyle showed no signs of getting back up. Zalin looked back at the sickly gargoyles dead at his feet and gained Fran's manic emotions, laughing to himself for having survived.
He had been certain that he was about to die, even more certain that his leg needed to be cut off. He struggled a bit, but was able to get upright on his own. Fran finally gave him some attention, turning to beam at him. Gorb watched him closely, but it was clear both siblings were happy to have beaten the giant gargoyle. Zalin made his way to the monster's corpse. "What happened? What was that light? Did you do that?" Zalin asked Gorb in amazement. "No. Fran, check his legs. He was bitten," Gorb said, with a watchful eye on Zalin, as he pulled his swords from the giant gargoyle. "You did that!" Fran laughed, skipping over to him. Kneeling, she took a look at the mostly healed bites from the sickly gargoyles. She raised her sword, which she was using as a torch in the darkness of the night. "Me? That was lightning?" "I didn't mean to do that," Zalin revealed. "No, you gained a level," Fran said, then turned towards Gorb and addressed him. "Zalin will be fine. No lasting effects from the bites, but we should take him home to rest immediately." Gorb nodded, a deep consternation on his face, turning to relief. "That was a level up?" Zalin asked, tapping his index finger to his thumb 3 times to corroborate with his stats. "That is correct," Fran said. "A powerful explosion and some healing every time you gain a level. Wonderful, is it not? And that fight was phenomenal. Oh, what a battle! You were splendid, Gorb." "You were rash," Gorb lectured. "We should have examined the large boulder in the firelight before you decided to throw a flame at it and wake the giant gargoyle. We already knew it was dangerous to train in the evening,
You should have been more careful. It is no fun to fight monsters that you can easily dispatch. How am I supposed to gain more experience? Fran brushed his criticisms aside. If Zalin had not gained himself a level when he did, we may have died, Gorb said gravely. Really? Zalin asked, swallowing hard. Yes, really.
A level increase lets out an incredible blast, killing smaller creatures and doing significant damage to larger creatures. And the closer you are, the more damage you do. If you were hugging the giant gargoyle as you gained the level, that may have been enough to kill the creature, all on your own, Gorb explained. Wow, Zalin said, finally giving attention to the stats on his forearm before making their way back to Oriton. Level 02. Strength 02. Wisdom 02. Experience 05. Element lightning. Chapter 19. Levels. I'm stronger now, Zalin determined as the stats faded from his forearm. And wiser? Wisdom has nothing to do with your wisdom, Gorb replied. Right, Zalin said, confused. Correct, you are still a fool, Fran said, smiling as she looked over the dead giant gargoyle with mirth. What is it then? Zalin asked. We will explain on the way home, Gorb said, approaching to the wall of rocks to climb over. Gorb jumped impossibly high, assisted greatly by a burst of wind he let out as he leapt up. He stumbled on loose stones as he climbed the rest of the way up the pile of rocks. He looked back down to Zalin. Come on, Gorb called to Zalin and Fran, his arm reaching out. Zalin walked up to the pile and placed his hands to start climbing, but Gorb shook his head. Jump up. I will assist you, Gorb promised. Zalin looked at Gorb nervously, afraid he would be insulted once they realized how little he could jump, especially with the slight injury to his feet. He hopped a tiny bit, but ascended multiple feet to his surprise. The momentum stopped just shy of Gorb's hand, and Zalin had to climb up a few stones to be helped to the top. You can make anyone jump as high as you want? Zalin asked, once he was situated at the top of the pile. The idea sounded about as cool to him as flight. Excuse me a moment, Gorb said apologetically to Zalin, then turned to his sister. Fran, we are leaving. Was it not a glorious battle? Fran called up. She was glowing with pride. Yes, very good. Now, let us go, Gorb said, waving his hand patiently. Fran turned away from her brother and looked upon the giant gargoyle once more, breathing in the air deeply. Zalin gave Gorb a look of concern. Gorb wiped a hand over his face, looking utterly embarrassed. Fran, Gorb pleaded. Just a moment, Fran said, and hopped up on the dead giant gargoyle. Zalin looked on, disturbed, until he realized that Fran was looking for something. He suddenly remembered that Rep had mentioned that monsters occasionally have artifacts with them, and they should be searched when defeated. He assumed it was just roaches, but realized it could probably be any monster. He didn't know what kinds of things they ate. It is too dark to scavenge. Let us go, Gorb requested. Another moment, Fran said, increasing the size of the flame imbued on her sword to get a better view. I knew there was something. She knelt down and picked something up from the open wound of the giant, storing it in her pocket. Then she continued to search through the chest cavity. 2 artifacts, Fran? Gorb chided. You know there will not be more than one. What about the little ones? Fran hopped off the giant gargoyle and began to roll over sickly gargoyles with her foot. Fran, you yourself said we should move quickly to heal Zalin, Gorb said, growing impatient. Fine, fine. Fran turned away from the creature and rushed to the rock pile. With Gorb's assistance, she was at the top in seconds. She took one last look at the scene,
raising her firelit sword to ensure she could take it all in, while Gorb and Zalin assisted one another on their way down the other side of the rock pile. Once they reached the ground, it became difficult to see in the night, and they looked up at Fran, who had yet to move. "Fran!" Gorb said sharply. "Yes, fine," Fran grunted, and jumped off the top. Zalin gasped, thinking she was insane, until Gorb caught her with a pocket of air to cushion the fall. She put out her sword and held a flame in front of her and led the way. "A good fight," Fran said, the energy of the battle still within her, slow to dissipate. "Zalin even gained a level." "Yeah? What does that mean for me?" Zalin asked. "See for yourself." Fran pointed to a rock on the side of the road. Zalin quickly interpreted that to mean she wanted him to summon another sickly gargoyle from its rock shell.
"I am not fighting anything right now," Zalin immediately refused. "No, this is just a rock, I assure you." "Release your elemental power and see the difference of one level," Fran pointed. Zalin looked at her skeptically until Gorb nodded in corroboration. Zalin raised a hand and quickly let out a burst of lightning and struck the rock. Zalin gasped in fascination. The lightning was twice the size it was before. Where it seemed like a silly string before, it now seemed like a rope. It even left a dark mark at the edge of the rock, indicating it wasn't just bigger, but more powerful as well. "Very nice," Fran said. "Whoa, is every level increase like this?" Zalin asked, looking at his hand in disbelief. "They say that the change from level 1 to level 2 is the one that you feel the most. I agree from my own experience. The other increases are still worthwhile, but it may seem underwhelming in comparison," Gorb said as they once again made their way to Oraton. "And what about my wisdom?" "What is that exactly?" Zalin asked. "It is the amount of control you have over your elemental power. It does not necessarily mean power. For example, when you have 3 wisdom, then you will have the ability to manipulate your power after letting it out, twisting it in the air rather than always firing straight," Fran said, raising and lowering her flame for effect. Zalin didn't even realize he had always been shooting straight forward until then. Dream world or not, the idea of twisting lightning at his enemies was immediately very cool to him. "And my aim will get better with that?" Zalin asked. "Ha!" Fran chuckled in amusement. "No, you cannot rely solely on gaining levels in order to have better abilities. Some things still require skill, like imbuing a weapon or aiming. It may assist you to be able to change the direction of an attack, but your elemental power is emitted much faster than I have seen any other power emitted before. Fire has time to be turned. Iting is almost immediate. You may not have much time to twist the lightning in midair." "Oh, I get it." Zalin nodded to himself, then twisted his head in thought. "So, how come we don't just fight roaches all day until we gain a level? Or a lot of levels? I mean, I hate seeing them, but they were way easier to kill. I was getting around 3 experience per kill." "That rate of experience gain drops rapidly as soon as you gain a level," Gorb said. "What gave you 3 experience per kill before might only give you 1 experience per 3 killed at level 2. At my level, I think it would take about 1,000 roaches to gain a single point of experience." 1,000 just for 1 point at level 4? Zalin balked. "It could be that he has to kill even more than 1,000. Or perhaps it would be a worthless endeavor for him to continue killing them," Fran said. "If you continue to kill the same creature too long, you do not gain experience." "None at all?" Zalin asked. "None, but you have to kill an absurd amount. Think about it. When you are a child, a first step is important in learning how to take your next step. You need to take a lot of steps and gain the experience of what it means to walk normally. But once you are an adult,
There is no experience to be gained. You simply know how to walk, Fran explained. I guess that makes sense. Will they always be able to do damage to you, even if you are a higher level? Zalin asked. Always. Just like no matter how good you are at walking, you are still prone to tripping, Fran said, continuing the analogy. And how come my experience is just at 5 right now? Shouldn't it have gone higher after killing something like a giant gargoyle? Zalin asked, as the question came to mind. Normally, yes. But when you gain a level, the experience you gain from those you kill in the blast are reduced drastically. If you had killed the giant gargoyle without assistance, you could have easily gained another level. Hang on, Gorb said suddenly. Who told you I am level 4, Zalin? Zalin's eyes went wide, retracing the conversation he just had with them and realizing his mistake. I almost did not notice, Fran smirked. Who was it, Zalin? Zalin wished he could disappear, constantly finding himself in an embarrassing corner whenever talking to the siblings. It certainly was not Rep, Gorb shook his head to himself. He would never. I did not take Yelsa for the sharing type, Fran giggled to herself. What a gossip. Did she tell you my level as well, Zalin? She did, Fran pointed instantly. It is written all over your face. Sorry, Zalin said. I asked her for her level without knowing it was rude to ask. Fran and Gorb exchanged a glance. They both seemed bemused. You asked what level Yelsa was? Gorb asked, interested. Yeah, Zalin nodded shamefully. And she told you it was rude? Gorb asked. Yeah, Zalin said, slowly realizing that they weren't shaming him. It is not rude to ask someone's current level, Gorb said. It's not? Zalin felt like he would never keep up with the etiquette of this dream world. Not at all. It is important information to know about someone, especially when you are traveling together. Can you trust them in a fight? Will their elemental power be able to sustain you if you are low on supplies? Questions like that are answered very efficiently by knowing someone's level. It is not rude to ask to be prepared, Fran said. What is rude is to tell someone else's level without their consent, Gorb said. Oh, I get it, Zalin nodded to himself. Oh, he said louder. He came to the quick conclusion that Yelsa shared Gorb and Fran's level without their consent. Gorb looked mildly annoyed, but Fran was fuming with a sinister smile on her face. We have much to discuss when we get home, Fran said severely. Zalin almost recoiled at the look on her face. What about that thing you found on the giant gargoyle? What was it? An artifact? Zalin asked quickly, trying to prevent her from riling herself up further and extending her ire to him. She lost her train of thought and reached into her pocket. Oh, this! It certainly looks like an artifact. She tossed it in the air and caught it, causing Gorb to flinch enough to make Zalin nervous. It was a small artifact and looked like a golden onion that could be opened from the top with enough force. What does it do? Zalin asked. Not a clue. That is more Rep's expertise, she smiled. Which is why we should be careful with it, Gorb said pointedly. I am, Fran said in annoyance, tossing it in the air again as if to prove her point. Both Zalin and Gorb flinched this time as she caught it. Maybe I can hold on to it? Zalin asked innocently. Sure, Fran shrugged, tossing it ahead of him. Zalin yelped and dove forward to catch it. His finger grazed it, still too far, and Gorb made a sound as he summoned wind to direct it into Zalin's open hand before he fell to the floor. The young men looked at one another, a relieved smile on each of their faces. Fran laughed at the display and continued leading the way with her flame light.
Chapter 20. Satiated.
The next few minutes of travel went by in silence, Zalin spending much of his time trying to understand the artifact simply by staring at it. Fran occasionally sighed in reminiscence, remembering particular attacks during the recent battle and how close to death they all came. She was perfectly happy carrying the conversation with herself, but the way she talked about their near-death experience set something off within Zalin. He was annoyed by their lackadaisical attitude toward the amount of pain they can endure when outside a town. "Do you just not care about the pain because you know you can go home and sleep it off?" Zalin asked Gorb. Gorb raised an eyebrow, catching up quickly to what Zalin meant. They went to train, but never once shied away from getting hurt. He looked over Zalin a second too long, and Zalin threw a raised eyebrow of his own into the stare-down. "What is it you want?" Gorb asked. "What?" Zalin asked, confused. "You sound as though you are complaining. What would you prefer to have done?" Gorb asked. I don't know. I'm trying to go back home to my world." Zalin was too thrown off to put any conviction in his words. "You seem lackluster in your pursuit. You offer no ideas and are happy to follow anyone's path they set out for you," Gorb said, in a straightforward manner. Zalin was at a loss for words. "What am I supposed to do in a different world? None of this is real," he challenged. "Stop your delusions in pretending none of this is real. You treat it like it is real. You have made efforts to avoid death when attacked, and you listen to others who are more knowledgeable. Those actions do not sound like someone who believes this world holds no consequence," Gorb said. "I don't know how else to act." Zalin threw an arm up in exasperation, making sure not to move the onion-like artifact too much. "Exactly my point. Those who do not know what they want will be carried along by others that have conviction." You will continue to be in the company of those that do not care about the pain, until you discover that you either want to train as hard as we do, or find your own path, Gorb replied. The most aggravating part to Zalin was that Gorb sounded reasonable, not a hint of ill will in his lesson. Gorb was trying to help in his blunt way. Zalin sighed loudly. "Yeah, fine, I get it," Zalin acquiesced. He didn't actually believe much of what Gorb was saying. The last thing he did in the real world was go to sleep after all. How could this not be a dream world? But he appreciated the tone Gorb took with him and could see a kernel of truth in his words. He said he wanted to go home. But then what? Was that world much better than the dream? Maybe he could do the opposite of what Gorb was suggesting and embrace the delusion of this world. It was a thought that didn't hold much weight in his head. His mind wasn't clear here. He felt off, like he was missing something crucial, and it hurt his heart to think about it. He felt that he definitely should be trying to get home. They crossed the walls into Oriton and headed straight back to Journey House, where Fran bid the two farewells and headed to the woman's quarters. Rep was not yet home. By the time Zalin had settled into his bedcot, a loud, full-on argument was being shared between Fran and Yelsa, bleeding into the men's quarters. It sounded fierce, and Zalin raised his head, wondering if he should go inside and say something. Then saw Gorb shaking his head, encouraging him not to join the verbal war before bed. Zalin shrugged and lay back into bed. It didn't take long for Zalin to fall asleep with a frown on his face. Zalin awoke the next day with renewed energy and his legs fully healed. He never got tired of stretching the parts of his body that were newly healed, feeling like he got over a debilitating sickness over the course of a nap. He sat up and saw Gorb discreetly covering a wet spot on his pillow, and Zalin found it amusing that Gorb drooled in his sleep. Rep was sound asleep on another cot. "What's the plan today?" Zalin asked. Gorb looked up in amusement, and the implication was clear.
You still rely on others to make your plans. Unless Rep made substantial money overnight, I suspect we will have more time to train today, Gorb said. Huh? Rep rolled over in bed, his bleary eyes taking a minute to focus on the other two. How was training? He asked, as he rubbed an eye. It went well. Zalin gained a level, Gorb informed. Fantastic! Rep rolled his legs out of bed and looked over Zalin. How do you feel? A lot stronger. My lightning does some real damage now, Zalin said excitedly. What else happened during training? Rep asked him. We obtained an artifact. Gorb nodded to the golden, onion-like artifact that Zalin left at the foot of his bed. Rep's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked it over. He picked it up and placed it at the table in the center of their room. Where did you get this? He asked Gorb. Gorb looked away silently. Rep turned to Zalin with more urgency in his eyes. Zalin, where did you get this? We got it out of a giant gargoyle last night. Why? Do you recognize it? Is it powerful? Zalin asked. The change in Rep's widening eyes made it clear to Zalin that Rep wasn't concerned about the artifact as much as the means of getting it. You took a level 1 novice to fight a giant gargoyle? Rep snapped at Gorb. Gorb lowered his head in shame. And were you able to find this creature in isolation? Or was it surrounded by sickly gargoyles as well? Rep demanded. Surrounded by the smaller ones, Gorb affirmed in a small voice. What? Rep shouted. What is all the screaming in here? Fran asked, as she poked her head in the room. Are you insane? Rep wheeled toward her. Ah, Fran rubbed the back of her neck and lowered her gaze.
Someone told him about our little training adventure. Adventure? You sent him to his death. What if he got bit by any of those monsters? He wouldn't survive. He would... Rep looked between the shared expression between Zalin, Gorb, and Fran. Oh no. I cannot believe this. Did you get bitten, Zalin? Yeah, a few times on my leg before I leveled. A few times? Rep repeated, almost laughing in a frenzy. Unbelievable! You could not have survived the poison in your veins. If you did not gain a level when you did, you certainly would have died. He turned back to Gorb and Fran with rage. You two, without exaggeration, led Zalin to his death. Yelsa slunk into the room behind Fran, but made sure not to include herself in the conversation by keeping to the walls of the room. She nervously popped her knuckles in the corner. I trusted you, Rep continued, his head turning between Fran and Gorb. I thought you would train in the courtyard. I thought it was odd when some of the guards told me you went out of the city. I did not mind hearing that you had gone beyond the gates, but I thought you would take him to roaches or fogfangs, gargoyles. How heedless can you be, Fran? Watch it, Gorb warned, his once ashamed expression now filled with scorn. No, her quest for glorious combat drives her to put others around her in danger. I know her lust for battle will drive her to a premature death, but there is no need to bring down your friends and family as well. Zalin needs people around him he can trust, now more than ever in his life, and you put his life in peril? I bet you never once asked Zalin how he fared once the battle was over. You were never even aware that a man in your company was moments from death. You just basked in your own glory, you heartless... Rep caught himself, the rage in his eyes ebbing away as he blinked to himself and got about his wits. He immediately looked remorseful and cleared his throat. I apologize. I did not mean that. You did, Fran corrected him. But you were also correct. I did not ask him how he fared. I put him in a situation that I, myself, was largely unprepared for. I do not believe I ever apologized to you, Zalin. Zalin made an uncertain face, not knowing how he should react. I sincerely apologize for recklessly putting you in harm's way, Fran said, looking him in the eyes. She looked more sincere than he'd ever seen her before, like she was just realizing something about herself. Yeah, it's okay, Zalin said, feeling warmth on his cheeks and quickly breaking eye contact. And you, Representative. I apologize for not giving Zalin my utmost priority, even after assuring you I would keep him safe, Fran said. We were reckless, Gorb agreed. I greatly apologize for our actions. I hope you can forgive us. Rep sat down at the table in the center of the room, breathing loudly, dissipating the angry frustration within him. He looked over the artifact once more, this time raising his eyebrows in surprise. This is a satiator. Not what I would expect from a giant gargoyle, he said, puzzled. The tension in the room hadn't yet escaped, and Zalin didn't feel brave enough to ask what the artifact did. The room was quiet. Gorb decided to put the silence to rest by asking, "What does the satiator do?" Well, when used on a single individual, a satiator sustains them for a month without food. But you can split its use among many people, Rep said. The room stood quiet for a few more seconds. Zalin decided to break the silence next. Like, if I were to use it, I wouldn't get hungry for a month? Zalin asked. Rep nodded, picking the artifact up and looking it over. He smiled to himself, shaking his head. The tension eased at Rep's softening expression. I worked late into the night to get a few bronze coins, but in one training bout, you have gathered the artifact necessary for us to make the trip to the castle of Dokran, Rep chuckled. Just this? Zalin asked.
Indeed, Rep said. He twisted the top of the artifact, and the onion peeled open, ejecting gold energy. Rep stood and pointed the satiator at his chest, a beam of gold firing and causing his torso to glow. Then he turned his arm around and poured the gold essence into Zalin and the rest. Zalin was amazed. He just woke up, but he already felt like he had breakfast. He wouldn't have to eat anything for a while. When Rep concluded his distribution of the gold power, the satiator cracked in half, then crumbled to dust in his hand. Rep clapped his hands together and wiped dust off of his clothing. Is that what happens to artifacts when they are used? Zalin asked, watching the dust fall to the ground. Indeed, Rep nodded. If the artifact has more uses, it may degrade a bit, but remains whole. Once it becomes nothing more than dust, then you can be certain there are no more uses to be had. The 5 of the adventurers stared awkwardly at the pile of dust on the guild floor, the energy of the room all over the place between being offended and well-fed. No one was making eye contact. Everyone turned to Yelsa as she popped her neck. Shall we go? Yelsa finally asked, to everyone's relief. Rep gathered the books they borrowed from Madame Hikma, preparing to return them before leaving. The group stood and made their way out of the guild, only to find someone entering as soon as they were trying to leave. Rep? The young woman nodded to him, then looked within the guild to see the others. And so many guests. Hello, Liv. We are just about to leave, Rep said politely, trying to slide past her. Have any of you seen Heron? He was supposed to take Epan and I to challenge an elemental today, Liv said. I have not seen him, Rep shook his head. Who is that? He does not look to be from around here, Liv pointed at Zalin. Oh, yes, Fran said. He comes from an entirely different realm from ours. Very funny, Fran, Liv said sarcastically.
This is why I did not want to go with you to get an elemental power. I can never tell if you take things seriously. I am being serious, Fran said, a playful smile on her face. I hope I get a better power than you. Liv shook her head to herself. Rep Shot glanced between Liv and Fran, blinking slowly in annoyance. Well, we really should be going, Rep said politely.
Very well. If you see Heron, let him know I await him in the guild. Next I see you, I should have an elemental power, Liv said confidently.
Chapter 21. Off to see the dragon.
The light packs felt strange to the weathered travelers. When the food was low, it usually meant they were nearing the end of the journey they had packed for. But now they were just exiting Oraton. They felt a mix of unease and liberation, except for Zalan, who was blissfully unaware of the absence of weight in his pack. The guards questioned them about their lack of supplies when they reached the gates of Oraton, but Rep assured them they would be fine for the journey ahead of them. The fresh air felt good to Zalan after the argument that was had inside the guild. It felt like he could breathe again after being cooped up with the others fighting for too long. He wanted to talk to Rep about it, but he didn't know what to say. He wasn't sure whether to be grateful for Rep's care or to try and get Rep to scale back his instinct to want to keep Zalan safe. Zalan decided that nothing was the best option, only because he didn't want to bring up an awkward conversation again. He found himself stumbling into them too often lately. Eventually, Yelsa drifted away from Fran and Gorb and walked over to Zalan. For a few seconds, she simply followed his gait, and Zalan wasn't sure if he was supposed to say something first or not. It looked like she had something to say, but was waiting to be told to say it. Zalan continued to walk, pretending not to notice Yelsa, and trying to avoid saying something foolish. "I am level 3, Yelsa declared to him suddenly. Zalan waited for her to continue, but evidently that was all she had to share. "Oh. Okay. Thanks for sharing. Why did you feel the need to tell me now but not before?" Zalan asked. "Fran said the best way to make up for my speaking of their levels out of turn was to share my own. So I have told you," Yelsa said. Fran threw them a knowing glance before going back to a conversation she was having with Gorb.
The way Yelsa concluded her last sentence made Zalan feel like there was nothing more that she wanted to say, but she still maintained speed with him. For a few seconds, he decided to remain silent, but he couldn't tell if the conversation had concluded or if he was stretching an awkward silence. He found the people of this dream world way too hard to read. "So," Zalan desperately grasped for a topic from his mind, "how come all of you are at such a low level? Seems to me that with enough work, you could be much higher by now."
"You sound like a guild master," Yelsa replied jokingly. The fact she wasn't scornful made Zalan relieved to know he didn't say something wrong this time. He continued with more confidence. "I'm just saying that if you started training when you were a kid or a teenager, couldn't you all be at least level 5 by now?" Zalan asked. "You really are committed to convince us you are not of this world," Yelsa raised an eyebrow. "Only because I am from another world," Zalan smiled. Yelsa looked amused. "Those who are not yet of age cannot gain levels. And once they do, it is rare for their guardians to want to take such young men and women out to bloodthirsty creatures until they've had a few years of experience with a sword," she explained. "That makes sense," Zalan nodded. Yelsa laughed a small chuckle. "What?" Zalan asked, though he appreciated the levity. "I find the information you ask for amusing," Yelsa said. "You ask things like, 'Why is it bright right now?' And I reply with, 'The sun is out.' And suddenly, you imply the world makes more sense to you. You are old enough to have simply observed these things for yourself. Were you taught nothing in your old land?" "We didn't have levels in my old land," Zalan replied. "How would one know to be ready to take on the monsters outside your cities then?" Yelsa asked. Zalan ran through a number of explanations in his mind. He was originally going to say that there were no monsters, but felt that lacked nuance when it could be dangerous to go out in the wilderness alone. He could explain the technology he had back home,
Or maybe take the point of view of an old hunter-gatherer society, replacing monsters with animals that would need to be hunted for food. He decided the technology explanation would be easiest if he pulled out his phone, but as he felt his pocket, he realized there was nothing there but spare food in case of emergency. He finally decided that a non-answer might work best. You know, we just kind of figure it out.
Fascinating.
Yelsa rolled her eyes, not appreciating him dodging the question. Zalin only then noticed that they were walking on grassy terrain, hills and flowers all over the surrounding area. The flora smelled fresh, and he saw trees dotting the path ahead of them, waving to him invitingly as a light breeze passed through their leaves. Zalin was pleasantly surprised to see creatures he recognized, like a butterfly fluttering between flowers and a bee buzzing by his head. Zalin smiled a bit, then felt Rep's hand on his shoulder as he leaned in to speak with him. "How are you feeling? Did you sleep all right? Have any nightmares?" Rep asked. Zalin's eyebrows furrowed together. "No. Why? Was I a restless sleeper or something?" Zalin asked. "Not at all," Rep said, looking pleased. Zalin's inquisitive face made him feel like he needed to share more. "I just wanted to check in and see that you were doing fine after the harrowing events of last night. You looked very eager to travel, so I did not want to slow you down if you felt fine." "Yeah, it was pretty scary at the time, but—" "Ah!" Zalin shrieked, and Rep immediately ignited a flame in his palm in reaction, prepared for battle. Fran, Gorb, and Yelsa turned to him, stunned. Then Fran looked around them and put pieces together quickly. "Does he always squeal among roaches?" Fran asked.
I thought they would only be in the deserts.
"I hate them so much," Zalin hissed, pointing his hand towards the nest at the base of a tree a few feet away from them. "Another way of saying yes," Fran said, leaning over to Yelsa. Yelsa smiled, but their mockery rolled right off Zalin's back when the roaches were so close by. The little hairs, the twitching antenna, and the gross orange eyes all came together to make him feel sickened upon seeing them. They crawled over one another in an attempt to chew at the bark at the base of the tree. "Can we just move on? I hate them," Zalin repeated. "Why not use your newfound power against them?" Rep suggested. "Do some training in a much safer setting," he said, directing his voice to Fran and Gorb, who looked away, embarrassed and ashamed. "Only if you promise not to let one touch me," Zalin told Rep. "Oh, absolutely," Yelsa offered, drawing her bow and nocking an arrow. "I hate the look of those things. I will personally destroy any that come too close. But you may find that you will not need assistance this time," Rep said with encouragement. "Sure," Zalin said sarcastically, already shuddering at the view of the roaches. He raised one hand and held his sword in the other, preparing for any that would rush at him. He counted about 8 of them and steeled himself in concentration. A jolt of lightning jumped from his hand and shocked the tree, missing all of the roaches. Zalin tried again and was able to strike a roach, causing it to collapse, its antenna twitching wildly. "No way," Zalin said, excited. He proceeded to fire a blast of lightning at it a second time. Rolling over, the creature died on contact. "No way," he said, more excited. The other roaches were searching around the nest now, looking for the cause of their dead brethren. By the time they assessed Zalin and his group as a threat, Zalin was able to kill another roach from a comfortable distance. Even when they started charging at him, they didn't feel nearly as threatening as they did the first time around. Zalin felt like a pest exterminator, killing the roaches one by one as they approached and became easier targets. The 6 remaining roaches quickly dwindled down to 1,
and in his excitement, Zalin ran to close the gap between them and crushed it with his foot while zapping it with electricity. It died immediately. Yes! Zalin raised his fists to the air in celebration. I am the roach killer! Look upon me and weep, roaches! His fellow travelers smiled in amusement, except for Rep, who applauded him on his victory. Well done, Zalin, Rep cheered. Level 2 is insane! How much experience did I gain from that? Zalin asked, tapping his fingers to check his stats. He only gained a single point, leaving him at 6 experience. It dampened his mood slightly. Oh, just 1 point. Well, they are roaches. They are quite easy to defeat, despite the disgust they put through me, Fran said. Me too. They are too putrid to look at, Yelsa agreed, nodding to Fran. They seemed to enjoy having the attribute in common. Zalin bobbed his head in agreement, taking one last look at the roach massacre. Zalin was about to leave, then remembered to search for artifacts, kicking the dead roaches over to look over them for anything out of the ordinary. The victory put him in a great mood, and he looked forward on the path to see if he could spot the castle from here. He felt ready to fight anything right now. He peered at the horizon, but couldn't see any castles from where he stood. Shall we go slay a dragon, then? Zalin asked valiantly. Gladly, Fran smirked as they continued their way to the castle.
Chapter 22. The Mind of Madness. The travelers continued their way on the path, the lush grass opening to some sparse trees in a lightly wooded forest. At first, Zalin found this shaded area a welcome improvement, until he noticed the way that his companions began watching the trees for ambushes, drawing their weapons even though there was no immediate threat. Zalin drew his own sword, just to be safe. When a few minutes went by and a trap wasn't sprung, they mostly relaxed, except for Gorb. Zalin kept his sword out and tried to imbue it with his elemental power again, focusing as hard as he could to keep lightning running up and down the blade, while also making sure he didn't trip anywhere. Trying to imbue your weapon? Did the siblings teach you about imbuing? Rep asked him, curious. Yeah, this should be so much easier since metal conducts electricity, Zalin complained, his face strained in concentration. Right, Rep said slowly, not understanding the string of words Zalin said. Sir Khalil taught us to try and start with a single point on your weapon and to maintain it that way. Rep demonstrated by creating a tiny candle-like flame at the tip of his sword and moving it around, trying to keep it lit. He swung it once, and it went out, to his disappointment. Is that what you've been doing? Zalin said in surprise, lowering his sword to watch Rep try to light another flame at the tip. It is already difficult to manipulate your elemental power once it leaves your hand, Rep explained, as he slowly moved his sword. It is best to get an understanding of what it feels like to maintain a small level of your power before you go larger. Like training a muscle, Zalin said to himself. It should have been obvious, especially when they referred to this elemental ability stuff as a mind muscle previously. Zalin pinched the tip of his sword with his free hand and cast out lightning. He removed his hand and focused, able to keep the spark erratically dancing on the tip for all of half a second. He beamed, not having been able to do anything close to that before. I think I get it, Zalin said. Well done, Rep nodded. The two continued to practice imbuing their swords as they continued on their way. Zalin tried different tricks, like holding his sword at different angles, or placing an even smaller piece of lightning on the end of the sword. But nothing helped more than simple, rote practice. Rep was making good headway, able to swing his sword once and still maintain the tiny flame at the end of his sword. Zalin admired the progress, until he bumped into Gorb, who had stopped walking, his eyes focused on something in the distance, beyond the edge of the forest. Do you see that? He asked,
speaking quietly. The other travelers peered out, squinting their eyes as they tried to make out the shape at the distance. It was floating high above the ground, looking like a blimp to Zalin. The circular-shaped black object was growing steadily, making no rush to come to the forest, but certainly getting closer. It seemed foreboding, like it was coming with bad news, even when they could not make out any features. Zalin swallowed hard, not sure why he felt so nervous. "Is it a dragon?" Yelsa whispered. "We would have seen the wings," Fran rejected. "It does not feel like a dragon," Gorb added. From the dark circle, 2 black, opaque spotlights scanned the floor for a moment, then stopped. The other 4 travelers tensed in fear as Zalin tried to make out exactly what he was seeing. "Dear God. Here? So far from home?" Rep asked. "What is it?" Zalin asked, watching the circle emit another 2 black spotlights to the floor. The spotlights were so dark, it was like a flashlight of shadow, completely overpowering any light it touched. "Hide. Do not let it see you," Rep informed him, pulling at his shoulder to move deeper into the forest.
"But what is it?" Zalin asked, reluctantly following Rep. His eyes remained on the thing approaching. Even knowing nothing about it, he wanted it to go away. "That is the mind of madness," Fran said. The lack of amusement in her voice made Zalin realize how serious their situation was. He turned his eyes ahead and looked for a good hiding spot, joining the others in pushing brush aside in search. "What is it? What do those beams of darkness do?" Zalin asked. "They drive you mad," Gorb replied stoically. "Do not get caught by the beams. Even a small portion of the beam bouncing by you might be enough to affect you severely. Treat this like you are hiding from the sun. Let nothing remain uncovered." Yelsa found herself a nook at the base of a tree and dove in, not even worrying about anything that might already be living inside. Gorb decided to cut down branches of a leafy tree to pile up and crawl under. Fran was using her sword to cut into soft earth and bury herself, except for her face, which she placed a cloth aside to cover herself in. All 3 of them moved with such efficiency. It was like watching people prepare for a nuclear strike, each with their own shelter. Zalin looked back at the mind of madness, slowly growing larger as it floated in their direction, then back at the travelers. "What do I do?" Zalin asked Rep. "Here, this." Rep rolled over an old log that had broken down into a semicircle. He could crawl under it, but it was decayed and had holes in the top. "Cover the holes. Not a shred of darkness can seep in. Do you understand?" Zalin nodded numbly. The severity in Rep's words were frightening. "What about you?" Zalin asked. "I will find something myself," Rep assured him, taking a few steps and searching for something more. Zalin wasted no time, using his sword to cut down a branch and pull off leaves to stick on the holes and glue with mud created by a creek nearby. He kept throwing glances at the mind of madness's approach. It had come close enough to make out a few features. It was like a giant gray head with no mouth. Its eyes were a deep, soulless pit. There were ridges running along the top of the head like tiny rock formations, but it made the mind of madness look as though it were perpetually enraged, searching for something to destroy. Out of the dark abyss of its eyes emitted the black spotlights, sucking away all the light on whatever it gazed upon. Zalin redoubled his efforts, actually breaking a sweat and trying to cover his log. Finally, when he decided he had done the best he could, he looked to Fran to ask her to put a tiny flame above it to make sure no light got in. But she was gone, buried underground. In fact, everyone was already hidden away except for him. He quickly scrambled under his log and pressed himself close to the ground. It was dark inside, but he could see that there were still small holes perpendicular to the ground.
The light filtered in like rungs of a ladder, ready to be climbed. There was very little time. It was almost here. He grabbed mud from his constricted position and stuck it into the holes from the inside as fast as possible. There were still threads of light shining across, but Zalin decided that it shouldn't cause any issue unless the Mind of Madness lowered itself all the way to the ground. From what he had seen, it didn't give any indication of doing anything but float and blast darkness from its eyes. There was no danger from any light creeping in from above, and no worry about it coming to target him from the side. The Mind of Madness was close now, and they could do nothing but wait. Zalin couldn't hear the Mind of Madness approach. It was silent in its movement, but he felt it. He knew, without a doubt, that it was floating right above them, its soulless eyes scanning the area for intelligent life. An ominous silence hung over the area.
The Mind of Madness wasn't moving on. Zalin crushed the dirt under his palms tightly as he tried to escape its mere presence. Then, in an instant, the area felt darker than night. The jet-black spotlights from its eyes immediately snuffed out any light from all directions. Zalin couldn't see a thing. But he felt terrible suffering. He curled up into a ball and began hyperventilating, panicking. He had no idea where the feelings came from. He was in so much pain, it was excruciating. He was twitching on the earth, shivering madly from the sensation. What he did not know is that while he had sufficiently covered himself from being hit by the dark spotlights, the creek nearby reflected the darkness just as it would reflect the light. The reflected beam had struck him in the side through one of the tiny holes he hadn't covered properly. He only tasted a tiny modicum of the beam. It was a speck of the spotlight's power, but it was enough to affect him seriously. Then, mercifully, the Mind of Madness stopped its beam and moved on. Immediately, Zalin stopped his panicked breathing, but his heart did not slow at all. He continued to curl tighter into a ball under the log and thought of nothing except desperately wanting to be home. He thought of his Mon. It made him feel worse. It was a few minutes before Gorob emerged from his hiding spot first, looking around to ensure they were safe. He saw the back of the Mind of Madness slowly drifting away from them at a distance. "It has moved on. Is everyone all right?" Gorob asked. "I seem to have jumped in with some bitey ants." Yelsa emerged from within the tree, presenting the series of small bites on her forearm. Fran emerged from the ground, and Rep came out from under bushes and a blanket from his pack. Rep immediately looked around with urgency when Zalin wasn't standing among them. "Zalin! Zalin!" Rep called. "Not so loud, it is still close by," Gorb warned, looking over his shoulder vigilantly for the Mind of Madness. It continued drifting away. Rep ran to the log, the surrounding area littered with dead bugs, wilting flowers, and immobile butterflies that had been gazed at. Rep tossed the log over, gasped, and held Zalin up as his friend experienced immense pains. Zalin groaned in agony. "It hurts! I don't know where it got me, but it hurts!" Zalin yelled, his eyes red-shot. "It is a mental pain," Rep said solemnly. "It is not a wound on your body, but it hurts all the same." "It hurts!" Zalin repeated, clutching his chest like he was trying to remove his heart. The other travelers stared awkwardly, not knowing how to handle this. They kept shifting uncomfortably in place, uncertain if there was anything that they could do to help. They let Rep handle it just by being close to Zalin. Rep looked up at them compassionately. "Imagine he was hit with the full blast of the Mind of Madness. From what little we know of the creature, we should consider him to be experiencing great grief. Perhaps he is grieving the loss of someone close, and we should treat him as such," Rep suggested.
That made it much easier. Zalan's companions no longer had to temper themselves by remaining a respectable distance away. They had not experienced the darkness of the mind of madness themselves, but they had heard tales of what was happening to Zalan. The attack had exacerbated whatever had been toiling away inside of him, creating a terrible ball of anguish to fester until the power passed. If it did not pass, he would certainly be driven mad. Fran lit a small flame in her palm to hold near Zalan, hoping to warm his body and his soul. Gorb kept a warm breeze going through him to soothe him. Yelsa knelt down and put a water skin to his lips to help him drink something. Rek continued to embrace him as Zalan grit his teeth, experiencing the agony that the tiny shred of the mind of madness's darkness sent through him. Chapter 23. Heart and Mind. Zalan wasn't sure how long he had remained in the brooding, catatonic parts of his mind, but he knew for certain when he was lucid once more. Fran, Rep, Gorb, and Yelsa were looking him over with concern and compassion. He was sitting upright against a tree, cold sweat drying from the top of his head to the base of his neck. His eyes were dry. He took a water skin offered to him by Yelsa and hydrated himself. He wasn't hungry, thanks to the satiator, but he felt cold all the way down to his innermost core. The water was warm after being heated by Rep, and it revitalized him to the point of being able to speak again. "Thank you," he said, offering the water back, then looking at his companions. "Thank you," he repeated, this time intending to thank them all for their help. "I don't know what happened to me. The amount of people that can withstand the mind of madness are few. Those who have survived a full-on blast are legendary. Even a tiny part of its power is unbearable. I am pleased you are beyond the worst of it," Gorb said seriously. He held out an arm to see if Zalan wanted help standing. Zalan took it and stretched his legs, only then realizing how sore they had become holding themselves in a tight ball for so long. He looked around apprehensively in the direction the mind of madness was drifting. It was out of sight at this time. "What is that thing? Are mind of madnesses all over the place?" Zalan asked, as he continued to look around in various directions. He was shivering slightly despite the temperate air of the forest. "As far as we know, there is only one in the world," Yelsa replied. "It roams the land when it pleases, but always returns home to a lightless mine known as the Depths of Despair near the City of Nightfall. It is one of the lesser beasts of slumber," Rep added, a serious inflection in his voice. "What's a beast of slumber?" Zalan asked, already disturbed by the name alone.
The worst creatures in the realm. The most powerful, destructive monsters that we know of. Pray you do not find yourself ever facing one, Rep said gravely. Fortunately, unlike the mind of madness, the beasts of slumber do not move unless provoked. They have not even been seen in the realm in years. And the mind of madness just drifts around any time it isn't home? So it could be anywhere? Zalan asked. The four travelers nodded gravely. Very few have tried to attack it, as all it takes is a single gaze to render you unable to fight. Perhaps unable to live, Fran said. Can you walk? I think some movement would help you feel better, Rep suggested. Sure, let's make some more distance, Zalan nodded, wanting to get as far away from this spot as possible. They continued their journey to the castle, and only after a few steps did Zalan realize how slow they were moving. He was setting the pace, and it was a gradual one. His steps were more methodical, as if every movement counted. He felt more grateful to be alive than he could ever remember. But his heart throbbed as though it was bruised, still bearing the pains of the mind of madness. His thoughts kept trying to drift to his mother,
a flash of her radiant smile, the revitalizing feeling of a warm hug, eating a meal made with love. And he would cast the thought away before he became forlorn. It wasn't long after they reached a clearing not far from where they started, and Rep suggested they make camp. Right now? But there's... Zalin trailed when he saw the sun was no longer overhead, but much further along its trajectory in the sky, ready to sink into the horizon in an hour or so. He blinked, not understanding. How long was I out of it? He asked, confused and concerned. A decent amount of time, Fran offered. She didn't smirk or offer an additional point of mockery, and it made Zalin consider that a decent amount of time may have been hours.
They began setting up camp, though it only took them mere minutes to be ready for rest. There was no food that needed to be cooked. They sat around the large fire that Fran started, each person looking furtively at Zalin, then looking away. Eyes connected with him, but didn't linger for more than an instant. He felt like he was being watched, but no one wanted to converse with him. "What is it?" Zalin asked. "You all seem to be staring for some reason." "Okay, I will just ask," Fran began, inching herself forward on the log she sat on. "Fran, allow him to recover first," Rep attempted, but Fran waved her hand at him unenthusiastically. "If he does not want to answer, that is fine. But I know we all have the same question," Fran said. Fran waited for any more protests from her fellow travelers, then pursued her curiosity. "What was it like to be struck by the floating creature?" "What do you mean? It was awful," Zalin replied, shivering. "Certainly, there is no question that it was awful. But what was it like? What did you experience? What did you see?" Fran asked. Zalin looked between the other travelers and saw the burning hunger in their eyes for answers. It wasn't just that surviving a direct beam from the mind of madness was legendary, but they had never even met someone that had survived being struck with a sliver of its power. They were eager to know a first-hand account, no matter how awful it looked. Have you ever had someone close to you pass away? Someone very close, like a best friend, a parent, or maybe even a beloved pet? Zalin asked. Each of the travelers nodded, so he continued. You know that first feeling you get? The little retching inside your heart when you are first told that your best friend is dead? It's just like that, but worse. And it keeps going. Instead of a rational part of your brain that allows you to know that it's going to get better with time, it's just the pain of loss.
Over and over, like waves of an ocean that want desperately to drown you. There was no part of my brain that got to acknowledge good times, because the reaction wasn't as a result of someone's passing. It was just the dreaded sensation, and nothing to connect it to. The feeling of my worst fear being realized, over and over. It hurt. A lot. The travelers nodded gravely, having a better understanding and a higher respect for Zalin, having been through that. They reflected on the description for a few moments, not wishing that feeling on their worst enemy.
Does it still pain you?
Gorb asked.
Yeah, a little. It's almost gone now. Right now it's like a little bubble of anxiety in my heart. But I feel like it'll go away. I don't know how I know, but it's like it just keeps feeling better now that I'm out of the worst part, Zalin replied.
That is good to hear, Rep said.
Thank you for sharing,
Gorb nodded gratefully.
I could withstand the creature, Fran said abruptly. You absolutely could not,
Gorb turned to her in disbelief.
I really think I could. It sounds as though you could surpass it if you had enough conviction, Fran said bravely. That is so easy for you to pretend to know, when you have not experienced it like Zalin, Yelsa scoffed. Yes, but I know I could do it. I could withstand it all at full force, Fran said. Zalin picked up that Fran was talking about taking on a direct beam from the mind of madness. He was going to protest, but realized that it made him feel better to belittle the mind of madness in some way. He never wanted to see it again, and would like his memory of it to be less harrowing. Plus, he was partly sure that Fran just wanted to take it on because it was so strong, and she thought it would make a great battle. I think you would cry like a baby and ask for Nibbles to forgive you, Gorb smiled fiendishly as he teased her. I was 5 years old, Fran shot back.
She grew so attached to a goat she called Nibbles that she believed that it would not be eaten, Gorb began explaining to the rest. Keep in mind that from the beginning, Father told her we would eat that goat in a few weeks' time. He never implied it would be spared. Still, Fran believed Nibbles was too precious to consume. Then, one day, we had goat for dinner. When she discovered that our most recent meal was her favorite goat, she kept calling to her stomach, pleading for Nibbles to forgive her. Gorb laughed loudly, and the others were greatly amused by the story, save for Fran, who was growing more embarrassed the more that was shared. You were screaming at your stomach? Rep chuckled, amused at the image. Excuse me for being an empathetic child, Fran snapped. Empathetic? What changed that made you become what you are today? Yelsa asked, causing the group to laugh, Fran included. Zalin felt the remaining blemishes on his heart ebb away. He felt a lot better now in the company of these people. His friends? It was hard to categorize them. He used to mark his friends as favorite contact on his phone. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do with dream companions. Not long after, they settled down to go to sleep, and Rep took the first watch. Zalin asked nervously whether they would have to look out for the mind of madness overnight, but Rep assured him that it normally went back home overnight. Normally didn't make Zalin feel much safer when he didn't know what was normal in this world. But after a few minutes, he was able to find sleep and woke up what felt like moments later in the early hours of the morning. Zalin sat up and looked around. The lack of his phone made him feel much more inclined to get up as soon as he woke up. Gorb was the only one awake, the last one on watch for the evening. He was observing Zalin curiously. Are you sleeping okay? Are you having nightmares? Gorb asked. Zalin made a face, feeling a strong sense of déjà vu to a conversation he had with Rep the day before. In a mortified moment, he wondered if he soiled himself in his sleep, riddled by nightmares of the mind of madness. He breathed easy when he confirmed his fear wasn't true. He looked back up to Gorb. I slept fine. Why do you ask? Zalin asked. Then why do you sleep like that? Like what? Zalin asked, immediately feeling self-conscious first thing in the morning. You frown in your sleep. I noticed it back in the guild, Gorb said. Zalin's eyebrows twitched in a mix of offense and apprehension. How am I supposed to know what I do while I sleep? Zalin asked. I thought you would know. I have yet to see you sleep with anything but a frown, Gorb said. Well, I don't know why it happens, Zalin said, grumpy. When was the last time you cried? Gorb asked. What? Zalin balked, already hating the direction the conversation was taking. When did tears last leave your eyes? For any reason. Fear, grief, doubt, uncertainty. When did you last cry? Gorb asked. What kind of question is that? I don't know. When did you last cry? Zalin countered. 2 nights ago, Gorb answered immediately. Huh? Why? Zalin was entirely off balance now. I began recounting events of the day,
I counted the amount of things I was grateful to God for. I felt very grateful for my sister, and the fact Fran lived through a giant gargoyle unscathed. I was grateful to be able to come home with you largely unharmed. Grateful for my parents, for my eyes, my senses, and much more. I was overwhelmed. It brought me to tears, Gorb said in a heartfelt tone. Zalin remained quiet for a moment, examining Gorb. Zalin never thought about his lack of tears before. Gorb was a grand man, eclipsing Zalin in both height and strength. But he was talking about tears he shed. It seemed oxymoronic when Gorb insisted on being called Gorboniface, since Zalin wasn't a strong man.
But he wasn't even shy about crying. Perhaps Gorb's definition of a strong man was a lot different than Zalin's. "What does this have to do with my sleeping?" Zalin asked, trying to bring the conversation back around. "I fear that the reason you cannot recall the most recent time you cried is because you cannot recall any time you cried as an adult. The lack of tears will make your heart dry. A dry heart makes for a more difficult life and more tumultuous sleep," Gorb explained. "Or maybe the mind of madness will do that to a person," Zalin said, trying to sidestep the conversation. He suddenly felt incomplete. He didn't know how to cry. "There is something more happening within you, Zalin. We can all see it, the missing piece of you. Your emotions leave you easily embarrassed or often not ready for simple questions. You are unstable. Not in a way that lends any danger to us, but perhaps danger to your future self," Gorb said sincerely. "You ever think I'm telling the truth about being from a different world? That would explain a lot of the differences between the way we think," Zalin deflected. But he knew Gorb was right in some way. He had felt off since before he came to this world. "Perhaps," Gorb allowed. "But even so, I would try to find tears of comfort in your life before you are buried in tears of pain, like from a dragon. Try to recount the things you are grateful for in the dead of night. It will benefit you, I assure you." "Yeah, sure," Zalin accepted, desperate to escape the therapy session with Gorb. "Excellent," Gorb smiled. Then he cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted with intensity powered by his elemental air power. "Wake up!" he boomed, causing all the sleeping travelers to jump from bed with swords in their groggy hands. They looked around confused until Gorb clarified. "There is no danger. We are leaving." Chapter 24. Boznocks. The travelers emerged from the forest quickly. The lack of need for breakfast had them on their way immediately after waking up. Zalin was only now coming to terms with just how incredible an artifact the satiator was. There was so much time normally put into cooking and eating that they could now skip. He took a moment to consider himself grateful for it. Very grateful. He waited, but not even a hint of tears came to his eyes. Perhaps there was a trick to this crying thing that he wasn't aware of? Gorb made certain to scan the horizon for any evidence of the mind of madness before continuing their way to the castle of Dokran. When he indicated to everyone that the skies were clear, the rest of the travelers breathed in relief. The slight anxiety of the possibility of meeting the creature once more was reduced for now. The forest cleared to a meadow of flowers, with the path cutting through the center. The smells were fragrant and light, like a mix of honey and perfume. The meadows were almost a spectrum of colors and light as far as their eyes could see. That was, except for a small circle patch that had met the gaze of the mind of madness the day before. "Why does it do that?" Zalin asked.
He didn't have to indicate to the dead zone in the flower beds. Everyone immediately knew what he was referring to. When we saw the creature pass by on our journey, I was told by Sir Rolkoth that the mind of madness desires madness. In its perverse way, it enjoys it. The monster wishes to see madness wherever it flies, Gorb said. You saw it when you were on your way to get the elemental power? Zalin asked. On the way back home, Gorb nodded. What was that like? Did it get Rolkoth? Zalin asked. Sir Rolkoth, Gorb corrected immediately. It was a similarly distressing experience for me. Sir Rolkoth told us to hide without a second thought. He was level 12. He could topple a tree or two with enough power of his wind.
But even he did not want to be caught on the same path as the mind of madness. It changed how I saw strength. Is that it? Yelsa pointed forward, and the rest of the travelers tensed in terror, wondering how they were supposed to find a place to hide from the mind of madness in such an open space. But when they looked forward to see what Yelsa extended her arm at, they only saw the shape of a building on the horizon. They all turned to glare at her. What? She shrunk a bit, then realized what was happening. Oh, no, not the... I meant, is that the castle? Next time, clarify sooner, Fran warned, though there was a hint of amusement in her voice. The castle is past a town and across a river, Rep said, trying to make out the building. We should see the river at the same time we see Dokrin. On second thought, it looks to be a Bosnok den, Yelsa drew her bow. The others drew their weapons as well, Zalin fumbling for his sword. Bosnoks? Zalin asked. Are they dangerous? Indeed, Rep replied. They can be, Fran shrugged. Would the mind of madness have even left them alone? Yelsa asked. The group considered this carefully. The mind of madness had certainly come through this area, and if it had affected the Bosnoks, then there was no concern of a battle. Can we go around them? Zalin asked. There is no need, Fran said confidently. With 5 travelers, we will handily be able to ward off any number of Bosnoks. They are strong, but not at a distance. So long as they do not ambush us, we will have the advantage. We could be cautious and go around anyway, Rep offered, glancing at Zalin. Let us first see whether they survived the mind of madness before altering our route, Yelsa said. I do not wish to lose all of the satiator's blessing before we arrive at the town between us and the castle. Zalin shrugged, as Rep nervously followed the other travelers, stalking forward. Yelsa pulled out an arrow and knocked it on her bow. Gorb and Fran led the way, Fran preparing to imbue her sword at the first sign of danger, but not sooner, in order to prevent being seen at a distance. Zalin felt exposed. The meadowy, grassy fields felt far too open and empty. Where the meadow was so inviting a moment ago, it felt like a disadvantage now. If the Bosnoks could spew a large wad of acid at a distance, they would all be burned before they even got a good view of them. It was maddening not knowing about the creature they were being hunted by. After a few minutes, Zalin was able to make out the shape and size of the Bosnok den. It was a large treehouse, built from the base and extending much higher up in the tree, large enough to hold at least a score of people comfortably, if not more. There were pointed sticks accenting the ends of all the rooftops, some of them stained with red, but whether it was red ink or blood, Zalin couldn't tell. The den was held in the only tree in the meadow, and Zalin soon realized that it was surrounded by other tree stumps, likely the source for the wood used to build the rest of the den. Zalin couldn't see anything inside the windows of the den, nor could he hear anything but the flowers and grass waving in the faint, fragrant breeze. Even the base of the den was covered in flowers, and it seemed to Zalin that it was intentionally maintained to keep it decorative. The closer they all got, the more Zalin wondered if there was any threat in the den.
They were a stone's throw away when they stopped moving, keeping themselves at the ready.
"Is it safe?"
Zalin whispered. "It looks to be empty. I think the mind of madness got them," Yelsa whispered back.
"No,"
Gorb said immediately.
"the flowers at the base of the den still live."
"They are covered by the rest of the den. They may have been shielded from the blast," Yelsa answered.
"But I would suspect something around here to be out of place, after being visited by the mind of madness," Gorb said, using his sword to present the larger area of thriving flora.
"Then where are the Bosnoks?" Yelsa asked.
"Perhaps they went out to hunt?" Rep said hopefully.
Fran shook her head. "They are not careful creatures. They certainly would have trampled the grass or flowers if they had just left. We would see some signs if they left any time today," Fran answered. "What if they left a long time ago?" Rep asked. Fran measured the question in her mind and shrugged ambivalently. They continued to stare at all the windows of the den, tracing the edges of the ground floor with their eyes to make sure they were not hiding away from them, preparing for an ambush. Finally, Gorb made a motion that he would go forward alone to draw out any attacks and for the others to keep back and cover him. He rushed forward, leaving the others behind, except for Fran, who decided not to listen to her brother's orders. The two ran across the path forward, stopping when they were standing just below the treehouse at the highest point in the tree. They looked at one another and shrugged silently, waving for the rest of the travelers to come forward. Rep, Zalin, and Yelsa joined them cautiously, but soon saw that there was nothing creeping around to spring on them. Rep breathed more easily, and Zalin began to admire the mishmashed architecture of the treehouse-like den. The logs were cut at the edges and set into one another like fascins instead of just tied together. The den looked sound and could probably withstand a bad storm without falling apart. "What are Bosnoks? They made this by themselves?" Zalin asked. "Fascinating creatures, really," Fran said. "Do you want to see the inside of their home?" "We really should be leaving before they get back," Rep said with some urgency. "It will only take a minute, and Gorb will watch the horizon for us," Fran promised. Gorb rolled his eyes and reluctantly nodded, as Fran ran to the front door of the lowest part of the den, which was more a wood slab placed on the entryway than it was a door with hinges. "Now, pay attention to the carvings they make into the lower part of the walls," Fran said theatrically to Zalin, just before she pulled off the slab. Zalin smiled with anticipation, really curious how this otherworldly creature depicted culture in its home. Fran placed her arm on the slab and threw it open. "Oh! Dear God!" Yelsa screamed, immediately taking a few paces away and raising her bow. The floor of the den was filled with 15 napping Bosnoks, all sleeping next to their various clubs and weapons. The Bosnoks were about human-sized, but their heads were horned and shaped like that of a bull, like a partial minotaur. Their muscular arms and bodies looked almost exactly like humans, except that their legs ended in hooves instead of feet. As soon as Fran threw the door open, sunlight streamed in enough to wake two on the far end of the room. One spun itself upright and armed itself immediately, as the other rolled lazily to check on the door. "Murph?" the second Bosnok asked, then widened its bulbous eyes. It began braying madly, immediately awakening the rest of the Bosnoks. They screamed and yelled, all immediately arming themselves and pointing at their intruders before rushing at them in a stream to the door. Fran threw Zalin backward, who would have fallen all the way over if he was not caught by a burst of wind from Gorb. Fran threw a giant flame at the front door, blocking the exit with a large column of fire, but the Bosnoks immediately changed course and jumped out windows as the flame spread to their den. One began charging at Zalin with horns bared, and Zalin could barely hold his sword up in time before it collapsed dead. An arrow sprouted from its head.
He turned and saw Yelsa firing more arrows as the Bosniks continued to pour out of their den.
"Someone cover Zalin!" Yelsa said as two Bosniks flanked her, forcing her to retreat. Zalin turned back around in time to brace himself before another Bosnik tried to bore him with its horns, driving him a foot back as he held his sword up sturdily while panicking. He let out a zap of lightning, blinding the Bosnik momentarily while it swung a mace at him, barely missing and destroying the grass where the weapon landed. "I will be there soon," Rep cried, throwing a small fireball at the back of the Bosnik's head. The Bosnik grunted in dissatisfaction, then wheeled its horns out of the lock it was in with Zalin's sword and turned toward Rep. Rep swallowed hard as he threw another fireball that was mostly disregarded by the Bosnik that charged at him, horns pointed at his gut. Rep hesitated a moment too long and dove out of the way just as the Bosnik sped by, but was hit by the Bosnik's shoulder, sending him tumbling to the ground. Rep groaned in pain, not immediately jumping to his feet. "Help!" Zalin called to the others, but upon chancing a glance at them, he saw that each other fighter had their hands full. Yelsa was gracefully keeping her distance from the Bosniks trying to rush her, but she had no moment to aid Zalin and Rep. Gorb and Fran were taking 10 Bosniks, holding them at bay to make sure Zalin and Rep weren't overwhelmed. Zalin gripped his sword tightly and ran at the Bosnik that was trading parries with Rep, who was despairingly trying to stand up between defending himself from the mace. Zalin stabbed forward, only for the Bosnik to spot him in his peripheral and bob backward, easily avoiding the sword. Zalin threw out his other hand and blasted the Bosnik with lightning in its face. It receded a few steps and shook its head, growling in pain, as Zalin helped Rep to his feet. "It knows how to handle that mace," Rep said, breathing heavily. "I think I know how to handle it too," Zalin said. "Distract it for me and give me some time to aim my lightning." Rep bit his lip reluctantly before nodding and rushing forward with his sword pointed straight at his adversary. The Bosnok snorted in amusement and swung its mace confidently, throwing Rep's sword way off trajectory and lodging it into the ground. Zalin didn't mean to notice it as he aimed, but it seemed to him that Rep wasn't a very good fighter. Between this fight and the one with the flame striker, he didn't seem nearly as adept as Gorb or Fran, or even Yelsa now that he'd seen her in action. In fact, Rep fought a lot like Zalin did, haphazardly swinging and hoping to connect his attacks. Zalin brushed aside the momentary thought and blasted the Bosnok's mace with full lightning power for 3 seconds. The Bosnok's grip shuddered madly for those seconds before finally letting go of